The seat they gave me at the feast was the one nearest the door, which in my family was less a seating arrangement and more a weather forecast. Every window in the Yuling residential area had a yellow protection talisman pasted across it, and the wind outside kept testing them the way a stranger tests a door handle. Red lanterns swung. The whole street creaked. Inside, my adoptive father was 3 cups deep and glowing about it, and the table was covered in the kind of food we only cooked when somebody in the house had become important. Somebody in the house had become important. It wasn't me. My Chen family's ancestral graves must be emitting auspicious smoke, Gao Fulin announced, to the room, to the food, to the ceiling, allowing my son to switch to fire-type ghost magic. A rank. Fire-type. My adoptive brother sat there receiving it like a small emperor, and my adoptive mother kept putting more meat in his bowl, and I sat by the door holding my rice and thinking that I had been in this family for 11 years and still got introduced to guests as the boy we took in. My brother waited until the noise settled because he had good timing. He always did. "Brother," he said, sweet as anything, "let's switch jobs together today." "What job did you switch to?" Deng was 2 months younger than me. Deng had called me older brother every day of his life and had spent every one of those days racing me to school, racing me to the table, racing me to the last piece of anything. If I said nothing, he would ask again in front of more people. So I said it. Taoist. And the rating? The rating panel was still sitting in the corner of my vision where it had been all afternoon, and I had been hoping the light in this room was bad enough that nobody would notice me flinching at it. Let me explain how ratings work here, because it takes 4 seconds and it will explain the next 11 years of my life. There are 8 of them. SSS at the top, then SSS, A, B, C, D, and E, and F, for people the system has genuinely given up on. Gao Bo had A, the whole banquet was for A. That, I said, is only D rank. Not a fire Taoist, not a thunder Taoist, not anything with a second word in it, just Taoist, a blank slot the system had filled in and lost interest in halfway through. Galbo made a sound like he was trying very hard to swallow a laugh and lost by a small margin. I didn't blame him, honestly. If our positions had been reversed, I'd have needed a moment too. What I noticed was the relief under it. Deng'd been scared. All that racing, all those years, and he had actually been scared of me, right up until the second the number came in. My adoptive father's face went through several weathers and settled somewhere cold. "Little saint," he said, "starting tomorrow, you should give up the path of a cultivator. Honestly, find a job and earn money. Your brother will need a lot of cultivation resources in the future, so please do your part." The table went quiet in that specific way where everyone agrees to keep chewing. I want to be fair to the man, because the man did feed me for 11 years, but I remember the year we both got sick on the same night. Galbo went to the hospital in the front seat of the car. I stayed home with a fever and a cup of water and the sound of the car pulling away, and I learned something that night that a D rank simply confirmed, so I didn't argue. Arguing would have meant asking to be kept, and I had already decided I wasn't going to do that. I put my bowl down, said the polite thing, and went upstairs to the room at the end of the hall where the ceiling paint had been peeling for so long that I'd started thinking of the shapes as tenants. The laughter came through the wall about a minute later. It had a rhythm to it. Toast, laugh, toast, laugh. I sat on the bed and pulled the panel up in front of my face because apparently I'm the kind of person who checks whether the bad news is still bad. Occupation, Taoist. Rating, D, first rebirth, level 0. Skill, lightning, summoning, level 1. And under all of it, a line I had been ignoring since I was 14 years old. Talent, passive awakening, 99.86%. It had been at 99% for as long as I'd been able to read it. 99.86. It had crawled through those decimal places the way a glacier crosses a valley, and I had stopped believing in it years ago, the way you stop believing in a lottery ticket you keep in a drawer anyway. While I sat there, it moved. 99.94. I stopped breathing, which was stupid because breathing had nothing to do with it. 99.99. 100. The room made a sound, not a loud one. It was the sound a wire makes right before the light comes on, and then something in my chest opened like a hand. Celestial Master Heart activated. Second job advancement complete. New class acquired. Celestial Master. And then, tucked at the bottom in the same tone the system uses for everything, a footnote. While the passive is active, lightning summoning has been upgraded to 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder. I read the word Celestial Master 4 times because I had never heard of it. Not in school, not in the rankings, not once. There are 100 professions on the public lists, and I could have recited most of them at 9 years old like other kids recite football teams. This wasn't on any of them. Then the panel refreshed and gave me my rating, SSSS. The ceiling of my world is SSS. That is the top. That is the number on the strongest profession in the Federation, the one that had sat at number 1 since before I could read, whose owner has a security detail and a title and probably a mountain. I had been taught since I was 6 that there is nothing above SSS, the way there is nothing above the sky. There were 4 S's on my panel. I sat very still on a bed in a room with peeling paint, in a house where an hour earlier I had been told to go find a job, and downstairs my family toasted an A rank one more time. At the same moment, about 900 miles away, the imperial capital was losing its mind. There is a stele there, solid gold, taller than most buildings, dropped into the middle of the capital by the supreme rule itself, back when the world was still deciding what shape it wanted to be. It lists the 100 strongest professions in existence. I grew up calling it the Heavenly Dao Rankings like everybody else, and my classmates called it the freak list when no teacher was listening. In my entire life, I had never once seen it change. I used to read the top 10 off my phone at breakfast the way other kids read football tables. That night, it lit up gold so bright the guards had to look away, and the clouds over the capital turned black in a clear sky, and the profession that had held first place for 10 years slid quietly down to second. The new first line read, Occupation, Celestial Master, Rating, SSSS. One of the guards said what everybody in that plaza was thinking, in a voice about an octave higher than he intended. SSSS level? How is that possible? Here is the part that matters, and I want you to hold on to it, because the entire next stretch of my life balances on it like a plate on a stick. The rankings list the profession, they list the rating, they do not list who has it, not a name, not a city, not a face. The most powerful information in the Federation went public that night with my line left blank, and every government office, corporation, sect, and family with a research budget started tearing the world apart looking for me while I sat on a squeaky bed in my adoptive father's house trying to work out whether I was allowed to be happy about it. I opened the skill description because I wanted to know what I was actually holding. Celestial Master Heart. All learned skills are automatically upgraded to destruction. Level. Not improved, not enhanced. Upgraded to a tier of skill that I was fairly sure normal people were not supposed to have access to at level 0. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, level 1. Area of effect, several hundred miles. Attack power increased by 10,000%. Damage against ghosts increased by 20,000%. And then, at the bottom, in the same flat little font it uses to tell you your bag is full. Use with caution. Use with caution. Thanks. Very helpful. 2 words. For context, my old lightning summoning could produce a spark off my fingertip roughly the size of a static shock from a doorknob. In middle school, a boy named Wei had asked me to do it at a party and then charge people to watch. I had spent 4 years being the kid who could almost light a cigarette. I slept about 90 minutes and came down to breakfast looking like I'd been embalmed. Gao Bo came through the doorway at a dead run, still in his pajamas, phone in his hand, so loud that my mother dropped a spoon. Last night, the Heavenly Dao Rankings actually refreshed. My adoptive father's chopsticks hit the table. Celestial Master, ranked first. Number 1. My brother was scrolling and reading and vibrating in place. SSSS level. I had a mouthful of kanji at the time and I wanted on the record that I handled it beautifully. I refreshed the Heavenly Dao Rankings. Nobody heard me. That's not a complaint, it's just what happened. My mother had both hands pressed to her face. My God, who on earth became this celestial master? The 4 of us sat around a table and discussed the identity of the most sought-after person in the Federation, and one of us was buttering toast. My adoptive father, being a practical man, arrived at the practical conclusion. Son, he said to my brother, these freaks don't belong to our world. Let's focus on our own affairs. Our own affairs, as it turned out, had a schedule. The federal examination was in 2 months. Every family in the country was aiming a child at it, because the prize at the end is Fengdu University. And Fengdu is not a school so much as a different tax bracket for your entire bloodline. And that morning, Gao Bo had a tryout with the Tianfen group, who were offering 20 million in cultivation resources against 3 years of service, which was the only mathematics under which my family could afford to raise a fire mage at all. I got up to leave. Gao Fulin called after me without turning around. Don't run around today. Go and find a job. Your brother will be using cultivation resources soon. Sure, I said. I want to describe my hometown at 9 in the morning, because I think it explains me. Everyone wears gray. Everyone walks fast. Nobody talks to anybody they don't already know, because the strong ones come out under the fog wearing a face and a coat and a very reasonable manner, and if I struck up a conversation with the wrong pedestrian, I would get a visit that night. So my whole city moves like a crowd leaving a funeral, heads down, no eye contact, extremely efficient. I walked and did arithmetic. The ladder I was standing at the bottom of goes like this. First job change, then I grind from level 0 to 100, then the second advancement, and I would be a ghost master, 2nd rank. Then Ghost General at 3rd, Ghost Sect Guard at 4th, Ghost King at 5th, It keeps going up to 9, and the people at the top of it are less people than weather events, and I had met exactly none of them. I had the #1 profession in the world and a level of 0, which meant that at that exact moment I was, in practical terms, a very impressive empty bottle. So I did the only sensible thing. I went to get out of the city and hit something. The market outside Ghost Mountain City is where you go if you have money, which I want to be clear that I did not. White lanterns everywhere, soul-suppressing bells hung on strings, stalls selling talismans and salt and things in jars, and men standing on crates shouting rates. A level 50 ghost warrior acts as a meat shield, only 2,000 federal currency. A level 75 ghost mage will lead the team, 10,000 per person, 2 hours in the wilderness, no bargaining. 10,000 federal currency is 2 months of living expenses for an average family. That is the going rate for 2 hours of not dying. I was wearing a tracksuit I had bought off a sale rack for 200 yuan and carrying no equipment whatsoever. There are 7 grades of gear in this world, white at the bottom, then bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, legendary, and mythic at the top, and my personal collection covered a bold 0 of them. Then 4 people dropped out of the sky and the entire market evaporated. I have never seen commerce end that fast. Stalls folded, lanterns came down. A man swept an entire table of jars into a sack in one motion like he'd rehearsed it, because he had. "Kid," said the old man next to me, already moving. "The one they grabbed last time to make up the numbers got left in the wilderness depths, never came back." Then he was gone too, and I was the only person standing still in an empty square, which is a fantastic way to be memorable. A very large man landed in front of me and took my collar in his fist. "Kid, you're out of luck. Just make up the numbers for us." His name was Kong Wei, and he had a golden greatsword on his back that cost about 1,000,000 federal currency, and behind him, a woman in gray robes explained what they were going to do with me to her colleagues without lowering her voice at all, because why would you? "After we get through the teleportation array, we'll just leave this kid there." The array needed 5 bodies. They had 4. I was the 5th body. Elder Wang at the formation counted us, saw 5, and opened the gate. The wilderness depths are about 500 miles out from Ghost Mountain City, and calling it no man's land undersells it because land generally implies something being on it. All 4 of them were in full gold sets that glowed and pushed the yin chi back off their skin in a visible little halo. I had a tracksuit. Standing there long enough would make me sick, and staying would kill me, and everyone present understood that. "Let's go," the woman said. "This person is no longer of any use to us." They flew off. I stood alone in a dead gray field 500 miles from the nearest wall, wearing sportswear, holding nothing. I had a wonderful time. Look, I'm not going to pretend I was calm because I'm brave. I was calm because I had read my own panel 400 times the night before, and I was extremely curious. The Federation gives every citizen a free spatial bracelet at registration. Storage, communications, map. I pulled the map, scrolled past everything sensible, and picked the least sensible thing on it, which was a site marked as a ghost gathering place. Barren Graveyard Village. It took me a while to walk there. A village that has been abandoned long enough stops looking abandoned and starts looking arranged, and this one had a grave in front of every single door, which is an interior decorating choice you have to respect. Nothing moved. Nothing made a sound. There was no wind in a place that should have had wind. Open the heavenly eye. A third eye opened vertically in the middle of my forehead. The world went a shade cooler, and the empty village filled up. In front of every grave knelt a woman in white, weeping, burning paper money that went up in a green flame instead of an orange one. Dozens of them. They had been there the entire time, in rows, in silence, and I had walked down the middle of that street with my hands in my pockets. Monster. White-clad, vengeful ghost. Level 52. First rebirth. 52. About 50 above me. While I was standing there doing that math, 100 miles north in the Black Mountain Forest, my brother was being professionally supervised. The Tianfeng group had assigned him a private tutor for the tryout, a second rebirth ghost master named Lin Bao, and Lin Bao was watching Gaobo's hands shake and quietly downgrading his opinion. "Fear," he told him. "This is the greatest taboo in the world of ghosts." Back in the village, I stepped on a branch. Every head in that street turned at once, not one at a time, all of them, together, like a single animal noticing me, and then the whole white weeping congregation came off the ground and came for me down the street with their feet not quite touching the dirt. I have thought about what I said next many times since, and I stand by it. By the Celestial Master's decree, your lonely souls are released. Then, because it was the only skill I had, 9 heavens divine thunder. The sky over barren Graveyard Village turned black. Not overcast. Black in a circle that kept opening outward past the village, past the hills, past anything I could see, until several hundred miles of afternoon simply stopped being afternoon. The cloud came down low enough that I could feel the pressure in my teeth. Gold lit the inside of it, from horizon to horizon, and my eyes filled up with that gold until the whole world went the color of a struck match. Far away, way out past all of it, a little girl in mage robes tugged her grandfather's sleeve and asked him why it had gone dark. Her grandfather was a level 70 ghost assassin, and he did not have a good answer. It looks like some powerful being casting a spell, he said. Dung was half right. There was a spell. In the Black Mountain Forest, 100 miles from me, every ghost in the trees went dormant at the same instant, flattening themselves the way small animals do when something large walks into the field. Lin Bao started out unimpressed, which I love, because it makes the rest better. Only powerful beings at level 5 or 6 and up can do this, he told my brother. Someone must have used a forbidden spell scroll. Then he stopped. But what kind of forbidden spell is this? Why have I never seen it before? Then the strike actually landed several hundred miles wide, and the second rebirth Ghostmaster, with an opinion about everything, closed his mouth and kept it closed. Back in the village, the ghosts were not screaming. There wasn't time. The gold came down in bars, and each one turned a white-clad fiend into a puff of pale smoke, and then into nothing at all, and the log in the corner of my eye started scrolling so fast it stopped being readable and became weather. Level 52 white-clad fiend, 3,568 experience. Level 76 headless ghost, 12,000. Level 93 infant ghost, 32,000. Level 99 infant ghost king, 124,000. My bar filled and emptied and filled again, 0 to 14, 28, 39, 50, which is a wall that eats years out of people's lives, and I went through it without noticing, 59, 60, 72, 83, 90, which is the level the 4 people who dumped me here had spent their whole careers reaching, and I got there in about 3 breaths, 92, 94, 96, 99, 100. The cap of the first rebirth. 10 breaths, start to finish, in a village where I had come to see if my one skill worked. Then the ground lit up. Loot beacons don't come up one at a time when you kill several hundred things at once. They came up together across a 100-mile radius, a forest of light standing in the dark, mostly bronze, a lot of silver, hundreds of gold, and then a number of pillars in a shade I had only ever seen in advertisements. Dark gold, more than 10 of them. The entire Kangbo team, the 4 professionals in full gold sets who had used me as a doorstop, did not own one single piece of dark gold between them. Receive. The sky over that village filled with equipment flying at me, and I stood in the middle of it with a bracelet open like a man holding a bucket in a hailstorm. The instant the last piece landed, I left, because a light show that size is a dinner bell, and every strong cultivator inside 100 miles was already running toward it. They arrived to find an empty village and a lot of scorched dirt. Lin Bao looked at it for a while and refused to chase. We don't know how capable this person is, he said. My brother went home glowing about it. Not about the loot. About the story. Dung couldn't wait to tell me. Yun will be amazed when he hears about such an extraordinary event, he said, of me, who was an ordinary person with no experience. On my way out, I cut through Gu Nu Valley, which the Kangbo team wouldn't enter on a good day, because it is full of hooked bull demons, 3 meters tall, level 90, in herds. I walked through them in a 200-yuan tracksuit, pushing them apart with my palms, not casting anything at all, and I want to be honest with you, I was having the best afternoon of my life. Then I found somewhere quiet and counted. It took 2 hours, 1,129 bronze, 488 silver, 108 gold, and 12 dark gold. Most cultivators fight for 10 days to see one piece drop. A full gold set makes you a genuine master in a mid-sized city, and 7 of my 12 dark gold sat in my hands like 7 small white suns, because they weren't separate items at all. They were a set. White Jade Dragon Crown. Equip at level 90. Burst Rebirth. Attack speed up 160%. Casting speed up 170%. Critical rate plus 56. Critical damage plus 150. Physical penetration 150, spell penetration 140, and a passive that makes every ghost within 100 meters hit 5% softer just for being near me. The casting speed was the line I read twice. My beautiful world-ending thunderstorm had taken several minutes to arrive. Against mindless things in a graveyard, fine. Against a person, several minutes is a very polite way of asking to be killed. I put the set on one piece at a time and watched the number climb. The crown, and I got 10 times heavier. The sword, 20. The robe, 30. Arm guards, 40, leggings, 50, boots, 60, belt, 70. Then the 7th piece clicked into my set and the bonus landed on top of me like a second person stepping onto a scale. 100 times an ordinary level 100 expert. I swung once, no skill, just an arm and a sword, and half a small mountain came off and slid into the valley below. I stood there with white light still crawling along the blade and thought about a man's fist in my collar. If I meet the Kangbo team again now, I can kill them without trying. That grudge gets settled, no matter what. The rest of the gear I sold because I had 1,100 pieces of bronze and no interest in becoming a museum. The federal trading platform runs through the bracelet, and both faces come through blurred. No names, no identities, unless both sides agree to meet. Which meant the merchant who picked up had no idea he was talking to a boy in a 200-yuan tracksuit, and he opened with all the charm of a man I had personally interrupted. Hurry up, I have other things to do after I finish this order. Deng assumed I was a teenager selling 1 silver bracer. Then I sent the list. 1,129 bronze, 488 silver, 108 gold. There was a pause with a texture to it. Then he said, okay, 3 times in a row, in a completely different voice, and appraised the lot at over 46 million federal currency. Also, I said, there are 5 more pieces of legendary equipment. Do you want them? Deng said something that wasn't a word. Then he paid 60 million more for the 5 dark golds, arranged a miniature teleportation array at his own expense to deliver the funds, and sent me his business card twice in case the first one didn't go through. An office worker in this world earns a few thousand a month. I sat on a rock with 100 million federal currency and a tracksuit with a hole in the elbow. That night, I opened the class group chat for the first time since graduation. You should understand the shape of that room, because I sat at the bottom of it for 3 years. Commoners like me change jobs at 18. Rich families buy the tools and start their children at 8 or 9, which is a 10-year head start bought with money, and every one of us knew exactly where we sat on that line. Zhao Guang had changed at 15 and had been stuck at level 100 for a year, terrified of the lightning tribulation, which is the thing standing between you and the second rebirth and which kills people regularly. Somebody helpfully advised him to just get a full set of dark gold gear, guaranteed survival. A full dark gold set costs 100 million and connections that money alone won't buy. Roll, said Zhao Guang. Then the gossip started, and my stomach did something complicated because somebody had filmed it. Shaky hillside footage, the black sky, the gold coming down in sheets, and a very small figure sitting cross-legged in midair in the middle of it. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, somebody wrote. There is a figure in the video, and he looks like he's wearing a tracksuit. Would someone that capable wear sportswear? That seems a bit far-fetched. And that, right there, is the shape of the next several months of my life. The whole federation had my profession, my rating, and now they had video. And the single detail that saved me was that nobody could accept the sportswear. Zheng Gang settled it because he was an actual second rebirth ghostmaster and the closest thing my class had to an authority. Only Mr. Yin Sheng could do that, he said, a 5th-rank ghost king with a hidden thunder profession, case closed. My tracksuit was clearly a rendering artifact, and I sat there reading it and let them. Then Duanzhang typed, and the chat stopped. She had been the prettiest girl in our school, which was the least interesting thing about her. She had made 4th-rank Ghost Sect Guard a year ago, at our age, and Ghost Mountain City talked about her the way you talk about weather systems. In 3 years of school, I had spoken to her exactly once. Gentlemen, instead of wasting time chatting here, why not use this time to prepare for the upcoming federal examination? Getting into Fengdu University is the real deal. And just like that, the 100 million in my bracelet stopped feeling like a lot. Because she was right. The weakest person in that chat was level 100. So was I. Every one of them had a decade of head start and a second rebirth waiting, and I had one very loud spell and a set of pretty armor. I typed one line and closed the chat. See you all at the federal examination. Breaking into the second rebirth takes exactly 2 things. A job change tool, which drops from bosses and only from bosses, and surviving the lightning tribulation. A fresh second rebirth is worth about 50 ordinary level hundreds. I was already worth 100 thanks to the white jade, but a veteran second rebirth and a full set of second-tier gold would still take me apart without hurrying, because in this world, the realm you stand in is the king of kings and everything else is decoration, so I went hunting. Days of it. Over 20 bosses, including a 10-meter white skeleton that a normal city would send several hundred people at, and I put it down alone and stood in the droplight with my hands open like a man waiting for a bus. No job change tool, not one. I also found the flaw in my miracle. 9 heavens divine thunder empties me, not tires, empties. I cannot cast it twice, I cannot shrink it, and for a long moment afterward I am a man standing in a field with a sword he can barely lift. Against mindless ghosts, that's a rounding error. Against a person who wants me dead, that is the whole fight, handed over in advance. What I did have was skill books, in a pile that had honestly started to look like landscaping. Fireball for fire mages, Savage Charge for ghost warriors. Book after book I couldn't touch, then a Taoist one. Demons Subduing Sword. A Celestial Master is a superior Taoist, so it went in. Attack up 5%, damage to ghosts up 2%. So weak, and then my chest did the thing it does. Demon Subduing Sword upgraded to Vajra. Subduing Demon Sword. Destruction level. Single target. Attack power increased by 15,000%. Damage to ghosts increased by 25,000%. Energy cost, roughly 20%. 20%. 5 of those, back to back, and still standing. I looked at my map for the nearest place with a boss worth the trip and found Headless Ghost Valley, home of something called the Nameless Ghost King. The Kangbo team got there first. They had come for the same boss I wanted, they had planned it properly, and they had bought a top-grade ghost-suppressing talisman for 3 million federal currency to make sure of it. Then they met the Nameless Ghost King, which is 10 meters tall, has no head, and wears its eyes and mouth on its chest, and which I would like on record as the ugliest thing I have ever hit. It had also mutated. A normal boss is 10 times an ordinary expert of its level. A strong one is 20. This thing was 30. By the time I walked in, the 4 of them were kneeling inside a golden formation plate that was visibly cracking, and Kong Wei, the enormous man who had lifted me off my feet by the collar, was sobbing with both hands around Deng Shuying's throat. Deng Shuying, it's all your fault. They insist on dealing with this nameless ghost king. Behind them, at the valley mouth, level 90 ghosts were coming apart in casual sword light. A master has broken into Headless Ghost Valley, one of them shouted. We're saved. I came down the valley into the dust, and the 4 of them looked up at their rescuer. Kangbo team, it's you? You could watch it arrive on their faces in stages. Kong Wei pinched his own thigh, hard, in front of everyone. 2 of them immediately went with the boldest available option. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I put my hands behind my back. Everyone, how have you been? Kong Wei and 2 others went down on the rock and started kowtowing. Deng Shuying, who had discussed leaving me in a dead field 500 miles from anywhere while I was standing close enough to touch her sleeve, went white, then red, and produced a smile that had clearly been assembled from spare parts. Senior, please rescue us. I looked at her for a second. Rescue you? What a pipe dream. Then I turned around and dealt with the thing that was actually interesting. The numbers, for anyone keeping score. My gear had me at 100 times an ordinary level 100. Vajra Subduing Demon Sword multiplies by 160 on top of that, against a boss sitting at 30. A Vajra formation opened under my feet, 8-sided, turning slowly, and the white robe and the gold light did the rest. Behind me, Deng Shuying was staring like she was meeting me for the first time, which in fairness she was. The thing brought a palm down at me the size of a roof. One beam took the palm, the arm it was attached to, the shoulder, the chest with the face in it, and the rest of the mountainside standing behind all of that. When the light went out, there was no boss, and there was significantly less valley. Nobody said anything for a while. 20% energy, 4 more of those in the tank. The drops came up in the hundreds. Several dark gold pillars, which the Kangbo team had spent their entire careers not seeing, because 1 piece of dark gold multiplies a person by 10. Then an orange beam went up and pushed the clouds apart. Legendary grade. And beside it, small and quiet, a white orb that chimed once when I looked at it. I opened it in my head and saw a single white feather, the job change tool. It's finally out. Which is, of course, exactly when the vultures arrived, because an orange beam is visible from 100 miles away, and I had just advertised in the sky. 2 brothers came down the hillside, Mo Ziliang and Mo Zixu, both second rebirth Ghostmasters, which is a rank that gets you hired as a guest elder somewhere for tens of millions a year, about 80 times an ordinary expert each. Give us the stuff and we'll spare your life. Then one of them put a blade through the space my spine had been occupying a half-second earlier, and the mountain behind me came down instead, and while that was happening, behind my back, the Kangbo team looted my drops and ran. 3 of them grabbed dark gold pieces, and Deng Shuying, who had watched my face when the orb chimed and had correctly identified the one item I wanted most in the world, took the white orb. Not because she knew what it was, just to annoy me. I have been angry before. I had never been that angry. Go to hell. 1 strike. Outside the valley, the 4 of them were already celebrating. Not only did we escape, we each got a dark gold item. That kid's probably going to get killed. Deng Shuying was tossing the white orb in her palm. Whether he survives is still uncertain. Behind them, golden sword light folded Headless Ghost Valley in on itself with a sound like a door closing on a mountain. 1 person walked out of the dust. White robe. Mo Ziliang and Mo Zixu did not. Deng Shuying stopped tossing the orb. Those 2, she said, have probably already been killed. They had, and they had died with their faces still arranged for a completely different outcome. Neither of them got as far as understanding what had happened to them. I don't have a movement technique. I just went faster than 4 fleeing professionals, which tells you everything about the gap that had opened in about 6 days, and got in front of them. Kong Wei went straight down onto his face. 2 others joined him. There was weeping. Spare me. Deng Shuying didn't kneel. She stood very straight with nothing at all on her face and said 2 words. It's over. She had known from the second I walked out of the dust that I wasn't going to let them leave. I'll give her that much. She was the only one who did the math correctly. Die. 1 golden sword light, 1 furrow cut through the forest, and 4 spatial bracelets lying in the dirt at the end of it. The white orb was in hers. Half an hour later, a man landed in that clearing hard enough to crack the ground. Second rebirth, middle-aged, and wearing a full set of second-tier dark gold, which I want to put in perspective for you. My 100 times multiplier came off a first-tier base. His came off a second-tier one. Deng was not in my weight class. Deng was in a weight class that could have thrown me across a room. His name was Mo Tingyu. Deng had raised Mo Ziliang and Mo Zixu from boys. He had felt both their life signs go out inside the same minute, and the Mo family had run my city for decades without ever once having a day like this. Deng found what was left of Mo Ziliang in the rubble and cried over it, which I record honestly because he did. Then he burned a soul-searching talisman. Those cost millions and only work within 1 hour of death, and Mo Ziliang had been dead about half of one. It played back the last thing the man ever saw. A white robe, 8-sided runes turning under a pair of feet, gold, filling everything, and then nothing because the light was too bright to see a face through. So Mo Tingyu did the expensive thing instead. Deng planted a top-quality tracking talisman in the clearing, worth tens of millions, which records the killer and will light up the moment it comes near him again and point the way after him. Kid, you can't escape, he told the empty forest. Do you think the people of my Mo family are so easily killed? 3 days later, a team of 5 stopped me on a road. Level 100 perfection, all of them, led by a big careful man named Zhang Kui, who had been sitting at level 100 for 5 years because the lightning tribulation had turned into a personal demon that lived in his head. The loud one was Wang Yu, who owned exactly 1 piece of dark gold and had built an entire personality on it, and who decided that I looked like a good afternoon. They looked at an ordinary level 100 kid walking alone and started warming up. Then Zhang Kui, who had lasted 5 years by being careful, decided the kid wasn't worth it, bowed slightly, and waved me on. Wang Yu sulked about the one that got away for the next hour. The kid was me, wearing the illusionist's ring. That was the orange drop, and it turned out to be the single most useful thing I have ever picked up off a floor. A storage space roughly the size of 10 football fields, which solved the problem of owning 1100 of everything, and 2 divine rank skills. Disguise. I can wear any identity and any aura I like, up to Ghost General, and Stealth. Completely invisible, all my energy signature gone for 3 seconds. 3 seconds sounds like nothing until you count how many times a strong person can kill you in 3 seconds. It is not one. Then I went and did the thing I had been carrying a white feather around for. I could have crushed it anywhere. I walked an extra full day to Lishan Ravine, which is a stretch of black scorched rock with a natural magnetic field that weakens the lightning tribulation, because when a thing kills 8 people out of 10, there is no such thing as too much caution. Here is the rule of this world, plainly. Going from weak to strong is against the arrangement. The supreme rule notices, and it sends lightning to correct the error. You think you can erase me? Not so easy. I crushed the feather. My body came apart and went back together while I sat there. Bones rebuilt. Everything in me boiled clean. Organs lit up under the skin like lamps behind paper. Overhead, the tribulation cloud spread black across 100 miles. Every ghost in range went dormant, and for the first time in living memory, it rained on that dead ground. Bring it on. Zhang Kui's 5 saw the sky go out from the ridge and understood immediately what it was. 9 heavenly thunders, 2 survivors in 10. Every one of those 5 was carrying a job change tool they had never once dared use. Zhang Kui for 5 years, Wang Yu for 1. I think even 1 shot is difficult, Wang Yu said with feeling. The first bolt came down. A golden sword light went up to meet it, hit it head on, and put it out. The cloud went quiet. That is the only way to describe it. Several 100 million tons of divine retribution paused like a man who has walked into the wrong room. The second thunder came back 10 times stronger. I killed that one too. And the third, and the fourth, and the fifth. And honestly, by the 6th, I was mostly just enjoying the noise. Up on the ridge, one of the 5 said the sentence that I would like cut somewhere. This person who claims to be crossing a tribulation is not crossing a tribulation. Deng is on vacation. 8 down. The 9th is the one that actually means it, and the 9th got the same treatment, except my sword didn't stop when the bolt did. It kept going up into the cloud and took the cloud apart. I had never heard of that either. There is no procedure for that. The tribulation is supposed to end when it decides to end. Wang Yu watched the sky clear and thought, briefly, that maybe the lightning tribulation wasn't so bad. Then he remembered who he was and went quiet. Let's go to Lishan Ravine, Zhang Kui said, and see what kind of freak he is. They found a young man sitting cross-legged in a crater with lightning still crawling over his skin, radiating the aura of a second rebirth ghost master. They also found that it was the ordinary kid Wang Yu had wanted to shake down an hour earlier. Inside, it felt like this. My body had been a bottle filled to the neck. Now the bottle was empty again, and it was 10 times bigger. Second-tier equipment unlocked, and I want to be clear about what that means because I had been very proud of my white jade. A full set of first-tier dark gold may not be worth one single piece of second-tier gold. Realm is the king of kings. Everything else is decoration. And while we're being honest, the two Mo brothers I killed were beginners. Second rebirth level 10 at best, half their own gear still locked. I won that fight on 260 times, and a lot of luck, and I know it. I opened my eyes on the 5 of them. Is there something you need? Zhang Kui was already sweating. We are just here to observe the ceremony. Congratulations to your excellency. Get out of here. Wang Yu went the color of paper. Out here there is no law of any kind, and whether you survive meeting a strong person depends entirely on his mood that day, which is a thing I had learned in a field 500 miles from home about 2 weeks earlier. That night I checked my messages for the first time in weeks. My adoptive mother had written once. Where are you? Why haven't you come home? My adoptive father, nothing. Gao Bo, nothing. I sat with that for a second, and then I put it down, because I have already had a family. I had one on a blue planet in another life, a good one, with people who noticed when I was gone. I'm not going to spend this life auditioning for a second one. I told Chen Ma I'd found a job and was away on a long business trip. She sent back 4 messages about eating properly. In the class chat, Zhao Guang had graduated to interviewing the second rebirth kids about tribulation technique, which was sad in a way I didn't have the standing to comment on. Then 2 girls started gossiping and the temperature in my apartment dropped. The Mo family had posted a bounty. 200 million federal currency. Somebody had killed 2 Mo family members in the wilderness, and the elders had sworn publicly to grind him into dust. The Mo family is a top-tier group in my city. Several 4th-rank ghost sect experts, and a 5th-rank ghost king as their old ancestor. I read all of it with the mild interest of a man reading about a traffic accident in another province. Then she posted the portrait. It was 70% me. The build was exact. The shoulders, the height, the way the neck sits. Somebody had described a shape to an artist, and the artist had been good at their job. My mouth did something complicated. Those 2 were from the Mo family? Then my class saved my life by having no respect for me whatsoever. This portrait looks exactly like that kid Ziyun, Zhao Guang wrote, laughing, and people half agreed, because 3 years in the same room will do that. For about 11 seconds I was in genuine trouble, then Zhao Guang solved it himself. You guys don't really think it's Ziyun, do you? Him? The chat went quiet in the specific way that means everyone has silently agreed something is too stupid to continue discussing. Ziyun was a passerby. Nobody in that room was even certain I had changed jobs. The proposal that I had hunted down 2 second rebirth experts sat in the middle of the conversation, looking like a fantasy. Zheng Gang closed it in 4 words. It's just similar. The Heavenly Dao Rankings show the profession and never the name. My own classmates show the face and refuse the name. I was starting to understand that being underestimated is not an insult. It is a coat. Zheng Gang then tried to recruit people for a run into the Nether Ghost domain, which is where 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rank ghosts live and where a 1-revolution cultivator like me did not count as a beginner so much as a snack. Everyone declined. Then Deng Xuan dropped into the chat, which was an event because Deng Xuan had reached Ghost General Realm and sat high up in the Netherworld Pavilion over in Yuming City. Zheng Gang, come to Yuming City and come to me, I'll protect you. And then he left, immediately, the way a man leaves a room he only entered to be seen entering. That class had turned into a set of castes with walls between them. Ghost generals do not really talk to ghost masters, they visit. Alone in the ravine, I asked myself the honest question. Knowing the name, would I do it again? Yes. They came to take my drop and they opened with a blade in my back. I'd have done it if they'd been the Emperor's own nephews. Fine. So be it. What's wrong with the Mo family? There is exactly one answer to a 5th rank ghost king, and it is an apology. At 4th rank Ghost Sect Guard, nobody in that realm beats a Celestial Master. And once I stand in the 5th Revolution Ghost King realm, the Mo family old ancestor is at my mercy, not the other way around. Between here and there, though, I keep my head down. I triggered disguise and looked at a face that Gao Fulin and Gao Bo could have stood in front of and walked straight past, and I picked the second route out of Ghost Mountain City, the one Duan Jiang had already named for me, Fengdu University, a place where even an ordinary tutor can make a city like mine rearrange its furniture. See you all at the federal examination. Getting there was less glamorous than that sounded. I ran for days at 236 meters a second, which is fast enough that ghosts in my path simply came apart on impact without ever learning what had hit them, and then I would fall over on a rock and lie there. There are 3 ways to travel in this world, and I had none of them. Teleportation arrays, which only go where they go. A flying magic treasure, where the cheapest entry model costs 500 million federal currency. Or reaching Ghost General Realm and flying myself, which was an entire realm above me. I had 100 million and had recently learned that this is, in the technical vocabulary of people who matter, pitifully little. 1 piece of second-tier dark gold costs more than everything I owned. So, I was on foot, going to the Nether Ghost Domain, because that is where Dongshuan was, and where Duanjiang was, and because compared to that, my home county is a parking lot. A ghostwood boat went over my head, the 500 million entry model, and I stood in a field and watched it go with my whole heart. Then it stopped and came back down. The man aboard was Zheng Gong. Dung was 3,000 miles out from Yuming City with ghost tides twice a day and the real possibility of a third-rank ghost general he couldn't outrun, and he had just spotted me, a fresh second rebirth standing in the middle of nowhere with no flying treasure at all, and I watched him arrive at the obvious idea. His actual thought, and he was not subtle about it, this person seems to be extremely poor. Dung landed to hire a bodyguard. I had my disguise up. I kept my real name, purely to see what would happen. That. Z. Xie Yun. Dung froze for a second and looked at me harder than I liked. Then he laughed. You and one of my classmates have the same name. I was just stunned for a moment. In his memory, me was a nobody who would be about level 1 by now. I rubbed my nose. That's quite a coincidence. We shook on it. 7 days of running became 3 days of sitting. Twice on the way we dropped the boat's concealing formation, and I sat completely still with him while a third-rank ghost general went past overhead, throwing sand and stone off the ridgeline, because it flies faster than the boat does, and being seen would have been the whole fight. By the second night, Zhenggang had decided we were friends. Brother Shi, we are kindred spirits. We must look out for each other in Yuming City from now on. Then, quieter. Yuming City is not like other places. It's best for us to keep a low profile. Dung was right, and I liked him for saying it. Yuming City has walls several hundred meters high, dark stone crawling with lit runes, tens of millions of people inside, and delegations from hundreds of cities. The soldiers patrolling the top of that wall are second rebirth ghost masters, which is to say every guard on that wall was stronger than me. Ghost Mountain City counts for almost nothing there, which is precisely why I picked it. You also cannot fly over. The crossbows on that wall will bring you down. Only a 5th rank ghost king simply steps over the top and keeps walking, and if you are that, nobody shoots at you anyway. Xuanming Pavilion runs out of a tower more than 100 floors high in the middle of the city. Zhenggang's plan was to get us both signed to it because it is first-rate, loose about its members, and takes freelancers. If you enter Yuming City without any identity, he said, the city guards will drive you out at night. They parked us in a tea room on the 46th floor and left us there for half an hour. Then Deng Xuan came in and hugged him. We're classmates, and our 3-year friendship is genuine. There's no need to be so reserved with me. Then he looked at the stranger. I'm Si Yun. Deng Xuan laughed out loud. It's that kid. And then he told a story about me. About a proud boy who never once flattered the cultivator children, whose eyes were extremely deep, not like a young person's at all. Dung wasn't wrong about that either. I'd already lived one life by then. Then the two of them talked for half an hour about school and about people I knew, and at some point they forgot there was a third person in the room. I sat with my tea and watched a ghost general and a silver deacon rebuild their friendship, and I did not exist. Deng Xuan left. Zhenggang apologized, embarrassed. It's me, I said, the outsider, causing you trouble. Under Deng Xuan's guarantee, I got registered as a bronze deacon, which is the entry rank for a second rebirth and lets you command 10 members. Silver comes at level 50, gold at level 100 perfection. Zhenggang was silver. The perks are real, and I took all of them. Contribution points, which at volume buy second rebirth legendary gear. And a company apartment, which mattered to me more than it sounds, because a plain house in Yuming City costs 5 billion federal currency, and anything near the center starts in the tens of billions, and I had 100 million and a hole in my elbow. And then they explained the money, and my 100 million quietly died. Federal currency is nearly worthless in my city. The real currency is the Ghost Spirit Stone, which powers formations, alchemy, forging, and can be eaten directly for experience. 100 million federal currency buys 100 Ghost Spirit Stones, my entire fortune. The whole reason I had felt clever for 2 weeks. 100 stones. Still, that first morning was one of the best of my life, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise. 100 square meters near the tower, a hot shower with no time limit, a full night of sleep in a bed. coffee behind floor-to-ceiling glass while the city ran neon and fireworks below, because ghosts do not come into Yuming City, not even fourth-rank ones, and people out there were walking around at night just to walk around. For about 20 minutes, I wasn't a cultivator at all. I was a guy with an apartment. It was extremely familiar, and it was warm. Then I opened the job board. Security guard. Level 100 first rebirth minimum. 1 ghost spirit stone per month. Academy tutor. Second rebirth minimum. 3 ghost spirit stones per month. If I applied for a position in this city, I could be an academy tutor, back to work. Both my destruction skills had grown a new line since the tribulation, upgradable, with a proficiency bar under it. 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder sat at 2% because I had cast it exactly once. Vajra Subduing Demon's Sword was at 12. So I went back into the mountain of skill books in the Illusionist's Ring, looking for anything a Taoist could hold, and found one. Ghost Controlling Art, capture rate 3%, maximum of 3 ghosts, only works on ghosts weaker than you. Too weak. I learned it anyway because by now I knew exactly what happens when I learn things. Binding spirits and commanding generals. Capture rate 100%, capacity 10, and it works on ghosts a full realm above me, extremely violent, use with caution. I read that last line twice, mostly out of affection, a whole realm above me. As a second rebirth, that means 3rd rank ghost generals. It means the exact thing Zheng Gong and I had hidden from under a concealing formation 4 days earlier, twice, holding our breath. Go and collect 10 of those. Then leveling up stops requiring me to lift a finger at all. I can level up lying down. The pavilion assigned me to a squad before I could do any of that. 4 silver deacons, all level 50 and up, already bickering in the waiting room before I got there. A big man with arms like bridge cables, a balding old man, a quiet youth with a long sword who kept his eyes shut, and a woman with a face like a closed window. I came in, apologized for the wait, and showed my token. Bronze. What a joke, the woman said. Why did Xuanming Pavilion match us with a bronze deacon? Isn't this just adding to our burden? The mission was Blood Moon Valley. Level 50 ghosts, 2nd tier. Deng's a newbie who just reached the 2nd rebirth. Going there would be suicide. Most importantly, it will drag us down. The youth with the sword opened his eyes for the first and only time. If you ask me, the 4 of us are enough. 4 to nothing. The old man nodded helplessly, which is a specific way of voting yes. Kid, you can only do this by yourself. If you fail the task and get expelled from Xuanming Pavilion, that's your own bad luck. They filed out. Nobody looked back except the old man, who gave me a look of pure pity and then left too. I sat in an empty lounge and thought about it for maybe 4 seconds. Am I kicked out of the team? That's good too. It's actually much more convenient to work alone. The task was 100 Blood Moon Grass, ordered by a 4th rank Ghost Sect member of the pavilion, who I am certain has never seen Blood Moon Valley in his life. The higher-ups talk. The people below run themselves ragged. Nothing about this world is original. I didn't go to Blood Moon Valley. I went to find a ghost tide. 1 cast of 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder over several thousand 2nd-tier ghosts, each one of which is worth a full 2nd rebirth ghost master. And to my genuine surprise, some of them ate 2 or 3 bolts before they came apart. A whole day of that. Level 0 to level 10. 10 levels in a day, after going 0 to 110. Breaths. Which taught me a useful piece of respect, actually. Those 4 silver deacons had all reached level 50. They probably all had tricks I hadn't seen. The proficiency bars were the real payoff. Thunder went from 2% to 23. Vajra went from 12 to 46. 3 days and tens of thousands of ghosts later, I hit level 50, 2nd rebirth, which put me exactly level with the 4 people who had voted me off their team. Vajra Subduing Demon's Sword went to 55 too, attack up 30,000%. Against ghosts, 50,000. 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder followed it, 20,000 and 40,000. I could have applied for Silver Deacon that afternoon. I didn't, and I want to be honest that this was pure vanity. I decided to wait until level 100 perfection and go straight to Golden. Get it done in one go. Then I went to Mengui Slope, which is a place cultivators talk about the way sailors talk about a particular reef. Every ghost there is level 100 2nd tier. Any single one of them could have wiped out that Silver Deacon squad. They come in tides. I turned it into a farm. The thunderclouds started regathering within minutes of each cast, which is not how that skill is supposed to work and which I chose not to question. The slope burned black. My pool had gotten deep enough to cast twice in a row, which changed the shape of everything. 5 days. Level 50 to level 100 perfection. Under 10 days for the whole 2nd rebirth. Under a month since I sat on a bed with peeling paint and read the word D rank. And then the experience stopped, because there is always another gate. Job change item from a boss, then the 2nd lightning tribulation, then ghost general. I did not let myself feel clever, and I want that on record. There are 99 other professions on that steely. 99 other people out there who woke up as freaks. They are the competition, not Zhao Guang. The Golden Deacon package, once I applied for it, was obscene. A 500 square meter detached villa in Yuming City, which I could not have bought at any price because the land belongs to factions and factions do not sell. Butlers, servants, and a salary of 100 ghost spirit stones a month, payable to me 1,200 upfront for the year. 100 million federal currency a month for lying down, and protection, which mattered more. Kill a golden deacon, and the pavilion has to answer for its own face in public, and organizations will do things for their face that they would never do for a person. To apply, I had to summon an elder. Zhang Zhengtang arrived in loose martial arts clothes with his hands behind his back, mid-yawn, radiating the exact energy of a man who has been interrupted during a nap. Boy, summoning elders at will be punished if it turns out to be a minor matter. I want to apply for Golden Deacon. His mouth was still open from the yawn. Dung picked at his ear, physically, in front of me, on the assumption that he had misheard. Then his face darkened. Kid, are you kidding me? I let my aura out. Level 100. Perfection. Second rebirth. I have never watched a man's face rearrange itself so quickly. The yawn died. The hands came out from behind his back. With your abilities, how did you become a bronze deacon? That one I genuinely could not answer. The golden token teleported in, the bronze one went back, and Elder Jiang Zhengtang became my closest friend in the world. Young friend, my name is Zhang Zhengtang. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me. Let's get closer. Dung wasn't being warm. Dung was recruiting. Every golden deacon pledges to an elder, and the more golden deacons an elder holds, the harder it is to remove him from his chair. I had just become a vote. Then I went to the contribution pavilion to spend my new fortune, and got humbled again inside 2 minutes. 1 contribution point equals 1 ghost spirit stone. A second-tier dark gold breastplate called Black Demon Armor, 1,320 stones. A second-tier dark gold spear, 1,480. My entire annual salary was 1,200. A full second-tier set runs into the tens of thousands of stones, and it wouldn't even be a match set with a set bonus. It would just be 7 expensive strangers. Too poor. So I skipped the gear entirely, which sounds insane and wasn't. My 2 destruction skills are worth more than any legendary set in that building. What I actually needed was transport, because getting to Mengui Slope on foot had eaten a full day each way, and I was going to be doing that a lot. Ghostwood boat. 450 stones, 300 kilometers an hour. That was Zheng Gang's boat, and it was now beneath me, which I felt slightly bad about. Black Demon boat. 2,000 kilometers an hour, 6,000 stones. Not in this decade. Ghost Mist ship. 850 kilometers an hour, 1,200 stones, which was precisely 1 year of my salary to the stone. Large. And cut with a ghost mist formation that makes it look, from the outside and from below, like a cloud going somewhere. I took the year's pay in advance and bought the ship Zheng Gang had been saving for and not managed to buy. It comes palm-sized. You throw it into the air and it unfolds into 12 meters of black hull, 20 meters long. In federal currency, 1.2 billion. You cannot loot these, by the way. Flying treasures never drop. They are made by artifact refiners, who are a support class and who are all richer than the people they equip. Then I went shopping for staff. Deep in the Nether Ghost domain is Ghost General country, and a Ghost General's combat power is thousands of times a second rebirths. Destruction skills or not, I could not fight one. I stayed on the rim, which is where I found 3,000 green silk. She hung inside a black cloud, a female ghost with hair several hundred meters long, every strand sharper than a knife. One sweep took the top off a small mountain in front of me. Level 10, 3rd rebirth. Ghost General. Binding spirits and commanding generals took her before she finished the sweep. 1 second she was weather. The next she was a small gray ball orbiting my shoulder. I did not release her again. Terrifying to look at, and frankly, an eyesore. Then I found the nesting ground, and inside half a day all 10 slots were full. 10 ghost generals on a leash in a bracelet, on a boat I could not really afford. Right. Now we can go do the Blood Moon Valley mission. The squad crawled out of Blood Moon Valley 10 days after they went in. That valley has a red moon overhead day and night and shadows that drain a living person on contact, which I did not know yet. The 4 of them staggered out and collapsed in the grass. The sword youth was possessed sick, his face going white then red in waves, his blade notched. The cold woman had a ghost's hand grown through her shoulder. The big man was coughing. It's all my pavilion's fault for matching us with a bronze deacon, she said. This Blood Moon Valley mission is designed for 5 people, the big man agreed. They had about 90 of the 100 Blood Moon grass. The missing 20 were my problem and none of their business. Minutes after they left, a cloud parked over the valley and became a ship. Blood Moon Valley is rated for level 60. To me, it was a garden with the lights off. Then my golden token went hot enough to notice through cloth and a red urgent letter unfolded out of it. Icewind Valley, Solo assignment, because I was the only golden deacon within range. 2,000 contribution points, which is more than a second-tier dark gold piece costs. I hesitated for about 3 seconds, and it jumped to 3,000. I did briefly consider hesitating some more. Then I decided against squeezing a 4th-rank ghost sect patron on the first job, because one should be kind to others and because I wanted to still have a career. Accepted. Then I went into Blood Moon Valley and picked my 20 Blood Moon grass. It took a little over 10 minutes. 10 days, 4 professionals, 1 shoulder wound, 1 possession, and a notched sword. 10 minutes and a stroll. On the ride home, the 4 of them had finally become a team, which is the part I'd rather not have known. The sword youth had taken the possession shielding the cold woman. I owe you a favor. We're all on the same team. No need for this. She was still cheerful about me, though. That kid will definitely fail the Blood Moon Valley mission. Dung'll be kicked out of Nanming Pavilion. Then the pavilion could assign them a real 5th. Their tokens went hot in the middle of that conversation. Emergency mobilization. Mandatory. Refusal means expulsion. Only golden deacons are allowed to decline. They were at about 70% strength and had 1 comfort to hold on to, which they said out loud to each other more than once on the way. The mission description mentions that a golden deacon is leading the team. Icewind Valley sits at 70 below year-round and is full of level 70 ice demons. 50 silver deacons assembled in a frost forest 10 miles out, and old Zhao, the balding one, went around greeting friends and complaining that he had come straight from Blood Moon Valley without a single breath in between. Then the brief landed and it turned out to be a rescue. The junior I had been sent to collect was Mei Feng, 12 years old, S-rank profession, grandson of a 4th-rank ghost sect heavyweight of Nanming Pavilion. Dung and 2 other children had killed the young master of the Asura sect. The Asura sect had responded the way sects do, and by the time I got the file, their experts were hunting 3 kids inside the valley, while 2 second-rank completion stage men held the only entrance. The silver deacons were honest about it, which I respected. A perfection-level powerhouse at the second rebirth is equivalent to a golden deacon. Facing such an opponent, we have no chance of winning. At the valley mouth, the 2 Asura men sat cross-legged behind a Shuluo formation, which is a wall of black mist that pulls in low-grade ghosts and fuses them together into a 3rd-rank ghost general. Theirs was nearly finished condensing, and blocked outside, unable to break in, were 2 other groups with 100 people between them, the Ancient Moon Tower under a woman named Mei Ling, and the Mo family under Mo Ting-yu. Both of them had children in there too. 3 kids had killed that young master, and all 3 families had come. The people from Nanming Pavilion haven't arrived yet, Mei Ling said, cold. No rush, said Mo Ting-yu, smiling. They both knew they couldn't go in without our golden deacon because the gap between a second rebirth and a ghost general is over 1,000 times, and no amount of enthusiasm closes it. Our 50 silver deacons arrived, and the other 2 groups laughed at them openly. What use is a silver deacon? And they dare to call themselves a top-tier force in Yuming City. 50 grown professionals stood in the snow and went red, and then started a shouting match they could not possibly win, because the one card that ends that argument was me, and I was still in the air somewhere north of them. Mei Ling and Mo Ting-yu let it run, because humiliating Nanming Pavilion cost them nothing. Then a cloud came in low over the frost forest and stopped moving like a cloud. 50 heads turned. On deck, I had already read the brief and had 1 small gray ball rolling across my palm. With 10 3rd-rank ghost generals, any 2nd-rank ghost master can be handled easily. The mist opened. I walked out in a white robe with a 2nd-rank completion stage aura hanging off me like a coat. 50 silver deacons saluted at once, in one voice, loud enough to knock snow off the branches. Greetings, Your Excellency. And then every one of them turned and grinned at the Mo family, which was the most satisfying part of the whole trip. Then 4 people in that crowd raised their heads and saw my face. The cold woman went white. The big man rubbed both eyes with the heels of his hands like a cartoon. This. I must be seeing things. The sword youth's pupils blew open. Old Zhao's eyes nearly left his head. How did me become a golden deacon in 10 days? That's too mythical. All 4 of them put their heads down and moved backward into the crowd, and the woman bit her lip because she had been the first to vote. I want to be fair here. 10 days earlier, Zheng Silver Deacon token had looked to me like something on a mountaintop. I know exactly how that gap feels from the bottom. I found them in the crowd anyway. What a coincidence. Introductions were made. Mei Ling of the Ancient Moon Tower, cold, blaming me for being late. And then the other one. My name is Mo Ting-yu, from the Mo family. I kept my voice extremely level. The Mo family? Which Mo family? The Mo family of Ghost Mountain City. My mind went completely blank, and I stood there in the snow doing a very good impression of a man being introduced to a stranger. Dung was in a full 2nd-tier dark gold set, probably matched. So was she. Standing between them in my first-tier white jade, I looked like a perfection stage expert who had wandered in from a discount rack, and I watched both of them notice it and decide something about me. Dung was extremely friendly. Dung wanted to be friends. Dung was about to say so. And then the tracking talisman in his bracelet lit up. The one he had printed off his nephew's death in a clearing, tens of millions of currency, sitting dark in his pocket through every mile of Icewind Valley. It came on standing next to me. Nothing more needed explaining to him after that. The mysterious, powerful figure was a young man in outdated gear who had just told him a small lie about the Mo family. Killing intent went across his face and was buried so fast I nearly missed it. Dung needed me to break the formation first, so we bowed to each other. Brother Z, Brother Mo. Two men smiling in the snow, each already planning the other's funeral. Now that everyone's here, said Mei Ling, who had missed all of it, what are we waiting for? I looked the Shuluo formation over properly. It forces low-grade ghosts together into a ghost general, and a forced one is much weaker than the real thing. Weaker specifically than 3000 green silk, who was at that moment a gray marble in my bracelet. For the other two, though, it was close to unwinnable. Stop keeping us in suspense, Mei Ling said. The people inside are probably about to collapse. Mo Tingyu answered with secret voice transmission, which is a rare and expensive skill. Lips moving and no sound leaving him, delivered to exactly 2 sets of ears. Blood drawing technique. Here is what that is. You mark a person, and after that, every ghost in range wants them and cannot want anything else. The mark does not come off. It ends when the ghost dies or when the person does. Each of our 3 forces will send 5 people as bait, he said, and he smiled while he said it. Throw 15 marked people into the formation, let the ghost general chase them, and walk in behind it while it's busy. Mei Ling hesitated because she could do the arithmetic on who comes back out. Dung talked her round in under a minute. Miss Ling, your ancient moon tower has plenty of guest elders. Just send 5, isn't this? The very purpose for which we, these powerful forces, support these guest elders. His own 5 were Mo family retainers, not one Mo by birth among them. The death of a few is no great matter, and you can always recruit more. I already knew who my 5 were. Why 5? I asked. If there are fewer, we won't be able to delay the ghost general for long. These families genuinely think of a person as a unit of delay. I filed that away. Out of the Xuanming Pavilion contingent stepped exactly 4 people. The big man, old Zhao, the cold woman, the youth with the notched sword. Their faces had gone the color of the snow. They wanted to refuse. They couldn't, because I was the golden deacon, and I could have killed them on the spot for it. Why are there only 4? Mo Tingyu asked. There are only 4 left, I said. The 14 of them went in, and the black mist closed behind them. Don't worry, Mo Tingyu called after them, warm as a host. We'll cover your retreat. You're just scouting ahead. They knew. Every one of them knew exactly what they were. You can hear it in how quiet people get. Then 5 completion stage experts hit the valley mouth at once, and I got my first look at what that tier actually does. Mei Ling snapped out a fiery red ribbon, 2nd tier dark gold, and took the face off a mountain with it. The 2 Asura men had full 2nd tier sets of their own. Mo Tingyu grew arms out of the rock and swung the rock. I fought at about 1/10. I know how that sounds. But there was a man on that field with a lit talisman in his pocket who was going to come at me the moment the Asura sect was gone, and if I showed him the top of my range now, he would spend the walk over there rebuilding his plan. Let him keep the plan he already had. So I looked expensive adjacent and slightly out of my depth in my outdated white jade, and I was quietly ashamed of it the entire time, which I think is the only honest thing to say about that. Mo Tingyu and Mei Ling broke one Asura's breastplate and killed his set bonus, and both Asura men pulled back into their own formation and then decided that a fight they could no longer control was not worth their lives. They left. Mei Ling wanted to chase. Mo Tingyu didn't. No rush. Let those 14 lure the ghost general away first. I want to be clear that I am not a kind man. In my previous life, I believed in paying people back for what they did to me, and dying did not update that belief. We walked in over them. The cold woman was first, on her back with her chest opened and her eyes still wide. Then the sword youth. Then old Zhao. I looked once. Then I looked ahead. The forced ghost general was still chasing the survivors somewhere off to the left. Mei Ling asked whether we should collect the rest of the bait. No, said Mo Tingyu. We still need a few people to hold off the fierce ghost. She agreed easily because all 5 of hers were already gone and the remainder weren't hers. We passed the big man on our way through. Dung was finished, and he knew it, and he still had the air left to scream at me. Help me! I snorted and kept walking. They narrowed their own path. Deep in the valley, 3 12-year-olds stood back to back holding off several dozen Asura experts, which tells you what an S-rank profession looks like before it grows up. Mo Ziyu of the Mo family, complaining loudly and continuously. Mei Jiao of the ancient moon tower, in pink, needling him. I, a mere woman, haven't complained, and you, a grown man, are crying out in pain. And Mei Feng of Xuanming Pavilion, who kept saying, into a fight nobody was winning, that someone would definitely come to rescue them soon. Mo Tingyu got there first and made sure everyone heard him. Ziyu, your 8th uncle is here to save you. Mo Ziyu started gloating before his uncle had landed. Our Mo family has arrived. In times of crisis, you still have to rely on our Mo family. Then, to the only kid whose family hadn't shown up yet, with the specific cruelty available to 12-year-olds. Mei Feng, where are your people from Xuanming Pavilion? Why hasn't anyone come to rescue you? I was about 4 seconds out at that point, which I regret because I would have liked to arrive on that line. Then 50 silver deacons came around the corner behind a man in a white robe. Mei Feng's whole face changed. You're Mei Feng, grandfather Mei Tianhui's grandson? Yes, my name is Zi Yun, brother Z. That was it. 12 years old, S-rank profession, adopted me on the spot. And that was when the valley shook because Mo Tingyu had been quietly seeding earth-yellow talismans into the rocks the entire time we walked. An earth spirit array came up around all of us, and gravity got heavy enough to put people on one knee. It did nothing to him at all. Mo Tingyu, what are you doing? Mei Ling was genuinely furious. The Asura sect had already left. Who was this for? Mei Ling, this has nothing to do with you. And he turned and looked at me. She pulled the ancient moon tower back and wrote me off in about 1 second, which was fair, based on the evidence she had. Full first-tier gear, a feeble showing at the valley mouth, not in the same league. Mo Ziyu was delighted. Uncle Ba is about to unleash his power. The silver deacons started panicking because their own golden deacon was visibly the smaller man here and they were standing behind him. Brother C, said Mei Feng. I patted his shoulder and moved him to the back. Then I turned my hand over. 10 small gray marbles sitting in my palm. Mo Tingyu grew to 2 meters in rock armor and walked toward me through his own gravity field like it was a nice day. Kid, bumping into you this time is quite an unexpected bonus. Some of the people watching closed their eyes rather than see it. A full 2nd-tier dark gold set is worth hundreds of times combat power, and the professional assessment in that valley was that Mo Tingyu could kill 10 of me and go home for lunch. I threw the marbles at him. You have to understand how that looked. 10 harmless little gray beads lobbed underhand at a 2-meter man made of rock. Somebody actually said the word childish. Mo Tingyu didn't guard. Why would he? They opened in midair. 10 3,000 green silk came out screaming, hair unfolding hundreds of meters in every direction, and the yin qi went up and took the sky. Mei Ling said impossible out loud because she recognized them, not the patched-together thing at the valley mouth. Real ghost generals, the kind that fly, the kind she had spent her career avoiding. 10 of them. How did he manage to control it? Mo Tingyu's face went dead pale, and he understood the whole afternoon at once. Every 1/10 swing, the friendly bow, the question about which Mo family. Deng had calculated everything. Then he ran, which was the single worst available option, because binding is what 3,000 green silk are for. The hair came down over him like water. It wrapped him from the feet up until he looked like something tied for a festival. And there was one word, and then the strands closed. A fine red drizzle came down over that part of Icewind Valley. Some of it landed on Mo Ziyu's face. Deng wiped at it, and then he started shaking. Uncle Ba? The 10 didn't stop there. They went through the Mo family retinue while I stood still, and by the time it was quiet, the silver deacons behind me had stopped feeling relieved and started feeling something else. Somebody said the word out loud. Invincible realm. That is not a level. It is a title. And it means that inside your own realm, nobody beats you. Plenty of people own a full 2nd-tier dark gold set. Almost nobody gets called that. The ancient moon tower stood in the snow under 10 flying ghost generals and worked out that none of them would reach the tree line. Mei Ling produced a smile from somewhere. Brother C, I smiled back at her, and she told somebody afterward that it was the most frightened she had ever been of another person in her life. Apparently, I look somewhat like the king of hell when I do that. She specified that it was worse when I looked friendly. I let them all go. No grudge with the ancient moon tower, and killing 100 of their people buys a war I have no use for. 50 silver deacons bowed. I called the marbles back and walked out of the valley with a 12-year-old jogging to keep up. Here is why it had to happen in front of 100 witnesses. Everyone on that field saw Mo Tingyu build a trap and strike first. For no reason anybody could name, I defended myself, which means that even with the Mo family, I hold the higher ground, and their only available argument is that if a man tries to kill me, I should stand still for it, and it happened on a pavilion mission. which means Xuanming Pavilion now has to shield me or explain to the whole of Yuming City why a golden deacon can be attacked while working and get nothing. Nobody would ever pledge to them again. Two birds, one rock avalanche, none of which changes the other fact, which I sat with on the deck all the way home. The feud between me and the Mo family only gets deeper from here. We stopped at Ghost Fire Station on the side of a dead volcano, which is a rest point and also an intelligence exchange, and found two silver deacons playing chess under a dead tree to survive a half-month guard rotation. One was named Sun Zhuo, the other one was Zheng Gang. Silver deacon people like you and me are actually having a really tough time, Sun Zhuo was saying. Zheng Gang had a line ready about his connections. Deng Xuan is my old classmate. Then idly, it's been half a month and there's still no news from that kid. Deng had messaged me several times. I had not answered because I had been busy becoming a problem. Then the station alert came in that a golden deacon and a young master of Xuanming Pavilion were landing, and both of them ran outside and bowed at the ground. Zheng Gang? Deng looked up. Deng swayed slightly. Xie Yun? Then he laughed at himself and turned to Sun Zhuo, embarrassed for both of us. We've probably waited for the wrong person. My brother Xie Yun is just a bronze deacon. Deng assumed the ghost mist ship belonged to the kid standing next to me, because obviously, Mei Feng lost his temper on my behalf before I could say anything. The message asking you to receive guests was sent by Xuanming Pavilion, which I instructed. The people you're waiting for are Brother Z and me. And Brother Z is not the bronze deacon you're talking about. I let the concealment off. Second rank completion stage came down on that courtyard like a roof. My lord, said Sun Zhuo instantly. Zheng Gang slapped himself across both cheeks. In front of everyone, twice. How is this possible? Zi Yun, when did you advance to completion stage? That night in the lamplit hall, Sun Zhuo leaned in with the good gossip, which had beaten us to the station by half a day. Icewind Valley, dozens of Mo family retainers wiped out, every one of them a second rebirth expert, and worse. Mo Tingyu has been killed. This person is one of the core figures of the Mo family. Zheng Gang's hand started shaking. Deng pointed up at the guest room. You don't mean, it was him, do you? It is indeed Lord Golden Deacon. Sun Zhuo delivered his professional assessment of the man asleep upstairs. To do that, he said, you must be incredibly powerful, and you must also be a madman. Zheng Gang stared at my door. Definitely a killing machine. I don't know, said Sun Zhuo, if having a friend like this is a blessing or a curse. Zheng Gang rode home with me the next morning. Sun Zhuo waved us off with an enormous smile from the gate, and the second we cleared the ridge, he let out a breath and said, Phew, we've finally gotten rid of that plague. Deng had spent the whole evening planning to cultivate a golden deacon patron and the whole night reconsidering. On deck, Zheng Gang finally asked the question, Xie Yun, why did Mo Tingyu suddenly attack you? I told him the entire Icewind Valley story, all of it, every detail except one. Because the instant Xuanming Pavilion learns that this is a personal feud with a history, they have grounds to hand me over and keep their face intact. As long as it stays unprovoked, they have to stand behind their own golden deacon or stop being Xuanming Pavilion. I don't know, I said. Perhaps only Mo Tingyu himself knows the answer. Zheng Gang chewed his lip about what the pavilion leadership would decide. Privately, I agreed with him. That was the one hole in the plan, and I'd known it when I dug it. Mei Feng thumped his own chest. Brother Shi, Xuanming Pavilion would never do such a thing. Even if we take a step back, there's still my grandfather, Mei Tianhui, 4th rank Ghost Sect Realm. My 1.2 billion currency ship looked shabby the moment I brought it into Yuming City airspace, because a ghost dragon 100 meters long came down beside me with a 4th rank Ghost Sect expert standing on its head like a man on a balcony. Country bumpkin again. For me, it never really stops. In the lobby of the Xuanming building, people stopped walking to look at me. Is he Zi Yun? This guy's a killing machine. Amazing. I like his personality. Deng's caused a huge disaster. Deng wiped out dozens of Mo family elders, plus a core member. And then the title again, passed around the lobby like a coin. Invincible Realm. It is said that his invincible method is controlling 10 Ghost General Realm spirits. Xuanming Pavilion itself only has a handful of people who get called that. Zheng Gang watched me cross the lobby with open envy, and I know exactly what he was thinking, because I'd have thought it too. With that title on his name, he could stand up straight in the class group chat for the rest of his life. I was doing different arithmetic. I had come to this city specifically to be nobody, and I had been famous for 4 days. Mei Feng was delivered home. 3,000 contribution points arrived, and then the Mo family formally demanded that Xuanming Pavilion hand me over, and the pavilion split down the middle, and my life became a discussion in rooms I was not invited into. One camp said no. I was attacked without provocation on a pavilion mission in front of 50 silver deacons and the entire ancient moon tower, and none of that can be argued with. Hand him over, and where does Xuanming Pavilion put its face? Who would ever seek refuge with them again? The other camps said one golden deacon is not worth a war with the Mo family. That went on for 3 days. 3 days of standing at a window in a villa I had been given for free, listening to strangers debate whether I would be traded away, which is a very specific flavor of powerless. Our strength is still too weak. Ghost General Realm is the only thing that makes a man a king. Xuanming Pavilion is a roof, and roofs are temporary, and I had let myself get comfortable under one. Everybody in that building avoided me for 3 days, except Zheng, who came, every single one of them, having spent the whole day badgering every person he had ever met on my behalf. I did not expect that. I want to be honest that it landed somewhere. On the 3rd day, he brought Ding Xuan, who had no intention of getting involved and had come only because Zheng Gang would not stop asking. Deng Xuan was straight with me, which I appreciated. You really surprised me. Then the real question, the ghost control. Is it a secret art or is it a class skill? Because if it were an art, and I handed it over, the heavyweights of Xuanming Pavilion would put me behind them and the Mo family could do nothing at all. I would not have traded it either way, and I knew that while I was answering. Sorry, it's a skill from my profession. Deng looked at me for 2 full seconds and then sighed, because a class skill cannot be taken off a man even by killing him, which meant I was worth nothing to anybody except as a liability. Xie Yun, your situation is very troublesome. I can only promise to do my best to mediate. Whether you succeed or not depends on your fate. Zheng couldn't look at me. This is the limit of what I can do. I'll remember this favor. 2 more days. Then Mei Tianhui came down on it personally and said the pavilion would protect me and would never hand me over, and both factions went quiet immediately because the surrender camp had only ever wanted it on the grounds that I was a nobody, and a 4th-rank ghost sect elder saying otherwise upgrades a nobody very quickly. The Mo family's reply was pure contempt. Fine. Let him hide inside Xuanming Pavilion like a coward for the rest of his life. The day he steps outside, he dies. In a lounge somewhere, Mei Feng shook his grandfather's arm while the old man flipped through television channels. Grandpa, please think of another way. We can't let Brother Z be trapped in Xuanming Pavilion forever, can we? It's already the limit of what Grandpa can do. Mo Tingyu was core family. Nothing short of a 5th-rank ghost king stepping in moves that. Xuanming Pavilion has 2, and both of them are old ancestors nobody would trouble over a golden deacon. Mei Feng deflated all the way down. Brother C got into this mess because he was saving me. I've dragged him down with me. In his office, Deng Xuan and Zheng Gang arrived at the sensible plan, which was that I should stay indoors for a year or so until the Mo family got bored. Then Deng Xuan mentioned in passing that he was being transferred to the ancient land, and I put my cup down. Most dangerous place in the Nether Ghost domain, 3rd-tier country. People also call it the ancient treasure land, because legendary equipment drops there, and occasionally red. I heard Duanjiang is in the ancient land, Zheng Gang said. Deng Xuan's face did something complicated. Deng had been chasing her for years, and the 4th turn, lightning tribulation, is harder than climbing to heaven and mostly kills people. Duanjiang is in the ancient land. An assistant came through the door about 90 seconds later. Your friend, Xie Yun, has left Xuanming Pavilion. Zheng Gang came off the sofa. Is he out of his mind? And I hadn't snuck. That was the part that traveled. I walked out the front, concealing nothing, straight through Yuming City and out the gate. The whole pavilion decided I had lost my mind. Deng Xuan smiled for the first time since he'd met me. I really underestimated him. Mei Tianhui put it more carefully. Your brother Z is truly extraordinary. Then to his grandson, I've done all I can. Since he's made this choice, now it's up to fate. The Mo family read it as flight and answered in half an hour. 3 figures left the Mo group building, 2 Ghost General Realm experts and 1 Invincible Realm prodigy. Everybody watching wrote me off. The pavilion leadership shrugged and moved on to the next agenda item. I stood on my own deck and looked back at the walls. The Mo family, huh? I'll be waiting for you deep in the Nether Ghost domain. Let's find out whether your family kills me or whether I take every strong member of it apart. Hiding was never the plan. I left to break into Ghost General Realm because hiding doesn't suit my personality and because a roof you can be evicted from is not a roof. The hunters were Mo Jing and Mo Wei, both ghost generals around level 30 of the 3rd rebirth, each wearing at least 1 piece of 3rd-tier legendary gear, and Mo Zedong, my hunter's own Invincible Realm prodigy, who had volunteered for this specifically because he wanted to measure himself against another one. Deng will be a stepping stone on my path to invincibility. They tracked me by talisman and spent the first 2 days confused because I wasn't running for a border. I was circling deeper into the domain. I was shopping. I had been feeding my captured ghosts into ghost tides on repeat to farm proficiency. Capture 10, watch them get taken apart, capture 10 more. Extremely stupid, extremely effective. At 100% it upgraded. Binding Spirits and Commanding Generals, LV2, capacity 50. I restocked with 50 giant axe bull demons, level 20, third rebirth, 3 meters tall, rusted axes, no personality whatsoever, 50 gray beads, orbiting. Then I sat down in a canyon and waited for them. They came in with the 2 ghost generals walking on air and Mo Zedong being carried between them like a chick, which visibly ruined his entrance. Put me down. Mo Jing didn't like what he saw. The boy waiting for them showed no fear at all, and he concluded that this child could not be allowed to live. You are Zi Yun? You dare to challenge me? I yawned at him. I genuinely couldn't help it. We've been waiting for you for ages. You're really slow. Deng started on the speech again, and I cut in, honestly puzzled. What you're saying is very strange. Aren't you here to kill me? You talk too much nonsense. Deng made a sound like a man swallowing a stone. Then he lit up his invincible technique, and I will admit it was beautiful. Netherworld ghost fire, deep blue, freezing instead of burning, frost racing out across the canyon floor, and blue wings opening off his back. It strips the flesh off whatever it touches and leaves the frame. Aren't you going to release those 10 fierce ghosts yet? I stroked my chin. Who said I only have one invincible skill? Privately, at that moment, my thought was that Vajra's subduing demon sword had never once been used on a human being, and here was a volunteer who had picked his own spot and was standing very still in it. Full power, LV2. A golden sun opened in that canyon. Both walls came down. When the light went out, there was a trench cut through the floor where my hunter's prodigy had been standing, and no Mo family prodigy. Deng never raised a defense. Deng hadn't had time to decide to. The 2 ghost generals hung in the air without moving, as though they had agreed in advance to stand still and let me chop. Zedong. Mo Jing went scarlet. You have some nerve. And Mo Wei arrived at the actually frightening thought, which is that the boy in front of them had more than one invincible method, and nobody has more than one. That is what the word means. Kill him. 50 gray beads opened into 50 elite giant axe demons, level 50, third rebirth, which is not an army, but is absolutely a traffic jam. Both ghost generals disappeared into it. I didn't try to kill them. 50 elites can delay a ghost general. They cannot beat one, and I knew the difference. So I turned around and strolled off. Gentlemen, you two enjoy yourselves. I won't keep you company any longer. Mo Jing lost his footing in pure rage and very nearly had his head taken off by one of my rentals. 3 more days out there. 30 plus second-tier bosses. Still no job change item, but enough drops to finally assemble a full second-tier dark gold set and retire the white jade, which I felt oddly sentimental about. And another Taoist book. Huang Zhong spell. Defense up 25%. Ghost damage taken down 12. Taoist skills are still so weak. Gen. Tian Divine Bell. Destruction level, defensive. Defense increased 15,000%. Damage taken from ghosts reduced by 25,000%. That was the moment I finally understood what I was actually carrying. Not power, a profession. Only a man whose class itself is exceptional gets to be a king, and everything else in this world is rented. Also, I started wondering what that bell looks like at LV10 and who exactly is supposed to break it. The job change item came off the next boss. A white beam, and inside the orb, a section of broken golden bone with demon-suppressing runes drifting around it and something in it that I can only describe as divinity. Whose leg is this? How does a bone do that? I decided not to investigate because Ghost General Realm multiplies your base by thousands, and I had 2 men in the field who wanted me dead. I crushed it. The tribulation cloud came down over the whole Black Valley and started gathering the lightning of the 9 heavens. 100 miles out, the 2 ghost generals were having the worst week of their professional lives. Days of chasing 1 second rebirth child. If this got back to Yuming City, they would be a punchline for a decade. What actually broke Mo Jing was the arithmetic. Deng would destroy all 50 captured ghosts, and 50 more would appear. Never 49. 50. It was, he said, an endless stream. Deng was telling himself the kid had to run out eventually when me stopped and looked at the horizon. Brother, that kid seems to be undergoing tribulation. Mo Jing had nearly died in his own 3rd tribulation. Deng knew exactly what that sky meant. Stop this kid. The 3rd tribulation kills 7 people in 10. Its first bolt is worse than the last bolt of the second one. Mo Jing knew all of that, and he decided not to sit on a hill and hope. There's always a chance of something going wrong. If he breaks through to Ghost General Realm, killing him will be even more difficult. They came in through the storm and found me sitting inside an ocean of lightning on my 7th bolt, looking mildly interested. That was the part that frightened Mo Wei, not the sky, the composure. Deng said later that I looked like a man on vacation and that the temperament alone was terrifying. I answered the interruption by throwing 50 marbles at them without getting up. 50 fierce ghosts should buy me 2 breaths, which is enough for 2 more heavenly lightnings. Then I went back to looking up. 8 down, and then the 9th didn't come. It gathered and took its time about it. Both of them broke free of the giant axe demons at exactly that moment. So that was the most dangerous instant of my life to date. The 9th heavenly thunder above me, a spear on my left, a blade on my right, all 3 arriving together. Let's see what you're going to use to block this now. By the Celestial Master's Edict. Gentian Divine Bell. A golden bell 5 meters tall dropped over me, 8-sided script crawling across its skin. Cranes on the shoulder of it, a white tiger with its mouth open, a dragon going up through cut cloud, not enough. I stacked a second bell over the first, not enough. More. 10 bells, one inside the next, until my energy was completely gone and I was, functionally, a man hiding in a very ornate tortoise shell. The first bell shattered, and it ate 20% of everything. By the 4th bell, both Ghost General's full power attacks were finished. Dead. Absorbed. 2 men whose base power was 1,000 times mine, stopped by 4 layers of a defensive skill that cost me nothing to learn. Impossible. Mojing's face went white and then red in front of an audience of 2, publicly beaten by a second-tier cultivator, and me was very nearly screaming. The 3rd invincible method? Just how many invincible methods does this kid have? 1 is the ceiling, that is what the word means. The 9th thunder ate 8 bells and died against the 9th with a sound like a temple at dawn. 2 bells left standing. I was through. My only regret was timing. I'd found that bell 3 days earlier. At LV2 the 9th probably wouldn't have cracked a single one. The clouds went. The rain stopped. The valley smelled like a struck match for a mile in every direction. Mo Jing was doing frantic arithmetic. What profession is this? S rank. No. An S rank alone cannot produce this. SS? Deng came to the only sane conclusion available to him. Retreat. Go home. Report. Make the family send someone who ends it. If we don't crush it now while it's weak, it becomes uncontrollable. Then a voice behind them, cold and empty as the underside of the world. Where are you going? The bells came apart. I stood up as a ghost general, and I took 1 step into the air, which is the thing a second rebirth can never do no matter how hard he wants it. Mojing actually sneered, and I understand why. I was level 0 of a realm he had lived in for years. Brother, said Mo Wei, let's leave for now. This kid is very strange. Look at you, so pathetic. What can he do to us? Here's what had changed. Base combat power multiplies by 1,000 at Ghost General. My 30,000% now multiplies a base of 1,000 instead of a base of 1. 3rd rank invincible realm on day 1 of the realm. People spend years getting to level 100 perfection to even attempt that. 1 sword. Mo Jing's sneer stopped halfway through his face because he could feel what was inside the light, and he turned to run, and it was already there. The ground split. The forest lay down flat. It rained red across the whole valley. Neither brother came out of it. Then my own second-tier dark gold longsword shattered in my hand. It's so crispy. The drops were 2 third-tier legendary pieces, a spear and a breastplate, level 30 grade. Legendary gear tiers every 10 levels all the way to level 100, so these were entry models, and they were still worth more than everything I had owned a week earlier. Both came out of it without a scratch, which was insulting in a way I chose to find funny. Their spatial bracelets shattered in the strike. Everything inside them went into spatial turbulence and is gone forever. I try not to think about that too hard. Ghost General makes you elder rank anywhere in this world. I looked at the golden token in my palm for a while. I had spent 3 days as an agenda item. I had watched a first-rate power discuss whether to trade me for peace, and the only reason the answer came back no was that a 12-year-old wouldn't stop pulling on his grandfather's sleeve. If that's how it is, why should I stay at Xuanming Pavilion? I closed my fist. The pieces fell through my fingers, and I filed the withdrawal that afternoon. Then I sat down and made a different decision. After being hunted by the Mo family for that long, it was time to collect some interest. Not defense. Not deterrence. Anyone who lays a hand on me gets repaid 10 times over, which is why I set course for the ancient land. That is where the Mo family keeps its bases. That is where all of their third-tier elders were gathered for the season, and it is a place where gold gear is ordinary, dark gold is nothing, legendaries drop daily, and red mythic occasionally appears. It is also full of yin cities garrisoned by ghost soldiers, the weakest of which sits at level 100 perfection. Nowhere in this world hands you anything for free. 2 third-tier elders of Xuanming Pavilion played chess over an incense burner while my file crossed their desk. Deng crushed the token, said Wu Jian. Deng's got some nerve. Does he really think he's someone important? The token is the pavilion's face, crushing it in public. Says out loud that Xuanming Pavilion is useless. Guo Hong was colder about it and closer to right. Deng wasn't anyone's son or nephew. just an outsider. Such people are extremely prone to harboring disloyal thoughts and rebelling. Besides, Xuanming Pavilion has many promising invincible realm talents. Why would we need one more? Deng said that while a great many people inside that building were quietly expressing dissatisfaction with the leadership's handling of the whole affair, the punishment came down from a fourth-tier figure personally. Nobody is to protect him. Anyone who leaves my Xuanming Pavilion will not be accepted by anyone. And then, as a footnote, he's still being hunted by the Mo family. Deng'd better pray for himself. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, my adoptive father was making a speech. My Chen family's ancestral graves are truly emitting auspicious smoke. My brother had survived his second tribulation, second rebirth Ghostmaster in the history of the Chen family on Tianfeng Group's resources, with boosted levels and a gifted job change tool. My adoptive mother was crying and begging him to stop. Hao Bo almost died from the lightning tribulation. What do you, a mere woman, know? A second stage tribulation is nothing, my brother said. Even the third stage will be a piece of cake. Then she asked about me because it had been almost a month with no word. Don't mention that kid to me. To be precise about his grievance, he was annoyed that I wasn't sending money home. My brother was leaving the next morning for the ancient land with Tianfeng Group's elite second rebirth prodigies and a screen of third-tier elders to farm gear for the federal examination, which was 1 month away. Fengdu graduates become city lords and inspectors. 9 out of 10 senior federal officials come out of that school, which is why my adoptive father had spent my future on him and slept fine afterward. And then my mother lowered her voice and said something I would not learn about for a long time. Fulin. Will those mysterious people agree to how we treat Sheng? Every year, a group of strangers sends the Chen family a large sum of money. Thanks for raising me, for giving him a better life. They dress in black. Their auras are like standing at the edge of something with no bottom. They never come close. They look at me from a distance once, and then they leave immediately, as if there is something in this world they are afraid of. But, she said, we misappropriated it all to raise our little Bo. These people are very mysterious, said my adoptive father, tense and greedy at once. They seem to have something to fear and dare not stay long. They always just glance at us and rush away, never noticing what we've done. Ah, I'm so sorry, Hao Yun. On my deck, 1,000 miles from that kitchen, I was reading a nearly dead group chat. Fewer people are talking these days, Zhao Guang wrote. Zheng Gong explained why. The federal examination was close, and every classmate who had reached Ghost General had gone into the ancient land for the final sprint. Deng Xuan had left 2 days ago. Zheng Gong sounded lonely about it because he wasn't qualified to go. Level 50. You need completion stage or a sponsor. My own math was less sentimental. Deng Xuan's tier was in there. Duan Jiang, 4th rank ghost sect, was in there. I had crossed into 3rd tier about 4 hours ago. I had 1 month and I needed to reach 4th rank ghost sect realm before my exam. Tie with Duan Jiang. And look, I'm not going to pretend the following thought didn't cross my mind, because it absolutely did, repeatedly, for the entire flight. I wonder what kind of faces they're going to make when they see me. The ancient land is hazy yellow and the space in it is broken. It tears open on its own into spatial storms, and if you walk into one, you are not dead, you are simply somewhere else forever, which is worse. While I was arriving, so was the ghost dragon Da Shang, a 100-meter warship shaped like a dragon and built by thousands of artifact refiners, carrying several hundred second-rank completion stage disciples of the ancient moon tower under a screen of ghost general elders, Elder Phoenix. Yukin looked over her cargo of children and was pleased with life. The number of powerful individuals in my ancient moon tower is increasing. Hopefully 1 or 2 ghost general realms will emerge. Down in the cabin, Mei Ling sat with her knees together and a bad feeling she couldn't name. The others traded rumors at the windows and I listened to all of it because nobody had ever bothered to teach me any of this. That the weakest garrison in a Yin city comes at you like a tide and every soldier in it is completion stage. That the great Yin cities hold 3rd and 4th rank Yin soldiers and ghost generals, and the Yin chi in them is thick enough to hold in your hand, and the other half of it, which is why anyone goes. Risk and reward are proportional. Legendary grade equipment is dropping every day. One boy had bribed an elder with half his family's fortune for that seat. Mei Ling's private accounting was harder, and she told me all of it later. Outside, people call her Sir. On that ship, she was one of several hundred beginners who required an armed escort. She had carried a job change tool for years and had never once dared crush it, and that trip was supposed to buy her a legendary piece to improve her odds of surviving the attempt. Somebody mentioned that the spatial rifts connect to the Yin cities and that sometimes armies come through them. The ship lurched. Above it, a rift opened and poured black water down over the hull, except that it wasn't water. It was a tide of 3rd rank Yin soldiers. The warship's guns burned a lane through them, and it was not remotely enough. The Ghost Dragon. Sheng came apart in under a minute, and several hundred figures fell out of the sky into the forest. Mei Ling hit the ground hard enough to lose the feeling in her legs and looked up into a fight that was already lost. Phoenix Yukin was pinned in the air by ghost chains driven through her, and none of the other elders could reach her. Not one of those elders ran. I want that recorded because I have met very few groups of people who did that. One of them was weeping while she gave the order. Scatter and escape. Every person who can escape is a chance. We can't hold them long. Another had a spear through his chest and was smiling deliberately so the children below wouldn't panic. That's right. Let's go. We'll hold them off. These weren't wild ghosts. Third-rank Yin soldiers carry ancient weapons, swords and crossbows and hooks and chains, and they hold formation under their own generals. Whatever war they died in, they still remember how it was fought. The disciples scattered. Mei Ling ran and kept looking back until there were no elders left to look back at. Then somebody screamed, and it wasn't fear, it was disbelief, because a ghost mist ship was flying directly at the ghost army through the falling ash and the red rain as though it could not see any of it. Is this person insane? Several of them closed their eyes rather than watch it get taken apart. A golden sword light came off that deck like a sun coming over a ridge, runes turning all through it, thrown out one-handed and frankly a little carelessly at the thing that had just killed 4 ghost general elders. People's eyes watered shut in the glare. When it faded, the forest was silent, and the entire swarm of third-rank Yin soldiers was gone. Ash came down out of a clear sky for about a minute. The survivors stopped running and stood in it and stared at each other. A third-rank Yin soldier army wiped out with a single sword strike? And then, from somewhere in the crowd, the thing that was actually on all of their minds. If he had arrived a moment earlier, the elders could have survived. That was when people started crying, which is generally when it happens, not during. A big disciple pulled himself up and saluted the ship. Thank you so much, Senior, for saving my life. Ancient Moon Tower will forever remember this. Several hundred of them followed him. I want to be honest about that, because they were all extremely sincere and I did not deserve any of it. The Yin soldiers were between me and where I was going. That's the whole story. It wasn't to save anyone. Then I spotted a face in the crowd. Mei Ling, the woman whose fiery red ribbon had made me nervous in Icewind Valley, standing in exactly the same place in the world where I had left her while I had crossed an entire realm. She looked up and her mind went completely blank because as far as she knew, the Mo family had finished me weeks ago. Impossible. How could it be him? Mei Ling, we meet again. Brother Z. Then she caught my eye and corrected herself in the middle of the word. Oh no. Z Chang. C Senior. Come with me. Where to? Why all the nonsense? I put her on the ship and left. The stranded disciples watched us go and concluded that I meant no harm on the reasonable grounds that I could have killed all of them already and then turned to face their actual problem, which was several hundred completion stage children alone in the ancient land, with every single elder dead. She stood on my deck for a long time, not daring to ask. You won't even ask me why I captured you? I dare not ask. Head down, hair over her face, hands folded, extremely docile. I confirmed she was a direct descendant of the ancient moon tower, and she went red to the ears, and I genuinely checked whether something had gone wrong with the ship's climate. She's not hot at all. Why is she blushing? Anyway, I needed a library card. I need you to obtain intelligence regarding the Mo family's activities in the ancient land. She was so relieved she almost sagged because it didn't endanger her clan and privately certain it was useless because nobody touches the Mo family. The ancient moon tower's file was extremely thorough. Every base location, every expert count. All of it laid out like a menu. I picked Huangpu Mountain, then I stopped using the ship's 850 kilometers an hour and carried us both at 2,000. Huangpu Mountain held several hundred completion stage trainees and more than a dozen ghost general elders. I am not going to walk you through it. When it was over, the mountainside was burning and the buildings were down and the noise had stopped. Somewhere in it, a voice had been shouting, "Don't kill me," and another one had been shouting that I was insane, and both of those had also stopped. I came out of the firelight with a long sword held point down and wet to the hilt, and Mei Ling said afterward that I looked like a man walking home from work in a trade she didn't want to name. Mo Tingyue was dead. Third-rank perfection elder, taken in front of her, a woman Mei Ling had personally hosted at a banquet 2 years earlier. More than 10 Mo elders, several hundred disciples. Mei Ling was folded into the shadow of a broken wall, shaking hard enough to hear. My foot cracked a pebble. She screamed before she saw who it was. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." I threw the sword into the dirt and sat down on a stone and looked at what I had built. I almost didn't recognize myself anymore. Since coming into this world, my personality has gotten colder and harder by the month, and I had noticed it happening the way you notice a season changing, which is to say too late and only in retrospect. They came for me over and over. They would have used my head as a football at a family gathering. Both of those things were true at the same time, and I sat with both of them. She told me later that she saw exactly one flicker of something confused go across my face before it closed over again. 2 ghost general elders of Nanming Pavilion arrived about 10 minutes after that, flying in relaxed, chatting. Fu Yuan and Deng Gong on an errand to smooth things over with Mo Ting Yue. That Xie Yun kid has already withdrawn from Nanming Pavilion. All we need to do is explain to the Mo family. If there's anything, just take it out on that kid Xie Yun. Nanming Pavilion will absolutely not interfere. They agreed with each other about how nobody sane kills a Mo, which is like kicking a hornet's nest, and about how the hothead was finished. Then they came over the ridge and saw the fire. They landed in front of a young man in a white robe standing in a set of red footprints with a chipped sword lying in the dirt beside him and killing intent coming off him thick enough to lean on. "We are Nanming," Deng Gong began. Fu Yuan hit him in the arm so hard he staggered. We were just passing by." "Yes, just passing by. We are not from the Mo family." I checked that this was true. It was. I nodded, picked up Mei Ling, and left. Deng Gong was still confused about what had just happened to him for several minutes afterward. They found Mo Ting Yu inside, her heart taken out by sword qi, and her face still holding an expression of complete disbelief. Then a hand came out of the rubble. The man shrieked, "Don't kill me," at 2 Nanming Pavilion elders, and then started babbling. "A madman. Deng's a devil. Yes, a devil." "Who?" Xie Yun. "It's him." Then he grabbed handfuls of his own hair. "How did my Mo family offend him? I've messed with a madman." Fu Yuan dropped him. "Xie Yun, how is that possible?" And the survivor screamed the detail that broke both of them. "That madman possesses 3rd rank invincible realm power." Fu Yuan pulled the bounty portrait up on his wristband and turned it around. It was the young man they had just bowed to and called sir. Fu Yuan went white. Deng Gong swallowed twice. "Brother Fu Yuan, we owe you so much. Otherwise we probably wouldn't be alive today." Deng had been one syllable into announcing that they were Nanming Pavilion. Then Fu Yuan, being a political creature, insisted on carrying the surviving Mo witness home personally so that nobody could ever pin that mountain on the two of them. The next morning, the same 2 elders of Nanming Pavilion sat over the same tea complaining that the Netherworld Gazette had nothing in it. Nothing major has happened in the Nether Ghost domain for far too long. They also wondered idly why the Mo family had announced nothing further about that Z kid. Their secretary came back into the room the wrong color. A Mo family base, gone overnight, several hundred completion stage, more than 10 elders, and Mo Tingyue, 3rd rank perfection. Guo Hong came out of his chair. Wu Jian sprayed tea across the chessboard. "Which faction?" "This means we're going to have a full-scale war with the Mo family." "No, it's not any faction, it's just one person." Then the name. Guo Hong snatched the paper. Front page, corroborated by a surviving Mo witness, and by 2 of their own elders, who had been there and had spoken to him. 3rd rank, invincible realm. Both of those were me, and then the arithmetic that ruined the rest of their year, which is that 4 days earlier, they had sat at this table and agreed he was an outsider not worth keeping. Nanming Pavilion seems to have missed out on a freak. Wu Jian's hands were shaking around his cup. "We've probably made a terrible mistake." Guo Hong didn't answer because if they had held the line and poured resources into him instead, the return would have been billions of times what it cost. Even the secretary looked sorry for them, which is the worst part of any meeting. Elsewhere, other people had a much better morning. Mei Feng stood on a sofa waving both arms. "I knew Brother Shi was incredibly strong. I was right about him. His only complaint was that Grandpa was deep inside a yin city where communication dies completely and was going to miss all of it." And Zheng Gang walked into a lobby buzzing with open sedition. "The higher-ups are really dumbfounded this time. They've actually forced a genius to leave. Our higher-ups are too stupid. This place will decline sooner or later." Deng begged a newspaper off a stranger, read the front page, and produced a noise that stopped the lobby. "What? It was Xie Yun who did it? Deng's joined Ghost General Realm?" Louder than anyone else in the room, because everyone else in that building had read a name. Deng had ridden 3 days in a boat with it and let it hire on as his bodyguard. There was one more ship reading that morning's paper, a Tianfen Group warship, hundreds of second-tier prodigies aboard, headed for Yuming City and then the ancient land. My brother was at the window watching 3rd-rank ghosts bounce off the hull. Compared to the Nether Ghost domain, the wilderness outside Ghost Mountain City is practically a beginner's village. Lin Bao, who had once graded him and was now merely his equal in rank, warned the cabin that the ancient land kills 3rd-tier elders. My brother was privately warm about something else entirely. Yun and I are no longer from the same world. Then an elder told them all to read the Gazette, because those who make the Netherworld Gazette are no ordinary people, and the first rule of a long career is not offending them. The cabin erupted over a name. Somebody guessed the man must be 40 or 50. Somebody else corrected him. It clearly says here he's a young person, not even 20 years old. Lin Bao turned around with a friendly smile. By the way, I remember you have an older brother, also named Yun. Could it be the same person? My brother shook his head so fast it blurred. No, my brother is just an ordinary person. I don't even know where he's looking for a job yet. Yes. It's a pity it's not. Yinshui Mountain had been a Mo family base for 3 years, chosen for the ancient Yin Qi in the rock. On top of it sat Mohan, my hunter's own third-rank invincible realm prodigy, undefeated, feeding the mountain's stored Yin Qi into a black longsword wrapped in a red halo. Third-tier mythic grade, red. His old servant kept begging him to leave. That Yun is at the height of his power. Young master might be in danger. Mohan laughed at him. Fear him? I'd love for him to come to Yinshui Mountain to find me. Then colder. You look down on me? The servant walked it back very quickly and settled on the position that there was simply no need to duel a barefoot madman. Then a ship came out of the cloud and the base alarm went off. That madman is here. Devil King C? With Han here, he's doomed. I will cut off his head as a sacrifice for the fallen members of the Mo family. On my deck, Mei Ling stood behind me with her head down, deliberately arranged to look like staff so that nobody could implicate the ancient moon tower. She had told me what was waiting on that mountain. She had told me in detail. I had come anyway, on purpose. That was the point of asking. Two invincible realms looked at each other and the cloud layer started turning. Her assessment, which she gave me later, and which I think is the single most accurate thing anyone has ever said about me. Madmen, both of you, and seeing someone of the same level clearly excited you more than seeing a woman would. She reversed the ship several dozen miles and still had to shade her eyes because two suns collided over Yinshui Mountain, one black and one gold, and they kept colliding until nightfall. At dawn, the ghost mist ship was flying unsteadily through cold air with me sitting cross-legged on the deck in a white robe, not moving. There were a few dark spots on the robe. Some of them were mine. Here is what actually happened up there, because I did not know most of it going in. It was a trap, and a good one. After Mohan, 3 more third-rank invincible realm prodigies of the Mo family came down out of the dark. 4 of them I held. Then the old servant stopped being an old servant and turned out to be a 4th-rank ghost sect realm expert, and he caught me. And the only reason I am telling you this is the golden bell. Yinshui Mountain is not a mountain anymore. Several hundred miles around it are scorched. A great deal of that base died in the crossfire between its own people. Mei Ling stared at my back the whole flight, single-handedly fighting 4 invincible realms. What kind of freak is he? The honest answer is that I finally had the numbers, and the numbers were closer than anybody watching would have believed. Invincible realm is not a feeling, it's a threshold, and I finally had the number for it, which is 600 times an ordinary 3rd-rank perfection expert. Dung got there like this, and I did the sums on his gear while he was hitting me. A full 3rd-tier legendary set, 50 times a piece, 6 pieces, 300. Set bonus, another 100, 400, plus a 3rd-tier mythic weapon, worth 100 on its own, plus his own invincible technique, 600. That's the door. All 4 of them were standing in it. My side of the ledger was Vajra subduing demon sword at level 3, 60,000% attack, 80,000 against ghosts, exactly 600 times. I scraped into the title by nothing. What actually saved my life was the other one, Zhentian Divine Bell at level 3. 65,000% defense, 650 times, 50 over the line, and once you are past 600, it becomes extremely difficult to gain even one more. 50 is why 4 invincible realms and a hidden 4th rank could not open me. And I was, at that moment, roughly level 10 of the 3rd rebirth, wearing 2nd-tier dark gold, which is genuinely embarrassing gear for a man in that fight. At level 100 perfection, in a full 3rd-tier legendary set, that number goes past 1,000. At which point Mohan's entire weight class stops being able to survive a single strike, and a 4th-rank ghost sect starts having a bad day. I also didn't leave empty-handed. I hurt Mohan badly, and I took his sword. The Yin Demon's sword came onto the deck black and boiling and frosted the planking around it, and Mei Ling backed all the way to the rail with her arms wrapped around herself. It is priceless, and better than that, my taking it dropped him from 600 times to 5. Dung is not an invincible realm anymore, not until his family finds him another mythic weapon, and asking for one means admitting a boy in 2nd-tier gear took his. Small problem. Legendary and above binds to its master, and mythic gear grows a spirit of its own, and this one refused me completely. In my hand it was a length of very expensive scrap iron. Mei Ling recited the rule that every 3-year-old in this world knows. Only killing the owner clears the mark. And I sat there thinking, a spirit is a bit like a soul is a bit like a ghost, I wonder. My eyes went from black to dark gray. Mei Ling felt something in her own chest pull toward me and got behind the mast. Then the Yin Demon's sword started swimming around me in slow circles like a fish that had recognized somebody. How is this possible? Sword, come. It came to my hand, and the spirit inside it did the artifact equivalent of rolling over. I wonder what face Mohan will make when he finds out I have full control of the Yin Demon sword. You can go now, I told her. You've had a hard time these past few days. She stood there working out what kind of test it was, decided it wasn't one, and left on her own flying treasure at a speed I would call undignified in anyone else. Her summary of our week together was that her horizons had been broadened, that it had been far too stimulating, that one wrong step in my company is an abyss, and that she would be staying inside her own circle from now on. Fair. My plan, restated for anyone keeping score. The Mo family was the detour. Yin City is the destination. I need a full third-tier legendary set to make the jump to 1,000 times, and I need my rank at 100 perfection, because at level 10 I cannot actually swing the Yin Demon sword, and I need all of it in under a month because of an exam. The route crosses the 3,000 Jiang of emptiness, which is a vacuum that only Ghost Dragon-class ships can cross. My ship stopped at the edge of it like a horse at a river, which is how I got adopted by a businessman, Duan Hongde. White hair, Jiang suit, chairman of a third-rate group, and not a cultivator at all. Just a man who had been extremely good at business for 50 years. Deng waved me aboard and then spent 20 minutes praising my talent in front of his granddaughter, which was a tactical error on several fronts. Duan Xiaojia was also third rebirth, around level 20, which put her a full 10 levels above me, and she was visibly annoyed that a stranger in cheap armor was eating her portion of grandfather. Duan Hongde had a plan for that too. You are all young people. You should communicate more. Of course, becoming boyfriend and girlfriend isn't out of the question. Grandpa, what are you saying? She went the color of an apple. To be fair to the old man, his problem was real. At her level, everyone her age is beneath her, and everyone at her level is 40. Deng also gave me the only briefing on Yin City I ever got for free. Prodigies in Yin City, there are just too many. A beginner with 3 job advancements can only be considered third-rate. The ladder there goes. Fresh third rebirth is third rate, level 50 is second rate, level 100, perfection is first rate. An invincible realm is super first rate. Then he listed the names to stay away from. Pei Yan of the Pei family, Zhang Wudi of the Zhang family, Huang Wenyue of the Huang family, Mo Han of the Mo family. Something moved in my face at that one, and he didn't catch it. Mo Han without his sword is these days hardly living up to the name. Duan Xiaojia's eyes went soft and far away at every single one of those names, and then landed back on me and went flat. When you get to the Yin City secret realm, Duan Hongde told me, you'd better be a little more humble. Through the void floating in the air sits a city. Ancient buildings, 20-odd times the size of the town I grew up in, grown out of a few faction rest houses, into a boom town on the back of one thing, which is the Yin City drop rate. The whole place rests on void stone, which does not care about gravity, and I stood at the rail and stared at it like the country boy I was. The hotel prices here are very expensive, Duan Xiaojia informed me. Don't let yourself be unable to afford it later. Her grandfather escalated one final time over dinner in front of her. If young friend C doesn't mind, you can marry my granddaughter and become a member of my Duan family. After you marry in, my vast fortune will all be yours. Grandfather. Bright red. Head down. Deng also told me the one thing that mattered, which is that past the 3,000 Zhang of emptiness, all communication dies. That is why every third-tier classmate in that group chat had gone silent at once. They weren't ignoring anybody. They were simply out of the world. On the landing pad, there was a welcoming party. Disciple Guo, third rank perfection, 300 times combat power, which means a full third-tier legendary set, and a man who owed Duan Hongde everything he had, and his son Guo Xiaoan, second rank completion, who had been courting Duan Xiaojia for years and who greeted her with the whole tail-wagging routine, and who took one look at me and decided I was a problem. Guo Xiaoan, call me Duan Xiaojia. Xiaojia is not a name you get to use. Guo looked me over. Level 10, poor equipment. Something flickered across his face and got put away politely, and I could read the entire assessment. Worth watching for the talent, worth nothing today. Guo Xiaoan, meanwhile, had decided I was a threat, which was flattering and inconvenient, so I said thank you and left. Grandpa Duan, farewell. Deng was genuinely put out. Deng had offered me a granddaughter and a fortune, and I had walked off the pad. Guo Xiaoan exhaled and said good thing he's gone twice. Duan Xiaojia went scarlet with fury. You're leaving? My actual reason, which I did not share, if I stayed for one more meal, I was going to end up married into the Duan family by pure momentum. Duan Hongde watched me go and told himself the comfortable thing. Young people are bound to be arrogant. Once he gets a cold shoulder at the Yin City Secret Realm, that's when he'll come back. The Yin City Secret Realm is a black city several hundred meters high under black banners, and its garrison is packed so tightly that the yin qi coming off it forms a cloud that hides the red moon. Tens of thousands of cultivators sit outside that wall, just sitting, waiting for a gap. While I was walking up, a team of 50 completion stage experts went up the wall together. The heavy crossbows on the battlements opened up and several of them came apart in the air. The rest made the top and met the ghost soldiers waiting there. One man came back down, out of 50. Another team has failed, somebody sighed, in the tone of a man watching a bus leave. A gray-robed old man with a crew of large friends pulled up beside me and identified me as a first-timer in about 4 seconds because I had nothing between my eyebrows. They showed me theirs. Small dark yellow city sigils. The ancient city mark teleports you back to the first gate from anywhere inside, and if you don't have one, you walk. Then came the pitch. Join their 100-man team. Once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Anyone who wants in has to spend a little money to grease the wheels. Their mortality rate is 20%, he said, proudly, against 50 everywhere else. Dung couldn't see through me at all, which is exactly why he wanted me. I could see them perfectly well. These are the ordinary people of this world, betting their lives on one drop, and one of their brothers had pulled a mythic piece once and never had to work again, and that story is the entire economy of that wall. I was about to decline politely when the crowd made a noise. 7 or 8 figures were walking across the sky, third-rank invincible realm prodigies of the great families, looking down at tens of thousands of people the way you look at an ant trail. I knew 2 of the faces, Mo Han, whose expression had been thunderous the entire way, because anybody would be upset about a third-tier mythic weapon being stolen off them, and beside him, Mo Yu, white robes, feather fan, a smile fixed permanently in place. One of the 3 who had come out of the dark at Yinshui Mountain. His fan throws wind blades that each take apart a small hill, and the only reason I am here is that bell. The brawny men were nudging each other about the country bumpkin who was surely about to be stunned. Up there, Huang Wenyue was insulting Mo Yu. Pretty boy, making a living off his looks. Down here, a lot of female cultivators were screaming Mo Yu's name, which rather made Huang Wenyue's point. Mo Han was grieving out loud about my sword. The Yin Demon sword had been fed by his family for 10 years, and its stored power had never once been released, and losing it to me had dropped him from 600 times to 500. Dung was not an invincible realm anymore, and he could not ask his family for a replacement without being laughed at, and I stood in a crowd of 30,000 people listening to him say so. Mo Yu had good news for him. Brother Mo Lin had a new third-tier mythic weapon set aside for him. That name I filed carefully, because Mo Han is the only young man of that family that Mo Han respects. Mo Lin wears a full set of third-tier mythic gear. His combat power is said to have broken the limit entirely, into the thousands of times, past invincible realm into something else. Dung holds an entire Yin city by himself. Dung is one of the few people called a giant of the third realm. I hope he can come, Mo Han said, and there was something ugly in his face when he said it. The garrison raised its crossbows and rained dark light up at the 7 or 8 of them. They didn't react at all. Let me, said Huang Wenyue, bored, and swung a golden greatsword one-handed. The blade that came off it was tens of meters long and went into the ground like a mountain being set down. It erased the volley and hit the city so hard that tens of thousands of people outside the wall lost their footing. The city went completely quiet. They strolled in through the gate. Everyone around me was watching with naked envy because those same people pay a 50% death rate for that door. The brawny man turned to enjoy my reaction and found that my face hadn't moved. The garrison regenerated in seconds. They always do, endlessly, which I would later find out is the actual problem with that wall. In the gap, a handful of veterans slipped inside. A few latecomers tried it a beat too late and did not make it in a way that convinced everybody around me to sit back down. Kid, said the gray-robed old man, this is your last chance. I shook my head, put my ship away, and started walking toward First Yin City by myself. Trying to storm the city alone? Is he courting death? Then the noise died down again. Tens of thousands of people went back to meditating in the hush, and not one of them noticed a man in a white robe strolling out toward the gate. Except that somewhere in that crowd, in matching Tianfeng group combat uniforms, sat a group of young prodigies who had just watched Huang Wenyu's sword and gone very quiet. How about it? Lin Bao asked. These third-rank invincible realms are really strong, right? Very strong, said my brother. Dung had just measured himself against them and found a gap that no amount of work closes, because it isn't work, it's what you were born holding. Dung was, at that moment, more frustrated than he had ever been in his life. Dung was also about 40 meters from me. Lin Bao talked my brother back up on the way down. Invincible realms are a handful of freaks at the very top, he said, and an A-rank profession still puts you near it. Galbo recovered by deciding he would settle for ruling everything below Invincible Realm, which is a compromise a person can live with, and I have thought about that sentence a lot since. Then somebody shouted, and he looked up, and a lone white-robed figure was walking toward First Yin City. That's Yin City. Are you going there alone to die? My brother stared at that back, and something in him went cold because he had been walking behind that back since he was 4 years old. Deng looks just like my older brother. Shi Yun. Then he laughed at himself. How is that possible? Me probably hasn't even reached level 50 of the first job advancement. Around him the crowd settled on the sensible reading, which was that this was a publicity stunt. Deng will come back on his own in a bit. No need to worry about him. Lin Bao agreed. My brother kept looking. No, somebody said. Deng's really going to storm the city. I went up into the air one step at a time until I was standing over Yin City, and then I stopped hiding. The aura of an invincible realm came off me and hit the plane like a change in the weather. I drew a talisman in the air and put my palm down. The cloud came in over the whole city, and people caught about 4 words of it. The Celestial Master's Edict. Destroy. Everything went white, and for a few seconds, tens of thousands of people had no eyes and no ears. When it came back, First Yin City was empty, not defeated, empty. Not one ghost soldier standing on the wall or in the streets. The banners burned down to ash, the whole city smoking gently, and the man who did it was already gone. Tens of thousands of cultivators stood outside a wall they had been camped at for months, in complete silence trying to restart. It had taken me less than a minute, and the part that would bother them for years afterward is that not one person in that crowd knew my name. What just happened? Said the gray-robed old man. One of the brawny men answered him in a voice that had gone somewhere strange. Boss, that kid is an invincible realm. The old man's hands started to shake, and that was fear, arriving late. They had mistaken a tiger for a small white rabbit and spent 10 minutes explaining to it that it should join their team for a fee. I didn't break my promise, did I? The brawny men, who had done all of the actual mocking, stood there tasting copper and privately concluded that they had just spent the accumulated good luck of 10 lifetimes in a single conversation. A city massacre? Said Lin Bao, and he said it like a man refusing a delivery. It had happened to First Yin City exactly once before, 10 years ago, and it took several invincible realms working together. Here is why, and I had not known any of it when I walked up. The garrison revives within seconds, so emptying a city is not a matter of winning. It means killing every single one of them in the same instant before anything can come back. Getting inside is easy. Emptying one is something almost nobody can do, and that was one man. My brother's freshly rebuilt confidence took a hit he described to himself as 10,000 points. This wasn't talent anymore. This was almost demonic. How come there are so many weirdos in the Yin City secret realm? Then tens of thousands of people worked out simultaneously that the door was standing open and unguarded for the first time in living memory, and the plane turned into a stampede. The gray-robed old man led his 100 in. Lin Bao shouted charge, and my brother ran through the gates of First Yin City in a herd of strangers, anonymous, 10 minutes behind his brother. Inside, the Yin City secret realm is its own contained space, dead quiet, packed with gray fog, no north and no south. My forehead itched, and the ancient city mark condensed between my brows. Free teleport anchor back to the first gate from anywhere inside. Useful. Then I found a second city garrisoned by level 100 perfection third rebirth yin soldiers and ghost generals, and I was so happy I could have sung. That is the only kind of grind that could get me to level 100 in the time I had. And level 100 perfection is the gate on the yin demon sword, which was currently a very expensive paperweight. For the next several days, there was a permanent thundercloud over one particular ancient city, because I would sit down cross-legged, wait for the garrison to come back in like a tide, and wash the whole thing clean again. Level 10 to level 70 in 2 days. For anybody else, level 70 of the third rebirth is 10 years of work. I sat in that cloud getting irritated. It's still too slow. 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder hit LV3 somewhere in there, almost by accident, because it is the skill I use least. 40,000% attack, 60 against ghosts. There was nothing clever left to do. I was already earning the maximum experience available in this world, which is level 100 perfection ghosts, killed solo, with nobody to split it with. So I ground. Days later the white light came up. Rank 100, third rebirth, perfection. I put the yin demon sword on, and it added 100 times all by itself, which put me at 700 with the Vajra sword. Past the invincible ceiling with room to spare. If the battle at Yinshui Mountain happened again right now, could I actually put all 4 of them down? The sword also had a function nobody had mentioned because Mohan had never once used it in front of me. Sword nurturing. Soak it in yin qi long enough and it stores a strike worth an extra 10,000%, 100 times in one swing. The price is 3 years of nurturing per strike. It came to me holding 10. That is not Mohan's savings. That is my hunter's savings. 10 years of feeding a blade on a mountain chosen for its yin qi, and it explains something that had been bothering me. Dung never released a single stored strike in an all-night fight against a man who was trying to kill him. Dung couldn't bear to waste the 3 years. My drops were absurd. A molten helmet, 3rd rebirth level 100, top-tier legendary, then 7 or 8 more legendaries off the same trash mobs, including duplicates of the same slot, and every one of those would have cost me 100 boss kills anywhere else in the world. It's a pity. They're all scattered. I can't put together a complete set. And another Taoist book, Demon Subduing Palm, attack up 150%, Ghosts 320, Demon Sealing. Great handprint, level 1. 12,000% attack, 20,000 against ghosts. Weaker than the Vajra sword, which for about 4 seconds was disappointing. Then I read the clause underneath. Demon Sealing Power. Hunting ghosts accumulates yin qi. When charged, release 1 palm at 10,000%. How is that so similar to the yin demon sword? Is this handprint effectively a mythic weapon that lives in my arm? I tried it on the next city. No hand seals, no wind-up, no announcement. I just put my palm down. A golden hand the size of a mountain came out of my cloud with the lines on the palm visible and runes turning between them. Ghost soldiers that flew up to meet it burst on contact. The floor of the city caved into a print of my own hand that you could see from orbit. Then the city healed itself. Gray energy came up out of the ground and closed the crater and put the houses back, because these ancient cities are not ruins. They are alive. And when I checked, the sealing charge was already full again. The Yin Demon Sword needs 3 years for 1 strike. The handprint had recharged in under a breath off a palm that killed maybe a 5th of the garrison, which means I can recharge in the middle of a fight by standing in the middle of it. Ancient cities come graded, and they glow. I found 1 shining bronze and stood there staring at it because Mei Ling's intelligence file stops at the wall and nobody had ever told me the colors mean anything, which is how I got adopted by an encyclopedia. Sun Chung, 3rd rank perfection, 200 times, spotted an obvious newbie gawking at a bronze glow and decided to move him along. Kid, this bronze city is too dangerous. You'd better leave it to me. I turned around and looked at him with what I can only assume was tremendous warmth because he immediately got goosebumps. Let me ask you. Do you know anything about the Yin City secret realm? Of course I understand. Then he heard himself answering the question and got angry about it. If you're smart, get out of here right now. I didn't argue. I hit him at under 10%, which put him in a crater without actually hurting him, and he lay in it doing the same arithmetic everyone does. Invincible realm. His 200 times was not even an ant. Are you behaving yourself? If you are, come up here and answer me. Dung came up very fast and very politely, and also very confused because he had been inside the Yin City secret realm for years and had never seen this invincible realm before in his life. The city ladder, for the record, since I paid for it: ordinary, bronze, silver, golden, dark gold, legendary, mythical. Garrison multipliers of 100, 200, 300 and up until you get to the red mythic ancient city where every single ordinary ghost soldier on the wall fights at 600 times. That is invincible realm, per soldier, in title numbers. Even an invincible realm has to be careful in a city like that. And the upside, which is why anyone goes near one, the higher the city, the better it drops, and a red mythic city is the easiest place in the world to get 3rd tier mythic gear. Dung also let 1 sentence get away from him. Unless you enter the terrifying dark zone. I let that lie exactly where it fell and didn't ask about it, which took some discipline. Then he asked whether he could work for me, and I looked at him once, and he stopped asking. I walked into the bronze city and cleared it several times with the handprint, and then the glow went out. City tiers are random, and they decay. Bronze drops to ordinary, silver drops to bronze. And an ordinary city can flip to red mythic between one breath and the next, which means finding one is not a skill, it is a lottery. A few hours in that city gave me 10 plus top-tier legendaries, all scattered across slots. Except 3 of them matched: Golden Dragon Robe, Golden Dragon Helmet, Golden Boots, 3 of the Golden Rock set, missing the belt, the leggings, and the arm guards. 6 pieces trigger the set bonus, and the weapon slot doesn't count toward it, so I went shopping properly. 3 silver cities, then a golden one, where a small team arrived at the same moment I did, took 1 look at my aura, and left without saying anything at all. I let them go. It cost me nothing, and they had done nothing to me. Golden belt, golden arm guards, 5 of 6, only the leggings left. Demon Sealing. Great handprint reached level 3 in the same stretch. 48,000% attack, 60,000 against ghosts, and the sealed strike went up to 30,000%. 3 charges stored, which put the palm at 480 times standing, plus 300 on the sealed charge. 780, plus the Yin Demon Sword's 100, 880 times on a single palm, 3 times in a row. At that number, people like Mohan and Mo Yu do not lose a fight. They fail to have one. I still wanted the leggings. I parked over a golden ancient city and waited to see whether it would decay. It stayed gold, so I put 2 handprints into it back to back, because gold tier soldiers at 300 times do not survive contact with 880, and then I stood in the settling dust and watched 3 orange pillars come up out of the rubble. I looked at what was in them, and I am told my face did something undignified. Golden rock leggings. I've got them all. My luck is off the charts. 6 orange orbs went around me in a circle and then went home one at a time. Each legendary piece is 50 times. 6 of them is 300. Set bonus is another 100. 400 times off the set alone, plus 100 for the sword. 500 times, standing still, doing nothing. 1100 with the Vajra subduing demon sword. 1200. And 80 with a sealed palm. The so-called invincible realm is an ant. I could put a finger through one. I will be honest, that number rattled me a little. The gear also came out looking like golden dragon thread court robes and made me look like an emperor going to a coronation. Too high profile. Legendary gear changes appearance at will, so I put it back to plain white. Next problem, and it was a real one. 4th rank, Ghost Sect Realm. Every major realm is worth thousands of times base power, which means realm beats gear, always, and I was still 1 realm behind Duanjiang with an exam coming. Job change tools drop only from boss grade ghosts. That is a rule the Supreme wrote and nobody has ever bent it. And in every city I had wiped out, I had not seen one single 3rd tier boss. How strange. Then I saw a red halo staining the gray fog for miles. A red mythic ancient city, the one place 3rd tier mythic gear actually drops, at 100 times per piece. Somebody was already inside it, and he was losing. Huang Wenyue, the man who had cracked First Yin City's crossbow volley with 1 board swing. Inside a red city, every ordinary soldier fights it 600 times, and they come in tides, and he was working extremely hard for very little, so I stopped and watched him like a specimen for a while, because I had never seen an invincible realm operate from the outside. Baseline 600 by my count. Occasional bursts of 700 on some secret technique with a long cooldown. And the actual reason he was still alive, which was 4 enormous golden shields orbiting him at a flat 700 times defense. No cooldown, always up. I wanted a closer look at those. Too much trouble. Dung noticed the audience. Kid, get out of here or I'll kill you. Dung was not going to be watched like a monkey in a cage. Fair enough. His spleen is quite strong. I kept walking. A 600 times greatsword phantom came at me, and I put out a demon sealing great handprint at about half strength, mostly out of politeness. It erased the sword and kept coming. Not good. Who are you? Dung burned his trump card. 9 Jiang shield, 6 sides. 6 shields closed around him and all 6 broke in the same instant, and he went into the ground like something fired out of a cannon. I let my hand glow for a second palm. Come out. Stop pretending to be dead. Spare me. Senior, spare me. I'll come out right now. Then I cleared the red city myself at 1280, and 600 times soldiers came apart like dropped porcelain, and a red pillar came up out of the ruins. Mythic. Wang Wenyue watched that pillar with his eyes actually reddening and did not move a muscle. The drop was a 9-feather phoenix crown, which is extremely powerful and strictly female only, and therefore worth exactly nothing to me. Huang Wenyue recovered instantly and became a salesman. These kinds of women's gear are often 20% more expensive. Dung also explained the economy, which I had been getting wrong. You do not swap a legendary set piece for a mythic one, because you lose the set bonus and end up poorer, so what everyone actually wants is a mythic weapon. Full legendary set plus mythic weapon gets you 500 times. Add your own invincible technique and you are at 600, and that is what the title means. Then he used a word he'd used before, and I asked, and he had to answer because of the arrangement we had recently entered into. Above invincible realm is giant level, he told me. Combat power over 1,000 times. It requires a full mythic set. There are fewer than 20 in the entire Yin City secret realm, and each one can kill invincible realms whenever it feels like it. I stood there and did my own numbers again. 1100 standing, 1280 on a palm. I had been giant level for about 2 hours and had never heard the term. Huang Wenyue could not make me add up. Giant level power, complete beginner's knowledge, no faction, no title, nobody has ever seen him before. I asked about the missing bosses. Only cities of dark gold rank or higher spawn boss grade ghosts, and even then not reliably. Out here on the outskirts I could wait a year. Then there's the dark zone, where the cities are black. Garrisons at 700 times, which is why invincible realms don't go in, and every black city spawns a boss, guaranteed. I decided before he finished the sentence because I had an exam in under a month, and at the federal examination a ghost general is second-rate and fourth-rank prodigies like Duanjiang are ordinary. Huang Wenyue saw the opening and took it, and I respect a man who moves fast. Senior, why don't you come to my ghost market? I'll find a guide to take you there. Dung was betting his entire future on gluing himself to a giant, and he was right to. I did make him stop calling me senior. My name is Ziyun. Brother C. he said, instantly, loudly, and forever after. His ghost market turned out to be a town of about 1,000 third-tier cultivators in a dark forest, with stalls selling secret realm loot to each other. Only an invincible realm is permitted to found a ghost market, which I filed away for later. Everyone else joins one, and together they can do the thing none of them can do alone, which is nibble at the edges of the black ancient cities in the dark zone, where the drop rate beats even a red mythic city, and which, unlike red cities, are not a lottery. The black cities are always there. They are simply always lethal, and I wanted one. We are like rats, Huang Wenyue said cheerfully, only able to gain benefits by relying on our numbers. His members greeted him warmly and immediately started asking when he was taking them back to the dark zone because somebody was short on cash. Deng introduced me as Brother Z and nothing else, and did not mention the giant level once, because the moment a rival invincible realm learns there is an unattached giant in the world, the poaching starts. Then I noticed something missing from the list of powers operating in that market: Xuanming Pavilion. Huang Wenyue laughed at the name. Xuanming Pavilion is currently facing a talent shortage. They used to run 2 third-tier invincible realms and 2 ghost markets, he told me. Yuan Ji advanced to 4th rank and left, which leaves Yuan Hong, a fat man whose invincible method is pure defense at an astonishing 800 times and whose attack is 500. As a pair they were unbeatable, he told me. Yuan Hong held everything and Yuan Ji killed everything. Alone, Yuan Hong got hunted, lost his ghost market, and disappeared into the depths of the secret realm with a handful of my old pavilion's elders. Nobody knows where. I asked the obvious thing. Why not just buy an invincible realm? Hand a man a mythic set. Without an invincible method, you're just a large-scale red ghost soldier. Real invincible realms would kill him and take the gear. A man in a mythic set with no technique is a walking treasure vault with legs, and mythic gear binds for life, so a family cannot even recycle it down the generations. I thought about a black sword swimming around me like a fish, still wearing another man's mark, and decided that particular problem was probably mine alone. Last question. There are fewer than 20 giants, and giant-level power would make the 4th tribulation easy, so why is any of them still here? It's not that they don't want to break through, it's that the forces behind them won't allow it. A giant parked in the 3rd realm lets his faction monopolize 3rd-tier resources, mythic gear included, and feed all of it to the next generation. At giant level, you have stopped doing it for yourself. You are doing it for the faction. Which faction are you with, Brother Z? No sect, no affiliation, just a free spirit. At the clubhouse, the weakest person who walked past me ran 200 times, and plenty of them ran 300 or 400, which means a full 3rd-tier legendary set, which means the thing I had just spent a week assembling was a Tuesday for these people. Then a 3-meter man named Gao Li came out of a door, hugged Huang Wenyue in front of his own market, and would not let go. Gao Li, let me go. What kind of behavior is this? Then he grinned at me. 500 times. Full legendary set and a mythic weapon. No invincible technique. Kid, if you want to join us, you'll have to get past me first. Come on, let's have a spar. Huang Wenyue nearly ruptured something. You scoundrel, how dare you be so rude? I waved it off and went to look at the stalls. You need to hurry up with the guide. Afterward, his veterans asked why he had been so careful with a nobody, and he told them exactly enough. You think you can compete with him? You'll get beaten to a pulp. Even I am no match for him. That landed badly, because Huang Wenyue has 2 invincible methods, and in this world, one is the ceiling. This is a giant-level individual, possessing 1,000 times the combat power. Gao Li sat down and started sweating, and under the fear, the same question everybody kept arriving at. There are fewer than 20 giants. Everyone knows all 20 by name and face. So who is this? The market was ghost fire lanterns over stalls where dark gold gear was too embarrassing to put on the table. At the flying treasure stall, I met Ma An, an old artifact refiner at 200 times who would not sell for money. Deng wanted a trade. Specifically, he wanted the ghost face leggings and breastplate, the 2 pieces he had been hunting for years to finish his set, and he would give a ghost dragon Da Sheng for them. I dug through a bracelet where the worst item is legendary and found both in a corner under some junk. His eyes very nearly left his head. Then I said no. 1 ghost dragon Da Sheng is not enough. For the record, those 2 pieces are objectively worth less than that ship. They were also worth 100 times more than that ship to him today, and I was the one holding them, and I would have felt guilty walking away without squeezing. A crowd gathered to watch, delighted. Ma An has been taken advantage of. Broken, he told me to name my price, and I named the one thing on his table I actually wanted. The Blood Cloud Shuttle. 5,000 kilometers an hour, burstable to 10,000 for 10 minutes, which is not a vehicle, it is an exit. His face went white. It was worth more than his set. Deng traded anyway, and then went straight into seclusion to jump from 200 times to 400, and I retired the ghost mist ship, so honestly we both came out ahead. Then I found a tea house. Wooden, 2 stories, window seat over the street. The waiter was a first rebirth cultivator working for tips, which in that town makes him an ordinary person. Scorching sun tea, 2,000 ghost spirit stones a pot, which burns yin qi out of the body and costs about a dark gold piece per serving. I tipped him 10 stones and he nearly fainted. At a corner table, 4 third-tier cultivators were comparing failures. Zhang Rui had joined 3 groups and bankrupted all 3, which the table found hilarious. Wang Fei had job changed at 8 on family money and stood at 300 times with scattered legendaries and no set. And Deng Xuan, who had fled Xuanming Pavilion after Yuan Ji ascended and Yuan Hong got run off, unable to bear it any longer, and taken shelter under, in his words, that bastard Huang Wenyue. They were being fair about their patron at least. 700 times burst attack, reliably 700 defense, well-rounded, rare among invincible realms. Then Deng Xuan's eye went to the window seat and stopped. Xie Yun? Deng rubbed his eyes. Which people in this world do a lot around me. The last time he saw me, I was a second-tier cultivator being hunted by the Mo family and everybody had privately buried me. And here I was drinking a dark gold piece's worth of tea in a place only third-tier cultivators can physically reach. His table wanted to invite the stranger over on the sound principle that one more acquaintance in the secret realm is one more helper. Never mind, said Deng Xuan. We're not that close anyway. Then I looked up and he had to come. I also had a moment because sitting at that table were Jiang Rui and Wang Fei and Gao Kai, all of whom had changed jobs at 10 on family money and all of whom had been, in my personal cosmology, high and mighty figures. Deng sat. Deng drank the tea I poured. Deng couldn't find an opening because communication dies inside the secret realm and he had no idea what had happened in Yuming City after he left. Have you broken through to the 3rd level? I nodded. If the higher-ups at Xuanming Pavilion knew me could break through to the 3rd level, he thought, they'd probably regret it. They did. Extensively. In writing. How was my hunter's matter resolved? I shook my head, which he read as badly, so he gave me the sincere version of the warning, and I want to be clear that he meant it kindly. The Mo family is enormous in here. Several invincible realms, and a giant level, parked in the 3rd realm on purpose to funnel resources to the family. If they find out you're in the Yin City secret realm, they will definitely not let you off the hook. In my opinion, you should leave as soon as possible. Then he watched my face for panic and found something else entirely, and his mind went blank. Thank you for the reminder. Back at his table, they asked why he hadn't introduced the stranger. This person shares the same name as one of our classmates, also named Si Yun. They all laughed, because they could barely remember the classmate. Zhang Rui suggested recruiting the stranger for the Dark Zone run. Deng should only have just stepped into the 3rd stage, Deng Xuan ruled. Bringing him into the team won't be of much use. In fact, he'll just be a burden. Everyone agreed. They were all 300 times perfection experts, and they had standards. Their real complaint was that Huang Wenyue kept not going to the Dark Zone, and the federal examination was closing in, and after you leap the Dragon Gate, the worst outcome is becoming a city lord or an inspector. Then the street outside went off like a dropped tray. A messenger came through on a ghost steed holding a red token. Everyone, prepare immediately. March into the Dark Zone. Then Shi Qiang, one of Huang Wenyue's generals, 500 times and change, landed in the square, and named the destination, Ghostfire City. Not a single person can be left behind. Ghostfire City is a black city at 800 times when the Dark Zone floor is 700. It is a city only a giant can handle. Half the market said no out loud. Shi Qiang smiled at that. I've protected you and taken care of you all this time, and now that I need you, you're all leaving? Where in the world is there such a good thing? 500 times enforcers sealed every road out of that town, and desertion was declared a capital matter. An arrogant old man tried it anyway and did not finish his sentence. Then it was very quiet, and it rained. On the tea house balcony, Jiang Rui's teeth were chattering. It's over, said Wang Fei. It's over. I'm really going to die this time. I can't even take the federal examination anymore. There's no other way but to accompany Huang Wenyue on this adventure, said Deng Xuan, who stays calm in a useful way. Leaving now means certain death. And then the question that stayed with him the whole flight. Huang Wenyue isn't crazy. Why would he pick a forbidden land like Ghostfire City? Does he have some trump card? The Dark Zone is permanent black mist over ground so soaked through that it reads black, and squads of ghost soldiers marched past me in the fog, some in ancient armor, some carrying sedan chairs with something inside them that I chose not to investigate. Every one of those soldiers runs 700 times. The cities in there are pitch black, and they weigh on you more than a red mythic city does. I got my briefing on the bow of the lead warship. 700 is the floor. There are 800 cities, 900 cities, and a few over 1,000, and the rarer they are, the richer they are. Then I looked back along the fleet. I just asked you to find me a guide. Why did you bring so many people here? Huang Wenyue had mobilized his entire 1,000-man ghost market and a dozen ghost dragon warships. Deng scratched his head. Nothing else. Just wanted to support you. Of course, if it's all right, could you share a bowl of soup with us? I let it go. A guide is entitled to a fee, and he had been honest about wanting one, which is more than most. The fleet stopped dozens of miles out from Ghostfire City, and nobody on any deck was pretending to be brave. One soldier from my city can vaporize a man. Dozens of them have to gang up to hold one in place. Ma On was aboard, glowing at 400 times in his completed ghost face set, being begged for protection by people who had ignored him for years. Ma On, your breakthrough came at just the right time. Deng had stopped regretting the Blood Cloud shuttle. On another deck, Deng Xuan's group were quietly planning their desertion. If things get chaotic, we join forces and run. There's no need to risk your life for that madman Huang Wenyue. Everyone was waiting for the trump card. The trump card was standing at the rail asking questions. Huang Wenyue admitted he had broken into Ghostfire City exactly once and crawled out of it in pieces and had never gone back, because even ants can kill an elephant if there are enough ants. Senior, do you want us to cover for you? Gao Li offered. Huang Wenyue hit him on the back of the head. You better behave yourself. Even I can't do it. I only had one question. Is there a third-tier boss in the city? Yes. 900 times, with a health bar like a mountain range, and it had personally chased Huang Wenyue out of there. That's good. And I stepped off the deck. From the rear ships, all anybody saw was one man leaving the flagship and drifting toward an 800 times black city as though he were going for a walk. Was this person the bait thrown out first, to test Ghostfire City? Ma On recognized me and felt sick. That's the kid who took my Blood Cloud shuttle. Chief Huang sent him out to die? Deng Xuan recognized me and felt worse than that. Deng sat there getting genuinely angry on my behalf, watching Huang Wenyue send Yun to his death. What is Huang Wenyue trying to do? Said Wang Fei. Does he treat human life like dirt? Then the sky over Ghostfire City went black, and the cloud came out far enough to put wind and rain across a dozen decks. The 500 times generals didn't understand what they were looking at, because altering celestial phenomena is supposed to require 5th rank power. Most giants can't do it. Huang Wenyue, who had already seen the golden handprint, worked out that he was looking at a second invincible method and that everything he thought he knew about me had been the tip of something. Then it came across the whole sky, and every deck heard it. 9 heavens divine thunder. Destroy. The world went white. 10,000 bolts came down at once, and a city of 800 times soldiers turned to ash without any of them getting to resist. Somebody on the flagship said it first, and then it went down the fleet like a wave. Deng's giant level. That was not a sacrifice. That was the trump card. And underneath it, on every deck, the same unease. Why does he look so unfamiliar? I've never seen him in the Yin City secret realm before. Huang Wenyue was beating his own chest with his eyes red. This invincible technique is an area of effect attack, which is the rarest and most valuable kind there is, because it multiplies your growth rate by tens of ordinary invincible realms. Compared to this, my invincible skills are utter garbage. Gao Li had simply started worshipping. The man it hit hardest was Deng Xuan. Not long ago, he was a second-tier cultivator who had to be extremely respectful standing in front of me. At Xuanming Pavilion, they had to rely on my guidance. But only a few days have passed. His friends immediately concluded he had been hoarding a golden connection. Wang Fei grabbed his arm with both hands. Deng Xuan, my bright future depends on you. I'm not that close to him. There's no affection between us. Nobody believed him, and he knew the humiliating part, which was that Zheng Gong could have asked me for anything at all, and he could not, because when it mattered, he had shrugged. Under the cloud, Ghostfire City came up as a forest of light. The worst beam in it was dark gold. There were too many orange ones to count, and 2 red, as expected of a black city at 800 times. Better drops than a red mythic city. I waved once, and the entire sky filled with orbs flying toward me, and Huang Wenyue's 1,000 men, just arriving at the outer wall, stood and watched an entire city's worth of loot blot out the sky. Eyes went red across a mile of rooftops. Ma An finally understood what he had haggled with. And not one person in that city entertained the idea of robbing me, which I noticed. When the gap is that large, the thought simply never forms. The 2 reds were a mythic spear with a cold aura, comparable to the Yin Demon sword, and with its own special ability, and a pair of mythic combat boots belonging to a set I couldn't complete. At my level, single pieces barely moved the needle. only a whole set would. What I actually wanted did not drop, so I stayed for 2 days under a permanent thundercloud, wiping the city every time it came back, banking so much third-tier red mythic gear that I got halfway to a full set, and killing the third-tier boss over and over. No job change item, it should be soon. Meanwhile, in one small corner of the same city, 1,000 third-tier cultivators of the ghost market spent those 2 days trying to surround a few dozen 800-time soldiers because Huang Wenyue had asked politely for a corner and I had given him one. As long as somebody speaks to me decently, I have never seen the point of being cold about it. Their verdict on that corner, it's too difficult. 1,000 men killed a few dozen soldiers and sat down bleeding in the street. Gao Li, who 2 days earlier had volunteered to storm the whole place, was completely house-trained by the end of it. Dozens of blows to crack one defense, one graze, and he was out. Deng half suggested retreating, and Huang Wenyue called him a spineless coward. The loot system is why anyone joins a ghost market at all, and I'll say it's a decent one. Everything goes into a public pool and gets auctioned, the stones get split evenly, and Huang Wenyue bids like everybody else with no privileges. Wang Fei won a piece toward his unfashionable cheap set. Zhang Rui lost his to a bidding war and consoled himself with the payout. Have Deng Xuan ask someone for help, said Wang Fei, mostly joking. That person definitely has the equipment you need and could collect the whole set for you in an instant. Deng Xuan shrugged again. 100 miles out, dozens of Xuanming Pavilion third-tier elders were running for their lives behind a very large fat man, Yuan Hong, their last invincible realm, filthy, disheveled, and shouting for his mother. Behind him came at least 5 invincible realms from rival factions, all masked, which is courtesy rather than fear. Guan Hai threw a golden spear that took a mountain down. Yuan Hong dodged it with agility no man that size should have and jeered over his shoulder. Guan Hai, your attack method is so obvious, why are you still wearing a mask? Isn't that like taking off your pants to fart? Then Qi Xiaoxu's frost arrow hit him, and his skin turned into a golden tortoise shell and ate it whole, and he went through a mountain and climbed out of the other side undamaged. Qi Xiaoxue, you just wait. Among the fleeing elders, incidentally, were Fu Yuan and Deng Gong, the two who had talked their way past me at Huangpu Mountain. Brother Fu Yuan, why don't we just have tea in Suspended City? Why do we have to get involved in this mess? The hunt was not personal. The goal was to erase my pavilion's third-tier presence entirely, and their read on the target was blunt. Without Yuan Ji, Yuan Hong is nothing but trash, just a sack that can only get beaten up. Cornered, Yuan Hong turned toward my city and ran for it, which made his own elders nearly faint, since that is walking into a tiger's mouth on purpose. The hunters concluded the elders might die in there, but the fat man wouldn't, and agreed to focus everything on him. None of them had any idea whose tiger it was. Then all of them stopped in the air at once. The sky over Ghostfire City was one enormous thundercloud. The walls were bare, the garrison was gone, and there were battle shouts coming from inside. Only a giant empties an 800-time city, and I had not told one of them what I was, and I was not about to start. And there are fewer than 20 giants. Every one of them is named, tracked, and quietly watched by every faction, by tacit agreement, because that is how the balance is kept. Our Qi family's intelligence has not received any information, said Qi Xiaoxue, and that frightened her more than the city did. Yuan Hong saw his only play and took it instantly. If there is a giant level in Ghostfire City, these people will definitely not dare to hunt me down in front of one. Deng flew in. His elders had orders to protect the pavilion's last invincible realm at all costs, so they followed him into a black city. The hunters hesitated. Angering an unknown giant means dying with nobody to complain to, and in the third-tier zone, a giant is absolutely invincible because the law bars fourth-rank experts from coming down, and only a giant can answer a giant. That was my roof, and I had not paid a coin for it. Then they went in anyway, carefully, because they would never get Yuan Hong cornered like this again. Inside was silence and black smoke and a stillness that felt like something enormous holding its breath. Then 1,000 figures came over the rooftops with dozens of 500 times men at the front. Aren't these people from Xuanming Pavilion? What rare guests. Yuan Hong was polite about it, since there was no feud between them. I was merely borrowing the road. Then the hunters poured in behind him and Huang Wenyue got delighted. More people are coming. How lively. Qi Xiaoxue demanded to know who had emptied the city. Of course we emptied it, said Huang Wenyue smugly, and Guan Hai said the quiet thing out loud. Huang Wenyue, what are you bragging about? You don't have that kind of ability at all. Do you really think you're giant level? Huang Wenyue's face lit up like a man who has been waiting all week for a specific question. You guys figured it out, it definitely wasn't us. And he looked up. Above the city, under the black cloud, a man in a white robe sat cross-legged in midair, and a bolt went past behind him and lit him white for a second. Giant level. Guan Hai went soaked in cold sweat. Invincible realms bowed their heads under the pressure without deciding to, and the dread doubled because none of them recognized me. I was not one of the 20. The hundreds behind them started reading the future out loud, which people do. A storm is probably about to break out. The cake is only so big and it's already been divided by the giants. The sudden appearance of another is bound to disrupt the balance. Whenever a new giant level appears, it is always accompanied by the fall of another. And underneath all of that, the immediate practical problem, which is that every single one of them had just walked uninvited into a giant's hunting ground. Into that silence, two voices cried out with tremendous relief. Fu Yuan and Deng Gong, who recognized the man from the Mo family base. The Xuanming Pavilion elders lit up like a stadium, a connection, a way out, possibly even a patron. Then the two of them finished the sentence. Not only do we know each other, you all know each other too. The smile came off Yuan Hong's face in stages. They told the whole story to a black city full of strangers, that Si Yun had been my pavilion's own, that the Mo family had demanded him, that Xuanming Pavilion had discussed it for 3 days and then let him walk out the front door alone. Yuan Hong went crimson. Damn it, those higher-ups are a bunch of idiots. If they had protected him, Xuanming Pavilion would have a giant, and he would not currently be running across a continent with 5 people throwing spears at him. His own elders started cursing their leadership out loud in public in front of the competition, and the competition laughed, loudly and for quite a while. Xuanming Pavilion is truly blind, because that story told them the only thing they wanted to know, which is that the new giant owed the pavilion absolutely nothing and might actively dislike it. Even Huang Wenyue, hearing my history for the first time, said it under his breath. On a rooftop, Deng Xuan watched all of this and could not do a single thing about any of it. Then a Xuanming Pavilion elder bowed to the sky and asked anyway. Senior Z, since you were once a member of Xuanming Pavilion, we have some connection with you. Please lend a hand this time. Xuanming Pavilion will never forget this kindness. Huang Wenyue was embarrassed on their behalf, which takes doing. Guanhai counterbid immediately. Senior, you only need to stand by and watch. Deng Xuan opened his mouth to speak for the pavilion, and nothing came out. Jiang Rui patted his shoulder. Let the higher-ups of Xuanming Pavilion bear the consequences of their own actions. This is really interesting, said Wang Fei, enjoying himself. From up in the cloud, I said one word. Roll. I didn't move. I didn't take a side. I didn't even punish the trespass, which some of them noticed and found more unsettling than if I had. Yuan Hong's last hope went out, and every hunter down there beamed and saluted, and each of them invited the unknown giant to visit their ghost market personally, competing openly to be the first to court me. Running again, the pavilion elders finally said out loud what they had been chewing for years. This generation is facing a talent shortage. We can't retain talent. The higher-ups only care about cultivating their own faction, and the faction is full of idiots consuming huge resources. Isn't Ziyun a perfect example? If we had done everything we could to protect him back then, we would have one more giant-level player now. And the reason they could not simply send a 4th rank down to fix it is the law, which does not permit it, and which kills anyone who tries. Then Yuan Hong made a decision of his own. Deng had been carrying the 4th job advancement item for a long time and had never dared use it, because even an invincible realm can die in the 4th tribulation, and he is a man who enjoys being comfortable. Rather than die at the hands of Guanhai and the others, he said, I'd rather die under the lightning tribulation. 4 days later, a 4-meter pig-headed 3rd-tier boss went down under the thunder for about the 40th time, and among its pillars of light there was a white one. Finally. Inside the orb was a milky white sword snapped in half, and the half that remained was cracked, and something about it was very old. Crush it, and the 4th rank tribulation comes. Pass it, and I stand level with Duanjiang. Huang Wenyue stopped me with a hand up. The moment you become 4th rank, the law throws you out of the 3rd tier zone. I could enter the 4th rank zone or leave the secret realm entirely. Staying would crush my body, which explained a thing I had noticed and not questioned, which is that I had never once seen a 4th rank expert in there, and it explained why giants own that realm completely. Only a giant can answer a giant. The law guarantees it. What are you trying to say? What he was trying to say turned out to be the largest thing anyone told me all year. There is still a huge opportunity in the Yin City secret realm 3rd area. With your strength, if you don't seize it, you'll likely regret it for the rest of your life. The ancient cities were never built. Every one of them is born. A secret realm ghost seed hatches under the ground and grows a city out of itself, and every soldier and general standing on those walls is born out of that seed. Destroy a seed and it rains equipment. The last time, he said, it rained for a day and a night without stopping. And the one currently sitting under the Black Wasteland is graded to hatch a Black City at 1,000 times combat power. That is a once-in-a-century seed, and cracking it guarantees a complete set of 4th-rank red mythic equipment. Every 4th-rank expert alive would kill for that, and the law bars every one of them from coming down to get it, which leaves it to be fought over by 3rd-tier giants. I was in before he finished, not out of greed. A 3rd-tier mythic set is a luxury. A 4th-rank mythic set is homework, because the federal examination puts me against prodigies from every province in the Federation, whose great families hand out 4th-rank mythic sets as standard equipment, the way a school hands out textbooks. Huang Wenyu's own motive was refreshingly naked. Dung is not strong enough to enter that contest, and one invincible realm walking into that field gets removed by a giant with 1 finger, but riding in behind me gets his 1,000 people a share of the rain. You may leave. I held off on the tribulation, obviously. Ascending now would get me expelled from the 3rd-tier zone and forfeit the seed. Then I opened the bracelet and had a look at what 2 days over Ghostfire City had actually earned. The worst item in there was dark gold. Past that were 2 small mountains of 3rd-tier legendaries, orange, enough to build a very large number of 400 times perfection experts out of ordinary people. And on the other side, glowing like a small red sun, a mountain of 3rd-tier mythic gear, more than a man like Huang Wenyu will own in his entire life, which is when I finally understood the whole system. If I founded a ghost market, I could mint experts. That is exactly why the great families park their giants in this realm and refuse to let them ascend. The giant is not a fighter. The giant is a factory. I could build a second-rate power in Yuming City tomorrow. It's not too late to be proud when I can build a first-class one. Sorting the mythic pile, I had 1 complete set and 2 more that were a piece or 2 short. 6 red orbs the size of small suns, spirit-suppressing breastplate, helmet, arm guards, boots, leggings, belt. The breastplate is red, covered in Dao family runes arranged into a seal, and under that seal are 3rd-tier boss ghosts, roaring and pushing against it, releasable to fight for me at a critical moment. Each mythic piece is 100 times, against 50 for a legendary. 6 of them is 600. The set bonus adds 400 more, a flat 1,000 times from clothing. I put it on and stopped being a man in a white robe. Red armor, ghosts screaming quietly under the seals, evil ki coming off the shoulders in strands. Huang Wenyue described what walked out as the Grim Reaper from Hell, which he said to my face, and I decided to take well. Put a mythic set on a self-aware idiot, and the idiot is giant level. That is why the sets bind for life. If they didn't, some families' giant lines would simply never end. Below, Huang Wenyue and Ma An and Wang Fei and Deng Xuan stood counting pieces and arguing about whether it was a set, while Huang Wenyue felt the 1,000-fold surge and stopped being able to imagine what I now was. I turned the armor back into a plain white robe because mythic gear also changes appearance, and did the arithmetic. Set 1,000. Yin Demon Sword 100. 1,100 standing. With the Vajra Subduing Demon Sword 1,700. With a sealed demon sealing great handprint on top, 1,880, almost exactly 2 giants. Wouldn't the other giants just be killed instantly by me? I expected to meet all 20 of them at that seed, because no faction on Earth lets its giants sit out a prize that can mint a 4th-rank one. The Yang Ghost Market sprawls over 100 miles and holds tens of thousands of people, and it was founded by the giant Deng Yang of the Deng Group, who runs a public 1,200 times and is quite well known even among giants. It sits there because the seed hides underground and only surfaces to hatch, so the market is the listening post. Huang Wenyu's private hope was an alliance, since Yang Giant is aloof and unallied, and I was otherwise going to face several giants at once. I let him hope. I had no intention of it. The crowd had swollen past 20,000 with factions pledging temporary allegiance to one giant or another for a cut, favors that get called in back in Yuming City for years afterward. 2 rival invincible realms, Deng Kui and Hao Tian, jeered as our 1,000 walked in. Huang Wenyue, you've come to serve Yang Giant too? Whether Yang Giant will even accept you is another matter. Huang Wenyue, with an actual giant standing anonymously at his elbow, was having the time of his life. Just you wait and see. I'll make sure you're completely shocked. I found a tavern, took a window table, tipped a ghost spirit stone, and ordered a pot of something called Fire Dragon Moxibustion that cost thousands of stones, and the owner came out to serve it personally. Then the door opened, and in came Duan Hongde, Duan Xiaojia, Disciple Guo, and Guo Xiaowan. The old man grabbed both my hands, delighted. The granddaughter went pink, remembering the marriage offer. Guo Xiaowan glared at his rival in love, and Disciple Guo watched all of it with his eyes flickering. Duan Hongde was there because he is a businessman, and the ghost seed is the opportunity of the century, which is the correct answer. I admitted I was there for the seed, and Guo Xiaowan actually laughed at me. You? You dare to compete for the secret realm ghost seed? Whose banner was I under? They asked. Huang Wenyue. Duan Hongde was impressed. An invincible realm. A bright future for a young man. Disciple Guo, who at 300 times could not get Yang Giant to look at him, filed me away as a lowly nobody not worth mentioning. Then the tavern shook, because outside, several invincible realms were hunting one, and the one was coming this way. The name went round the room, Huang Wenyue, every strike aimed at a killing point. Disciple Guo turned to me and savored it openly. The kid had just picked a patron, and the patron was about to die in the street. Once Huang Wenyue dies, this kid will immediately lose his backer. Duan Hongde offered some kind, useless comfort. Duan Xiaojia looked at me with actual concern, which I noticed. I kept eating and did not look out the window, and Disciple Guo read that as terror. Deng Kui and Hao Tian, both 700 times, both nursing old grudges, were taking Huang Wenyue apart while he cursed them without pause. Then the author of the whole thing arrived. Deng Wentao of the Deng family, kin to Yang Giant, announcing it to the entire market at volume. Huang Wenyue, you stole 2 mythical grade pieces from me and are now fleeing. Am I not allowed to apprehend you? Recovering stolen goods is not against the rules of Yang Ghost Market. The actual history being that Huang Wenyue had offered 2 Ghost Fire City mythics in trade, the deal had collapsed, and Deng Wentao had decided that a family connection is cheaper than money. If you know what's good for you, return my things, and I might spare your life. My Deng family is extremely merciful. Then he insulted the invincible realms he had hired. Didn't you eat? Your attacks are so weak. Useless trash. They swallowed it, because his backer is a giant. Huang Wenyue's 1,000 tried to move and were blocked by 2,000 armored Yang Ghost Market experts. Gao Li roared and got held back by 3 people. The market's assessment was unanimous. With Yang Giant around, if anyone dies today, it will only be Huang Wenyue. Deng was fighting toward my street on purpose. I was the only card he had, and with communications dead inside the secret realm, he could only guess and hope. With such a commotion, Senior Z must have seen it. Inside the tavern, Duan Hongde read the situation correctly and said so quietly, Yang Giant has not intervened, therefore Yang Giant approves. Therefore that man is already dead. I finished tasting everything on the table and put my chopsticks down. Please enjoy your meal, I'll be going out for a bit. Duan Hongde panicked and told me not to get involved. Disciple Guo laughed. Deng's probably trying to escape Yang Ghost Market now that things aren't looking good. Outside, Gao Li was about to charge alone, and one of the generals grabbed his arm. Have you forgotten about Senior Z? And Huang Wenyue, with a hole through his shoulder and his armor in strips, finally gave up. Is Senior Z really not going to lend a hand? You could watch the light go out of him. Deng Kui threw the killing spear. The spear detonated into a small sun over that street, and when people could see again, Huang Wenyue was standing there alive and grinning like an idiot because I had stepped in front of him and rubbed the spear out with an open palm. 20,000 people in that market had no idea who I was. In the tavern, Duan Hongde was on his feet. Young friend C, Deng didn't leave? Disciple Guo, whose entire reading of the day had just fallen over, slapped his own face to check. Huang Wenyue's eyes went red. We met by accident 9 days ago, and I came out of a tavern for him, and he took that harder than the spear. His own men, meanwhile, relaxed instantly. That solves the problem, said Gao Li, and everybody watching from the rooftops found that baffling. Deng Kui and Hao Tian immediately became extremely polite. My friend, please don't interfere in this matter. Hao Tian quietly stepped behind the other 2, which is caution, which is why he was still alive. Only Deng Wentao stayed arrogant because his backer is a giant, and nobody had ever taught him what that sentence is worth. Kid, you dare to meddle in the affairs of Yang Ghost Market? Are you looking for death? So noisy. I put a demon-sealing great handprint down on him. Deng stabbed up at it with a black dagger, and then he recognized what was coming off it because he had felt that exact pressure countless times standing next to Deng Yang. Giant level? No. Yang Giant, save me. It took less than a breath. The other invincible realms had not finished turning around. Red rain came down on the market and people wiped their faces and started screaming. What an idiot, said Huang Wenyue from behind my shoulder, daring to provoke a giant. Even if Deng Yang showed up, he couldn't save you. Giant level, said Deng Kui. Hao Tian's hands were shaking because if this giant was Huang Wenyue's friend, then nobody in that street was leaving. I looked at the 2 of them and did nothing. Their quarrel was with him, not me, and I had already done more than enough for a man I met 9 days ago. They produced 2 of the worst smiles I have ever seen and exhaled when my eyes moved on. Huang Wenyue was briefly disappointed and then philosophical about it. As long as we survive, we can deal with these people later. With the Ghost Fire City Hall digested, he was going to hit 800 times anyway. Below us, the market arrived at 2 conclusions in the same minute. That this giant was not one of the 20, and that a new giant appearing always means a storm because the cake is already cut, and that he had killed a Deng in the middle of Yang Giant's own market. Yang Giant will not let this go. At the tavern table, Duan Hongde put his hand flat on the wood. Xiaojia. Grandpa almost caused a disaster. Deng had offered a giant a marriage into a third-rate family. With the worst-tempered one, he would have been a stain on the floor. Duan Xiaojia looked out of the window with something very plain in her face, which was that with her status she could not possibly be worthy, and neither could the entire Duan group. Disciple Guo dropped his teacup and it broke, and he sat there sweating and mentally replaying every sentence he had said in my hearing. Guo Xiaowan had gone completely white. I've actually become a love rival to a giant-level guy. Is this some kind of joke? We're just ants, his father said, with a smile fixed on with nails. This person won't hold it against us. Deng was also privately extremely relieved that some of his uglier ideas had never gotten as far as being carried out. 2,000-yuan ghost market experts hung in the air above us, not daring to do anything at all. Then an old man flew up and, to universal astonishment, bowed. Senior, Yang Giant invites you. Being called senior had stopped meaning anything to me by then. There is no age limit on learning, and whoever gets there first gets there first. Huang Wenyu was extremely anxious because he had wanted this alliance and I had just killed the man's clansman in his street. Lead the way. I wanted to measure a giant. Behind us, somebody sealed the entire market. Nobody in, nobody out. Yang Sword Valley is a cleft outside the market with sheer cliffs on both sides, and both cliffs are studded with tens of thousands of long swords, all of them third-tier legendaries, stuck in rock, like scrap. Huang Wenyue was speechless. I wasn't, because I had 2 mountains of the stuff in a bracelet, and my failure to be impressed visibly disappointed our guide. Deeper in sat rows of experts, the weakest of them at Gao Li's level, and in the depths, hundreds of invincible realms, many of them at 800 and 900 times, one step short of giant. These invincible realms are all unfamiliar, Huang Wenyue muttered. They've never appeared in the outside world. I never expected Yang Giant to be so well hidden. The crowd looked me over and discussed me at conversational volume. Deng's a complete stranger. Deng's a new giant. The secret realm Ghost Seed seems to have drawn out many hidden masters this time. Even a Ghost Sect realm powerhouse couldn't resist the temptation. Then, a lotus made entirely of sword chi rose out of the depths of the valley, iridescent and roaring, with a burly man in blue sitting in the middle of it. Hundreds of invincible realms bowed together. Greetings, Master of Endless Sword. Their eyes were genuinely fanatical, and they looked at me with open contempt, which I found restful. Huang Wenyue had seen him once before, erasing an 800 times city with one sword. His public number is 1,200 times. Nobody knows the real one. His greeting was a test, and he did not pretend otherwise. There is a rule for those who enter my Yang Sword Valley. You must first receive one of my swords. Deng swung before he finished the sentence, and every long sword in both cliffs trembled in sympathy. I answered with the Yin Demon Sword and a golden sword light with runes turning through it, and when the two met, tens of thousands of legendary blades tore out of the rock and formed a dragon over the valley. They saw that from the market. People climbed onto roofs expecting the whole town to be flattened. Then both lights went out together. His lotus dimmed and came back, and I reversed my own chi on purpose, let my face go red, and took one step backward. Huang Wenyue's forehead creased, because that is not my level, and he knew it. Deng Yang had used 70% and had privately taken internal damage doing it, and he relaxed completely. This white-robed youth is not as good as me. His invincible realms laughed out loud and started looking down on me, which was the entire point. I had used under 30 because I have to take that seed off 20 giants, and a newcomer who shows the top of his range on day 1 gets swarmed by all of them at once. Letting Deng Yang hide my shortcomings for me was free. Deng ranked me around 10th, bottom of the 20. Worth surface courtesy and nothing more. Then one of his invincible realms raised the outstanding debt. This man killed one of my Deng family's nephews. The valley went quiet. Deng Yang laughed. Deng's just a nephew from an outside branch, not even a direct descendant. So what if he's dead? My Deng family has plenty of nephews like that. Deng went on to suggest I had done the family a favor. Kill a Deng and you pay for it. Unless you are a giant, in which case it becomes a matter of weighing costs, and the cost of a nephew is low. Then, having established my price, he made the offer. How about we join forces? His aloofness had left him without allies, and there were a dozen factions on that plane. Of course, 2 men shaking hands with exactly identical intentions. That night, over a half-burnt candle, his old servant asked whether the alliance was real. It's just temporary use. Once we seize the secret realm Ghost Seed, we'll find a chance to kill this person. My Deng family's nephews don't die so easily. Deng was confident about it. Deng's barely reached giant level. If I go all out, it will only take a little effort. Then he said the true thing, which he had not said to anyone in 10 years. Deng wants the 4th rank mythic set so he can break through to 4th rank himself. The Deng family forbids it. Their old ancestor would kill him for it. They have kept him parked in this realm for a decade, farming equipment for the next generation of Jiangs, and he is done. Once I get the set and enter the 4th tier realm, as long as I hide for a while, I will soon reach giant level there. At that time, even if the family weighs the pros and cons, they won't do anything to me. And then the sentence that told me what that plane was actually going to be. I'm afraid this isn't just my idea. Many others at the giant level also secretly harbor this thought. In my own room, Huang Wenyue was pacing. Young Giant seems to have ulterior motives. No matter how much Deng Yong plans, it will all be in vain in the face of absolute power. 2 days later, thousands of warships went out. On the flagship deck, Deng Yong explained the rankings, since I was clearly an ignorant newcomer, and he was enjoying the role. Giants are ranked, and the gap between the top and the bottom is enormous. The number 1 can crush the bottom-ranked one without effort. Deng advised me not to get cocky. His own rank, top 10, and if we compete, top 5. The 3 that mattered. Number 1 is Fang Liang, incredibly talented, not very old, about my age, risen to the top in half a year. No ghost market, no faction, works alone. Estimated 1,500 times. And the only reason he is still in this realm at all is that he is preparing for this year's federal examination. Number 2 is Jiang Hong, 1,400 and up, held number 1 for a long time. Deng Yong visibly did not enjoy saying her name. Don't provoke this crazy woman. Once you get involved, you won't be able to get rid of her. Number 3 is Mo Lin of the Mo family, 1,350. I filed away that the strongest man in the 3rd realm was my own age and was studying for the same exam I was, and that there are probably a great many freaks in that examination hall. There really is no order of learning in this world. Whoever gets there first gets there first. At the 3rd name, something moved in my face and Deng Yong missed it entirely. I don't know him. The black wasteland is flat and black to the horizon, and a dozen-plus giant factions were already camped on it, tens of thousands of people each, more than 100 invincible realms apiece. Huang Wenyue's pupils shrank. A great many people are going to die here. This battle might see some giant-level casualties, said Gao Li. And Huang Wenyue, to his great credit, immediately dropped his greed. Our priority should be survival. The seed slept somewhere under all that black ground and would only surface to hatch. Deng Yong offered me his terms as though he were being generous. 30-70, 30 to me. A bottom-ranked giant should be grateful. Every camp on that plain was fronted by an enormous ball of light with a figure sitting inside it, and half of them were people nobody had ever heard of, because a prize like that brings everything out of its hole. The Han Lao, whose ice sphere put frost 3 miles out and drove his own men backward. Deng Yong, you've come too. Aren't you afraid of perishing? The Jiao Long, an artifact refiner riding a 100-meter mechanical dragon he had spent 30 years forging, which has giant-level combat power of its own and generates a gale you can lean on. And the Feng Mi, one of the very few people Deng Yong considered a friend, which he demonstrated by immediately trying to organize everyone against somebody else. With Fang Liang around, we won't get that whole 4th-rank mythic set. When the time comes, we must all work together to drive him away first. Fang Liang was not there yet. Deng never is until the end. Jiang Hong and Mo Lin were also not there, because they were somewhere over the horizon fighting each other, since neither of them will yield the road. Then 1,000 warships came in from the northwest, and the Mo family arrived, tens of thousands strong, and shoved another giant's entire faction off the good ground. That giant closed his eyes and pretended not to notice, because Mo Lin is number 3 and has killed giants before. Even giant-level beings dare not speak out against this, the Mo retainers told each other, happily. Mo Han was in that fleet, restored to invincible. Realm by the replacement mythic sword Mo Lin had given him, still chewing on the theft, dreaming about becoming a giant himself one day. Then his eye caught a deck. It's him. Zi Yun, said Mo Yu. Deng dares to come to a place like this? It's like getting it all without any effort. They took more than 10 Mo family invincible realms and came over to make sure of it this time. Deng Yong's people bristled. Deng Yong roared at them about what they thought they were doing, and Mo Han, who had been warned that Deng Yong hides his strength, bowed politely. We are only targeting an insignificant person. Then he grinned up at my deck. Zi Yun, let's see how you escape this time. More than 10 invincible realms spread out to seal every exit. Deng Yong's own people watched them do it the way you watch a group of children charge a bear, because they knew what I was, and the outside world did not. Deng had suppressed the news, and communications are dead in there. Asked to hand me over as a favor, Deng Yong agreed instantly, because a man who has just been rescued by his patron binds himself tighter to that patron, and he settled in to watch and privately hoped I would kill them all. I stood still, which they read as terror. Then I stopped hiding, and the air over that deck froze, and 14 invincible realms watched a man turn into something else. Giant level? How is that possible? Not good. Retreat quickly. A demon-sealing great handprint the size of a mountain came down at 1,000 times. You can't kill me. Aren't you afraid of the Mo family tycoon? It did not slow down. Mo Han and Mo Yu went first, along with the other two who had come out of the dark at Yinshui Mountain. The four who once made me leave a mountain in the middle of the night, gone under one palm without any of them landing a strike. Deng Yong shouted at me to stop, that I would cause trouble. The palms sped up and killed the remaining Mo invincible realms. All of them. Not one out of that circle. Every ball of light on the black wasteland snapped around at once. Giant level. Is there another one hidden? Even Deng Yong's pupils blew wide, because he would not have dared do that to the Mo family in the open. And the giant who had been shoved off his campsite an hour earlier sat in his own light and burned with shame because a newcomer had just answered the Mo family the way a giant is supposed to, and he had not. That's exhilarating, said Gao Li. This is what a true leader looks like. I didn't expect you to have such a hidden trick up your sleeve, the Han Lao told Deng Yong, and then predicted my future. This kid has completely offended Mo Lin. Once Mo Lin arrives, this kid will surely die. Privately, he and the Jiaolong compared notes and arrived at exactly the conclusion I had spent a week planting. That palm strike was only 1,000 times. Even concealed, it shouldn't exceed 1,100, so it's not a big threat. You and I should pay more attention to Deng Yong. That old guy is still holding back. Then the ground started shaking from the southeast, because number 2 and number 3 were arriving, still fighting. Mo Lin is an iron tower in black armor with fists like sledgehammers, and every punch took a hill off the landscape. Zhang Hong is a slender woman in a red dress and a white jade fox mask, and she was catching those punches bare-handed and winning. Zhang Hong, among the giants, only you can rival my power. I really can't bear to kill you. Mo Lin, do you have the ability to kill me? If so, then come at me. One soft-looking palm put him several hundred meters backward and left the print of a woman's hand in his mythic breastplate, which healed itself immediately, which somehow made it worse. Deng disengaged, claiming he would kill her after the seed, and privately hurting everywhere because she is stronger than he is, and both of them know it. Deng landed over the Mo camp, and one cold snort out of him silenced tens of thousands of people. Giants dropped their eyes. My own read on Zhang Hong at that point was that she was beautiful and elegant, and that any man who saw her would end up at her feet. I genuinely did not understand why everyone called her a crazy woman. The Mo family greeted its champion in tears because more than a dozen of their invincible realms were missing, and he scanned the ranks and found the faces gone. Around us, the giants settled in. I'm afraid that before the seed even appears, a giant will already be falling. When Mo Lin gets angry, it's like the earth shaking. An elder pointed at my warship and embellished considerably. Fine, said Mo Lin. Very well indeed. And then, to the astonishment of every giant on that plain, somebody spoke up for the stranger. What courage, said Zhang Hong. Do you need my help? I saluted her with a smile. No need, thank you. She laughed, a bright ringing laugh, and pointed at Mo Lin without looking at him. This idiot. Deng may be a bit slow, but he's still very strong in combat. You need to be careful. I decided she was somewhat interesting. Mo Lin ground her name out through his teeth and was ignored and stepped forward to kill me, and Deng Yong, sword lotus blazing, moved in front of me. White giant, give me a break and we can discuss this matter later, shall we? Mo Lin did not look at him. Get lost. What face do you have? You dare to talk to me about face? Deng Yong went white and then red, and I filed that away too. Then ghost fog swallowed the black wasteland, and a million voices started wailing under the ground. Watch out! The secret realm ghost seed is about to surface. Mo Lin stopped mid-stride because even hatred has a priority list and settled for a promise. Kid, you're lucky. If you're still alive after this, I'll kill you. I looked behind me at that point, and here is the thing I did not expect. Nobody had left. Huang Wenyue was standing there, and he would have died in the splash of any of it. Gao Li's crew were there, and Deng Xuan was there, on a rooftop of a warship, having backed down from me once already and having decided not to do it twice. 200,000 people now covered that plain. Deng Xuan's instructions to his own friends were the only sensible words spoken on the Black Wasteland all week. Take the mythical equipment if you can, and give up if you can't. Our next priority is the federal examination. Don't risk your life here. Yin Qi came up out of the ground like a gray geyser full of screaming, and cultivators sat down and covered their ears. Then the ground caved in, and the secret realm ghost seed came up. It is a black heart the size of a mountain, jet skin with red light moving under it. It floats free of gravity, and it beats, slowly, like a drum in a room downstairs. Oh my god, this is the secret realm ghost seed? Deng Yong leaned over to renegotiate at the last possible moment, whispering, Brother Shi, help me with all your might later. Afterwards we'll split it 30-70, no, 40-60, while planning to give me nothing and kill me afterward. The seed's guardians came out of the ground as a black wave of ghost soldiers in ancient armor, and every faction threw its tens of thousands into it purely to buy time. One giant tried to burst the heart alone. 1,000 times blade opened a scratch that closed before the light faded. Mo Lin laughed at him. This secret realm ghost seed isn't as simple as you think. It takes all the giants working together to destroy it. Which is true, and which is also the trap, because the closer you are standing when it bursts, the better your claim on what comes out. So nearly 20 giants bombarded a heart while knifing each other over. Standing room. One of them blocked Mo Lin and got his head taken off, and the body came apart in the air. Then Jiang Hong put one small hand into Mo Lin and moved him several miles and took the front position, laughing the whole way. The Han Lao and the Jiao Long jumped Deng Yong together, and Deng Yong turned to his ally. Brother C, please do everything you can to help me. I gave him one look and did not move a finger. The Han Lao howled with joy. Deng Yong, it seems you miscalculated. The mechanical dragon body slammed the sword lotus until its light went out. Senior, said Huang Wenyue anxiously, aren't you going to make a move? There are still some people who haven't arrived. The heart was cracked and leaking white light and about to go. Mo Lin blasted Jiang Hong aside to land the last blow. She matched him step for step, and a spear the size of a hill came out of nowhere and threw them both backward. Fang Liang, you finally appeared. The two of them stopped hating each other instantly and attacked him together and were still thrown back, and Mo Lin felt the gap properly for the first time, 1,500 times, 200 above his own. A short-haired young man walked out of the empty air, flat-voiced. I only want that 4th-rank mythic set. I won't fight over the rest. Dream on. Then let's see who has the best skills. The instant he committed, every giant on that plane stopped fighting each other and hit him at once, in unison, without a word of coordination. Deng had counted on that. That is why he arrived last. Deng held off nearly 20 giants alone. Deng killed one of them with a spear beam, and after about 2 breaths of it he was coughing and his organs had gone. Deng also got exactly what he came for, because his 2 spears finished the seed. The heart turned into a small white sun, and the shockwaves staggered giants. I had been standing on a deck doing nothing for the entire battle, and at that precise moment I stopped being on the deck. Then equipment started coming out of the light, one piece, then dozens, then hundreds, then thousands, and then a number somebody afterward estimated at 500,000 pieces, going up and out until the sky was gone. Equipment rain, it's finally here. 10 orange legendaries went past together like meteors with a red mythic in the middle of them. What are you waiting for? Let's grab it! 200,000 people abandoned the ghost tide in the same second, and I was not one of them. Every faction's discipline died at once, the way it does when somebody throws a handful of banknotes into a crowded street. The faction heads gave up shouting and joined in. A man caught a red orb and had time to laugh once before several thousand people arrived, and then the orb was in play again. The real prize was inside the white sphere. Fang Liang went in first, and a red mythic piece grazed his cheek on the way past, and he did not even look at it. Mo Lin and Jiang Hong and the rest went in behind him. Inside, 3rd-tier red mythic gear drifted around like a slow swarm of bees, and not one person touched any of it, because every man in that room already owned a full set. At the core, 7 red suns bending the space around them. Breastplate, crown, arm guards, gauntlets, belt, boots, and a longsword. 4th rebirth, level 100, top-tier mythic, complete. Once you get this set, it means you've reached the pinnacle. It is also possible to become a giant at the 4th job advancement level. Fang Liang reached for it with a giant hand, and Mo Lin smashed the hand, and when the spear came for him, he roared, and his hair stood straight up like steel wire, and he ignited a potential technique and went to 1,500 times and broke the spear light, and I stood in the dark outside all of it and took notes. A secret technique for unlocking potential? Then Jiang Hong, with an enormous red fox phantom rising behind her, put out one white hand and shattered the spear's edge as well. 1,500, both of them, and I was still standing outside it taking notes. Mo Lin's price was visible, because his entire 3rd-tier mythic set was burning off him and going to ash as fuel while he stood there. Nobody could read what Jiang Hong was burning. Not even Fang Liang, who noted privately that this woman is not simple. With the top 3 locked together, the rest saw an opening. Deng Yong's sword lotus turned into a black hole. A ghostly arm came out of it, took the Han Lao out of his ice sphere, and pulled him in. His mouth split into 8 lobes lined with teeth, and he ate a giant alive while the giant was still making noise. 1,400 times. Mechanical ghost dragon, you die too. Let me devour you, and my combat power will increase to 1,500. The Jiaolong merged into his own machine, which has 1,400 defense, and held him off, so Deng Yong went looking for easier giants instead. Every other giant on that field found this appalling, and I want to note that they were correct. None of them had anything like it. Then Fang Liang, who is extremely patient, waited until every ignited technique in the room had lapsed and set fire to his own qi. 1,600. Deng put a spear through Mo Lin's shoulder, drove Jiang Hong and Deng Yong back, and turned around to collect 7 suns. No, said Deng Yong, who understood it was over. A golden bell came down over the 7 red suns and stopped his hand. Deng broke it, and it collapsed, and he was still stopped, and Mo Lin laughed at him through a hole in his shoulder. Fang Liang, even you have your moments of miscalculation. So he stabbed the bell at 1,600 times repeatedly. The bell did not move. It rotated gently in place and glowed. Such strong defense. Such deep scheming. Then I walked out of the empty air in no particular hurry. Who are you? Said Fang Liang, who had never seen me. It's you? Said Mo Lin, who had classified me as an ant about 40 minutes earlier. Huh? It's you? Said Jiang Hong, and I could hear her mouth open behind the fox mask. And Deng Yong, who was alone in the world at that point and had 2 giants circling him, was overjoyed because he had just decided that his ally had been hiding his strength for this exact moment. Excellent. Well done, Brother Z. This heaven-defying opportunity belongs to both of us. I ignored him completely. Deng Yong was simply an idiot. I called the bell back to my palm with the 7 suns still inside it. Every giant in that space moved to encircle me because none of them could allow me to leave with it. Fang Liang, give me the stuff and I'll pretend nothing happened. Mo Lin, give me the stuff and all your grudges with the Mo family will be wiped clean. Deng was offering to write off Mo Han and more than a dozen dead invincible realms, which tells you exactly what a Mo life is worth to a Mo when there is something better on the table. Jiang Hong grinning, do you want me to help you? And Deng Yong came walking up smiling, talking warmly about how we would escape together, while staring at the bell and fishing. This golden divine bell can only be used once, right? What a pity. 3 steps closer. Brother C. Then the 8 lobes came open. You should just die. This golden bell can only be used once. What can you use to stop me? It's mine. No one can take it away. What met him was a golden sword light, and halfway through his own lunge, he felt the number behind it and his grin locked in place, over 1,700 times, higher than Fang Liang's ignited peak. But how is this possible? Deng went out without a sound. Deng had spent 2 days planning my murder, and he ultimately vanished like a clown. Nobody said anything for a moment, and it was not about Deng Yong. It was about the number. How is this possible? Said Fang Liang. 1,700 times? Said Jiang Hong. The young man she had found merely interesting an hour earlier had turned out to be a tiger in the grass, and she got there before anybody else did. Deng's number 1. Deng's stronger than Fang Liang. Every giant in that room arrived at the same sentence at the same time. Attack together, said Mo Lin. And there was real fear under the fury, because killing me had stopped being greed and become self-preservation. Fang Liang burned potential again to 1,600. Mo Lin burned a second complete 3rd-tier mythic set because he owned 2 and put on a fresh one. Jiang Hong stepped back out of it and folded her arms. You guys fight. Outside, in the equipment rain, 200,000 people stopped looting to watch nearly 20 giants attack one man, which is not a thing anybody there had ever seen. What could make even the number 1 abandon his pride and gang up? Huang Wenyue stood with a mythic piece half-stowed and recognized the man in the middle. The energy swallowed me completely. Deng's dead, said Fang Liang, and he felt relief, which is worth remembering. Then there was one deep chime, and a colossal golden bell rose out of the destruction with me standing inside it with my hands behind my back and not one hem of my robe disturbed. Impossible. Gentian Divine Bell, Level 3. 80,000% defense, which is 800 times, multiplied through a full 3rd-tier mythic set, 1,900 times defense, higher than my own peak offense, which is 1,880. If I attacked myself with everything I have, I am not certain I would get through. That was an attack by 20 giants working together, somebody said outside. Normally no one could stop it. Huang Wenyue was euphoric. Gao Lie had stopped forming words. And nearly 20 giants stood in a ring around one bell and felt, for the first time in that realm, what losing feels like. I refuse to believe we can't break it. Fang Liang burned potential a 3rd time. The others had nothing left to do but keep swinging. And I laughed, because it had been a very long time since I'd had a genuinely enjoyable fight, and then I drew a sword. Vajra Subduing Demon Sword. A reliable 1,700, no burning, no cost, no cooldown. The first giant came apart down the middle. After that, I simply walked among them, and every strike ended one of them, and none of it reached me. Only Fang Liang could parry it all, and he paid for it. Under his robes, his physical body had split open in several places, damage nobody else in that realm could have done to him. 5 giants dead in a few breaths. 200,000 people forgot about the equipment rain entirely and watched me instead. Below us, factions whose giant had just died were openly weeping, because a faction that loses its giant does not get another one, and everybody there knew it. The world is about to change. Then the first one's nerve broke. What a load of bull, heaven-defying opportunity. Deng gave up and ran, and after one, it became a chain. Finally, Fang Liang himself stopped in midair and shouted the concession that not all of them together could do it. I looked at him and stopped. I liked Fang Liang, and I want to be straight about why I let him go. Deng is cunning, and he is fundamentally straight with people, and killing a prodigy like that would be a waste. Also, we might meet at a federal university one day, and then we'd probably be classmates. I walked past him because there was exactly one man on that field I was not going to let leave. Mo Lin burned his last third-tier mythic set purely for speed and ran. Where are you going? And the sky cracked open. A jet-black rift with a fourth-tier aura pouring out of it. A fourth-tier powerhouse has crossed over to another realm. Aren't they afraid of being crushed by the power of law? Said Huang Wenyue. Deng Xuan named it correctly from a rooftop, and it reframed the whole month for me. The real contenders aren't these third-rank giants. It's these fourth-rank powerhouses. The third-rank giants are merely acting on their behalf. First through was my hunter's ninth uncle, fourth rebirth, level 100, perfection, and the law took him apart on the way down. Behind him, waiting inside the rift, were dozens more figures, all of them fourth rank perfection. All of them watching to see whether the first one lived, because every single one of them is a deeply scheming individual. A halberd came out of the crack. I went up to meet it and put a demon-sealing great handprint into it at 1880 times. Crazy? Said Fang Liang. The halberd broke. No. And my hunter's ninth uncle came apart inside the passage. It rained out of that rift, and the dozens of gods hanging in it above us did not make a sound. Fang Liang could not make it add up, and Zhang Hong explained it to him, laughing behind the mask. The crossing had already brought that man to the edge of coming apart. They had simply underestimated the boy standing under the hole. Just now, his combat power was almost 1900 times. That was the last straw past what a fourth-rank perfection body can hold. That ninth uncle of the Mo family was adorably stupid. Deng died without any injustice. How did you figure that out? Said Fang Liang, and there was something new in his voice, because the exact ceiling of a fourth-rank perfection expert is not a thing a third-rank cultivator is supposed to be able to see. The shadows in the rift reached the same conclusion on their own. Anyone who crosses while that white-robed boy is standing there dies on the way down. So they swore at us for a while and watched a heaven-defying opportunity walk away underneath them, and the rift closed. It's time for the breakthrough, I said. Fourth-rank ghost sect realm. Then I noticed Mo Lin had slipped out during the fight. Huang Wenyue held up a tracking talisman. I collected his information when he left. Well done. I do not hand out praise often. I have also never in my life left a root in the ground. Fang Liang conceded the prize out loud and announced he was going too. Since the opportunity is gone, I should break through to the fourth-rank realm. His actual target was the same as mine, which he said without embarrassment, the federal examination and Fengdu University, and not a small undeserved title as number one of a third-tier domain. Farewell everyone, this is the last time we'll meet. Then Jiang Hong, number one again by default and already bored of it, stretched. This third-tier domain is boring, let's go check out the fourth job advancement area. Who knows, we might find some interesting people there. And she opened the void with one bare hand and walked through it. And as she went, every giant left standing felt what came off her, because for about half a second she stopped holding it in. Fourth rank. Perfection. A giant pointed at the empty air where she had been like a man who has seen a ghost. She. The talisman ran Mo Lin down half a day later. Deng was genuinely stunned we had come, because even my hunter's ninth uncle had died to this, and he ran again, and one sword put an end to the number 3 giant of the third realm. The Mo family no longer has a giant in the third-tier realm at all. Then I took out the broken white sword, and Huang Wenyue planted himself in front of me. I am your protector. I opened my mouth to tell him not to be ridiculous, looked at his face, and said all right. The fourth tribulation took a full half hour of black sky and hammering rain, and every cultivator within sight of the black wasteland kept well clear of it. I came out of it fourth-rank ghost sect realm, and the law immediately started squeezing me out of the third-tier zone like a splinter. One punch opened the void. Huang Wenyue, may we meet again someday. And as the rift sealed behind me, several red orbs came back out of it and landed at his feet. Third-tier mythic pieces, several of them, one item short of a complete set. Enough, if he worked at it, to make him a giant. Deng stood there holding them with his voice gone. Thank you, senior. I would like the record to show that he told people afterward, I appear ruthless and fierce, but am never stingy with those close to me and have a warm heart, and that I have never once managed to argue with that. I stepped out into a black forest in the 4th tier zone where skeletons with rusted swords came apart from my presence alone, and then I did something I had been waiting 2 months to do. I turned off the illusionist's ring and got my own face back. 4th rank Ghost Sect Realm. Out in the wider world, only a few people ever truly get here. In Ghost Mountain City, I could found my own sect on a whim. 1 drop of my blood weighs over 1,000 pounds. My bones are harder than the best steel anyone's technology can forge. A 3rd rank perfection expert could hit me for an hour and not open the skin. And the mythic set I had killed 19 giants for was 4th rebirth level 100 gear, and I was level 0. So the greatest treasure in the 3rd realm sat in a bracelet, unusable, while I went back to farming. Giant level at the 4th tier. Even Duanjiang probably hasn't reached that. 2 days of wiping out 10 plus 4th rank ghost cities got me to level 20. The improvement is really slow. Nobody in this world clears ground faster than a man who deletes cities with a single spell, and it was still glacial because a single level of the 4th rebirth costs an enormous amount of experience. The pyramid narrows for a reason. There's no other way but to work myself to the bone. Compared to others, I'm already having a much easier time. I passed other 4th rank experts occasionally, and we all deliberately looked away from each other because at that level, nobody fights for nothing. I also knew that dozens of 4th rank perfection experts had watched me kill one of their own from the far side of a rift, and that they were hunting me, and that they did not yet know I had crossed over. 10 days of killing without stopping. Level 99. 1 more city. Level 100. 4th rebirth. Perfection. A passing 4th rank expert caught a glimpse of me and left at speed. A 4th level perfection realm expert. How could we possibly find a cultivator of that level in this outer area? I found an empty valley because taking the set out was going to cause weather. 7 red suns came up around me, each one pressing down like 10,000 pounds, and the rocks along the valley walls simply crumbled from being near them. The Hun-Yuan mysterious fire set, helmet, breastplate, belt, boots, arm guards, gauntlets, and a weapon. The Hun-Yuan mysterious fire sword is crimson, as though somebody forged it out of magma and forgot to let it cool, and it burns permanently and quietly. It's so beautiful. I took off the spirit-suppressing set and let the new one recognize me. Each piece adds hundreds of times. The set bonus took me somewhere I already knew the name of, except 1 whole tier higher. I tested it by looking at something. My gaze landed on a cliff face, and the cliff face became dust without any sound at all, and the valley stopped being a valley. I could not grade myself properly, having met almost no 4th rank experts. One thing was certain. Those dozens of shadows in the rift could now be dealt with by hand. This level of power will let me shine in the federal examination. In the same bracelet, under mountains of gear I no longer needed, I found 2 more Taoist books. Golden Body Incantation. Attack up 50, Ghosts up 100, Defense up 50, Ghost damage down 70, and a rare one, a formation book, Ghost Spirit Formation. A 10-mile maze that steals your senses and sometimes your strength, both merely decent. And then my chest did the thing it does, twice in a row. Supreme Daoyin skill, Law Manifestation of Heaven and Earth, and Nightmare Ghost Realm. The Supreme Daoyin skill at level 1 read, Dharma attack 30,000%, Dharma defense 20,000, damage to ghosts 50,000, cooldown 24 hours, which was the first cooldown I had ever owned. And then, underneath, current number of divine seals, 0. Status, unable to be used due to lack of divine seal, with a helpful footnote. The divine seal is the mark of the fallen divine souls of the gods. I sat down on a rock and reread that 4 times, and the implications settled on me slowly, which is that there are gods in this world, and that they can die, and that somebody has been collecting them. At 9th rank, Ghost Emperor, I doubt I could kill one. I lost my composure, for the first time in about a year. You can't expect me to go and hunt down a god, can you? And in the middle of that sentence, a chime. Divine seal detected. Host, do you wish to capture it? Then the Hun-Yuan mysterious fire set came out of my bracelet by itself and ignited, entirely outside my control, as though it had been waiting for me to say the word out loud. The mark of a fallen god's divine soul has been detected on the Hun-Yuan mysterious fire suit. Higher dimensional life form detected awakening. The Huantian Xuanhuo divine general's divine soul is awakening. Capture it immediately, otherwise your life is in danger. The alerts came faster and faster, stacking on each other, and I want to note that in my entire life this was the only time I have ever seen the Supreme Rule lose its composure. Capture. My consciousness was dragged somewhere dark, and I stood in front of a god, mountain-sized, the void bent around him, beast-faced sky-devouring armor, a lion mane belt, golden cloud ribbons hanging off the shoulders, and in his hand, a longsword made of lava that dripped through space itself. I recognized it. I had been wearing it on my hip for 11 days. A fallen ancient deity. which means the mythic-grade equipment in this world may all be forged around the sealed soul marks of dead gods, every last piece of it, and everyone wearing it is walking around dressed in a grave. This world is far more complex than we imagine. The panel updated. Divine Seals. 1. Huantian Xuanhuo Divine General. Status. Can be used. And the seal itself moved the numbers. Attack from 30,000 to 31. Defense from 20 to 23. Against ghosts, 50 to 55. Huntian Dharma form. The armor lit, and a 20-meter phantom of the god rose up behind me wearing fire, and when I thrust, it thrust, and a mountain-sized lava sword went through the valley wall like a spoon through custard and put the rest of the valley down flat. More seals make it stronger. If I can find other divine seals, more powerful ones, the number probably doubles. Interesting. I left the Nightmare Ghost Realm unopened for the moment, which turned out to be a mistake I'd fix later. Then I checked the date. Less than 5 days to the federal examination. 2 months since a man told me to give up cultivation and go earn money for my brother. Fresh cultivator to 4th rank ghost sect realm giant. Even I hadn't expected that, and I'd been there for all of it. I've been growing like a madman lately. All. For this, haven't I? The ancient city mark spat me back out at Suspended City, and I went home. My city has millions of people, walls, skyscrapers, expressways. That week there were black cars lined up outside the Lord's mansion because the entire elite of the city had been called to an extraordinary meeting. The federal examination happens once every 3 years. Miss it and you wait 3 more. City Lord Hua Tingxiao is a scholarly man who smiles permanently, and I had never once met him. Every student his city gets admitted is a line on his record, and a future city lord or inspector who owes the place something. One in the federal parliament would set my hometown up forever. So he asked the great families to declare their real prodigies. Nobody said anything, because a true prodigy is kept secret by families like those, in case somebody arranges an accident, and underneath all that courtesy, the knife work never stops. The unfairness of it got stated out loud in that room, which I appreciated. Those families control over 90% of the resources in society. Commoners change jobs at 18. Clan children change at 5, and some of them get an engineered second advancement on top. With that much time and that many resources, even a pig could take off. There was pleading in the city lord's voice. Deng runs the city, and he is powerless against the families inside it. Then Duan Xiao, head of the Duan family, named 2. Duan Jiang, barely reached the 4th rank over limit level. And a rival across the table, Guo An, put the knife in for the entertainment of the room. Old Ghost Duan, are you talking about that illegitimate daughter? They enjoyed it. Because she's an illegitimate child, she wasn't sidelined and groomed by your Duan family. Instead, she rose through the ranks on her own merits. You gained an extra 4th-tier overlimit character with minimal effort. She is the daughter of that family's good-for-nothing son by a woman they kept outside the house. They never spent a coin on her. And she has turned out to be the best of her whole generation, while every heir they poured resources into came to nothing. I had spoken to her once, in 3 years, and I had not known one word of this. Her grandfather's face stayed black for the rest of the meeting. I had spoken to her once, in 3 years of school. The second name was Duan Hong, high-level transcendent, 1 step short of giant, wearing a complete 4th rank mythic set and still short, because that last line is a wall and not a step. Then the Guo family, 2 overlimits, no giant. Then everybody else. Not one giant in the whole of my city. Hua Tingxiao hit the table. Without a giant level, Ghost Mountain City is in big trouble in the second round of the exam. The melee. Round 2, I was told, has no rules at all, and I want you to sit with that for a second. The only score is whether you are still alive at the end, which in practice means every city's candidates band together and it becomes city against city, and a city army needs a leader, and a leader should be a giant, and my city did not know it had one sitting in a basement. Guoan tried to soothe. If we don't have one, others probably don't either. The city lord killed that with intelligence. Each of our brother cities has at least one giant-level prodigy. Guoan was startled less by the fact than by the source, and started reconsidering what kind of man the city lord actually was. Ghost Mountain City will likely be completely wiped out in the second round. Then none of your clan members will be able to advance to the third. A red streak came down outside the walls that evening at 5,000 kilometers an hour, which is the blood cloud shuttle I squeezed out of an old artificer, and I stood outside the city I grew up in. I left it as a newly promoted cultivator with 100 million in a bracelet. I came back a 4th rank ghost sect realm giant. That night, outside a high-end club under the neon, my adoptive father was picking his teeth and laughing too loudly. My adoptive mother was telling him to behave, and my brother had a new girlfriend on his arm. We have plenty of money. We can come to this place every day if we want. My brother had reached Ghost General Realm and was wearing a mythic piece out of the Yin City Secret Realm, and he felt very good about the exam. The girlfriend was an ordinary girl, and she was whispering to him that she was determined to marry him. Across the street, people in the crowd kept instinctively stepping around a spot on the pavement where the air felt thin. 2 hours earlier, I had gone home. Strangers opened the door of room 408, building 3, Yuling Community. The Chen family sold that apartment and moved a month ago. I checked my messages properly for the first time in a long while. 2 months. Not one word from any of the 3 of them. No notice of the move. And all 3 had changed their numbers. In that instant, I understood everything. I hired a private investigator to find my own family and paid him well and immediately because it's just a small amount of money. And then I stood across the street from them and made a decision that I want to say plainly without any joke attached to it. Since you don't want me to bother you, I won't. Let's each go our own way from now on. And then it came in anyway, the way it does, an enormous loneliness, as though there were no longer a single person in the world who was close to me. What a lonely night. Some drunks told me to move out of the way. I said 2 words, and the temperature on that stretch of pavement dropped enough to make them roll. Across the street, my family looked over at the noise, saw nothing worth their attention, and went back to laughing. By then I was gone. 2 men in black watched me go from inside a folded pocket of space, close enough that people were walking through them without knowing it. This kid's already at level 4? Master, how did the young master do that? The larger one checked something and relaxed. I haven't sensed any bloodline awakening. His bloodline body is still dormant. Then, with something like pride, my C family's treasure body, once awakened, is innately the 5th revolution Ghost King realm. They did not stay, because if the young master is exposed, his life is in danger. And on their way out, one of them answered a question I had been carrying around for 2 hours. The servant had bribed my adoptive father to cut ties. That old bastard is very pragmatic. Dung agreed without hesitation, as if he was afraid I would go back on my word. This family is short-sighted. They cut them off to keep Gaobo's future disasters away from me. That is the whole of it. And then, as they faded out, that Mo family, let them disappear tonight. Remember, don't leave any traces. Do they think they can mess with my Z family? Yes, master. This is very simple. A family with a 5th rank Ghost King as its old ancestor, discussed like a wasp nest on a porch. I bought a villa in the city center outright and inherited a household with it. Old Bo is a 3-star butler nobody would hire because he insisted on bringing his granddaughter along. If it weren't for the head of the family, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to afford your tuition anymore. Bo-Ru is 17, wears a school uniform and a ponytail, went pink when I said hello, and spent the first evening stealing looks over the top of her homework, having concluded that the boys at her school were unbearable to look at. You're a 3-star butler, I told the old man. Others would be unable to hire you at all. I'm the one who got the better deal. And looking at the girl doing her homework at a kitchen table, I felt something I hadn't in a while, which was that I was looking at myself a few years ago, simple and happy. I asked when she turned 18, which is job change age, and wished her a good profession. Then I went down to the basement, which is why I bought that particular house. A cultivation room the size of a basketball court, alloy concrete, 4 meters thick. Old Bo's standing instruction to his granddaughter was never to disturb the head of the family. I could not grade myself, and that was intolerable 4 days out from an exam. So I unrolled something I had bought at an obscene price from the Federal Mall, a 5th rank Ghost King's personal notes on the 4th realm. The first line was a rebuke aimed directly at me. Lay a solid foundation in every realm, or the gaps compound, and at 9th rank, Ghost Emperor, you will be the weakest 9th rank in the world, which is exactly what Fengdu University is for. Even the weakest tutor there is a 7th rank Ghost Emperor. Those are people who can fix the details a man skips while sprinting. This is the problem with not having a mentor. The map of the 4th realm, per the notes. Level 100. Perfection is not an achievement, it is the entry requirement. Below it, the Ghost King's word for you is intern. Above it, there are 4 levels: perfection, over-limit level, giant level, supreme rank. Each one crushes the one below it, and each is separated by a critical value, and a 4th rank mythic set alone will not carry you across a critical value. Not the way gear did at 3rd rank. The notes came with a high-level breathing technique that resonates your energy and makes your body glow a color that grades you exactly. Crimson is perfection, blue is over-limit, dazzling gold is giant. I learned it in about 10 minutes because at 4th rank, a photographic memory is a basic feature rather than a talent. 2 white dragons of breath came out of my nose, and the room started to roar, and the glow came up light blue. Elementary overlimit. Then the Hun-Yuan mysterious fire set joined the resonance, and it deepened to dark blue. High-level transcendent. So dark it looked like it wanted to turn gold, and it would not. I stood in the middle of my own basement, infinitely close to that critical value, and I could not touch it. The gear genuinely cannot make a 4th rank giant. The Ghost King had not been exaggerating, but I still have other tricks. Vajra Subduing Demon Sword. A small golden sword formed at my brow, and the resonance spiked, because skills are energy too, and that dragged the critical value into reach, and I stepped over it. The blue went out, and I became a small gold sun in a concrete room. Giant level. Ha. They felt that through the whole neighborhood. Only the alloy concrete kept the basement standing. Reading the shade properly, pale gold, initial stage giant. Giants split into initial, mid, and high, which is no surprise because all of my destruction skills are still 55-3, and the 4th rank permits 55-4. The Vajra sword at 55 is 60,000%. At 55-4, it will not be a small jump, and above giant sits the thing I could not stop looking at, supreme rank. I had genuinely believed giant was the top of this realm. It is not even close. The Vajra sword will not take me there. The Supreme Daoyin skill, which is already at 30,000% at 51st, probably will at 55-4. And the exam I was walking into covers all of Nanming province, which holds hundreds of billions of people. I will meet initial giants in bulk. There will be mid and high giants. There may well be a supreme rank, so no low profile this time. I intend to walk to the top of that hall over the heads of every prodigy in it, because the top is where Chengdu University spends its resources and assigns its mentors, and I have a foundation full of holes. One problem. Skill ranks need proficiency, proficiency needs ghosts, and I had 4 days in a basement, so I opened the other skill. Nightmare Ghost Realm, 55-1. I create a ghost realm at a thought. Inside it, my attack is up 40,000% and everyone else is weakened by 10,000, which is effectively 50,000, which is more than my Supreme Daoyin skill gives me. Divine Ability 1, Ghost Rope, lock an enemy inside for 30 seconds, 10% success. Divine Ability 2, Projection of a Thought. The Lord can project anything he has ever seen into the realm. I built it. A broken little world the size of a small city, gray haze, cracked ground, leaking lava, spatial storms coming through gaps in a barrier so thin it felt like a tent in wind. It should get better as the skill ranks up. Then I projected several hundred level 104th rank yin soldiers out of memory, correct armor, correct flames in the eye sockets, half their real combat power. One sword light took the lot. Proficiency, plus 0.0001. It works. An infinite private grinder, in a basement, in a house I had bought with my own money. Just upgrading the Vajra Subduing Demon Sword to level 4 should push me to high-level giant. 3 days in that basement, projecting tens of thousands of ghost soldiers per wave. LV4 was far harder than I expected, so I gave up on all-round progress and focused on exactly 2 skills. The Supreme Daoyin skill, first, because it has a daily cooldown and lasts an hour per use, so I spent it the moment it came up. Then the sword, all day, every day. I surfaced once to have Old Bo register me for the federal examination. On the last night there was a 5-star meal, a very long bath, and an entire night of sleep, and it felt like being a person again. At the gate the old man bowed. "Master, I wish you a resounding victory. Chengdu University awaits you." And Bo Ru jumped up and down on the step and shouted after me, "Brother Z, I'm watching your live broadcast on TV. You must do your best." Because the entire federal examination is televised, and every bar and tea house in my hometown was going to be full of people watching me. 90,000 of us went through my city spaceport that morning, and I did not know a single one of them, with every city guard on crowd duty and parents everywhere. And I walked through the middle of it alone, which made me the most conspicuous person there. The Chen family were in that crowd somewhere, seeing my brother off. A friendly guard chatted at me for a while about his son, a second rebirth Ghostmaster, competing today, and how proud he was. I did not explain the odds to him. I did notice that the city lord and every official on the platform looked grim, and I had no idea why yet. All candidates board the ship. May you bring glory to your hometown. Dozens of steel warships that made a ghost dragon look like a canoe lifted, shimmered, and jumped. A day later, we came out of space into a dark void, and there was a short kid in black-rimmed glasses in the next seat eating an ice pop out of his bracelet and talking to me like we'd known each other for years. "Brother Z, we've arrived. Are you that hot?" His name was Guo Tian, and he eats popsicles when he's nervous, which he told me immediately and without shame. I can't live without it. Out the window was the dark star domain, and floating in it in a red glow was Bloodfiend City. By day, it is ruins. By night, the whole thing comes alive. Neon, new skyscrapers, traffic, the subway running, buses, crowds on the pavement, offices lit up. And none of them are people. They are my city's dead, who were all killed the night the city fell, and who reenact the last day of their lives every single night under some rule nobody has explained. I had researched none of this beforehand, which Guo Tian found remarkable. Combat power is king. You're really carefree. Then he gave me the number. Over 10 million registered in Nanming province alone. A few thousand get in. Over 99% eliminated. My chances of getting into Fengdu University, he said cheerfully, were not much better than a lottery ticket. Deng flared with sudden aura and announced that he would definitely pass, and then collapsed back into his seat with a fresh popsicle. Nervous. So nervous. Why can't I control myself? Then he leaked something the City Lord's mansion had deliberately not announced. Ghost Mountain City might be in some trouble this time. We're lacking top-tier combat power. No fourth revolution giant, and in round 2, against a city that has won, dozens of overlimit level fighters cannot stop it. 5 hours to the exam. Millions of candidates hung weightless in the dark outside Bloodfiend City, and an old hunched man walked out of the gates and crossed several miles in one step. Greetings, Saint. An 8th rank ghost saint of Fengdu University, sent to invigilate my exam. That is what they use an 8th rank for. His presence was actually mercy. With a saint watching, candidates get lifted out of the city at the moment they are about to die, which counts as elimination and not as a funeral. Then he raised an ocean behind himself that blotted out the star field with an enormous reincarnation eye in it that blinked once as though considering swallowing several million souls and picked all of us up at the same time. I tried to resist out of curiosity and discovered what an ant learns about a tree. One glance from that man, one breath, and I would simply stop. Brother Shi, Guotian called, sailing away. See you again sometime. Back in the province, the whole thing went out live. Cities emptied. Bosses gave the day off and got kissed for it. Bars hung rows of screens over tables stacked with beer. Tea houses filled with old men cracking sunflower seeds. The black market ran odds. In one tea house, the argument was about the Provincial champion, which is a real title with a real prize, and everybody agreed on one thing. It definitely won't be our Ghost Mountain City. A few million people against cities of tens and hundreds of millions. In 1,000 years, my city has never produced a provincial champion. I wonder if we have any 4th revolution giants this year. There should be, right? At its peak there were 2. The City Lord's mansion has not made any announcement this time. At the Chen family villa, there were relatives filling the sofas, all watching for my brother, competing at flattery, because if he made Fengdu University, the entire Chen family would leap a class in one afternoon. My adoptive father had never been happier in his life. Chen Ma could not find her son among 10 million faces. Then an uncle asked a question into the noise. By the way, where is Hao Yun? Isn't he coming home for something this big? Gao Fulin snorted and said nothing at all and did not mention that they had moved without telling me. At the City Lord's mansion, the same men sat in front of a giant screen looking ill, and not one of them knew my name. Hua Tingxiao's plan was to leave it to fate. Guoan's plan was to dodge every city that had a giant, and Duan Qiao had given up on results entirely and only wanted his own son admitted, which Guoan mocked out loud. Deng alone probably won't survive the 2nd round. I materialized in a damp basement with about a dozen others, all from Ghost Mountain City, because the drop is random but keeps cities together. The first face I saw was Guo Tian, looking sheepish. Brother Z, I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. The second face was in the corner. Snow-white skin, black hair to her waist, an expression like a closed door. Duan Jiang. Zheyun? 3 years in the same classroom, under 10 words exchanged in total. You also took the federal examination? She was genuinely surprised because I was the ordinary boy whose family couldn't afford an early awakening, permanently in the background of every room. But she did remember one thing about me, which she told me much later, that there had always been something in my eyes that had no business being in a boy that age. Something profound and not quite from here, and it had puzzled her for 3 years. The answer is 2 lives and 2 worlds, and I was not going to say that in a basement. You two know each other? We were classmates. Her face frosted over at the popsicle kid. Who said you're friends? Then she named him, eldest son of the Guo family, one of the top families in my city. The room had recognized her and was delighted, because being with an overlimit level player in round 1 is a lottery win. She is famous in my city precisely because nobody ever groomed her, which makes her an idol to about half the candidates in it, and which is the one thing she and I have always had in common. Then she said something that surprised me. I am not the strongest person in this basement, and she looked at the short kid in glasses. I'm only at beginner overlimit. Deng's a high-level transcendent. Deng's 1 step from giant level. The basement gasped. Guo Tian had been trained in secret and had never been publicly ranked in his life, and he preened and turned around to enjoy my reaction. I did not have one. Hey, I'm an expert. Aren't you surprised? Round 1 is a hunting trial. By day, Bloodfiend City runs extreme weather, a day of killing frost, or a molten storm that melts the buildings. So everybody hides underground and waits. By night, the city wakes up, and some candidates are randomly turned into hunters. A hunter has to score by eliminating other candidates or he is eliminated himself. Everybody else only has to survive until dawn. Duanjiang set the house rule that every city uses, which is that whoever gets chosen as a hunter leaves the basement and may come back at dawn if he lives. Whether they can return depends on their own fate. It exists so that a city's candidates don't eat each other before round 2. Agreed all round. Guotian clapped my shoulder. With me here, I'll make sure you're fine in the first round. I closed my eyes and dropped my consciousness into the nightmare ghost realm to keep grinding, because 10 million candidates is a number that makes even me feel a little pressure. Night 1, one youth lit up red. A hunter, 3rd rank, visibly terrified, and everyone in that basement looked at him like a lit fuse. According to the rules, you shall leave. Dung left. The rest of us glowed white, and that is when I understood why hiding is useless. My white light burned all night like a candle in a dark room, and hunters can see it from a long way off. The only real protection in that basement was Duanjiang and Guotian. Nothing came. At dawn, the youth crawled back in with a hole through his abdomen, survived because ghost general flesh knits itself, and fell asleep on the floor. Nobody helped him. Day 2 was a molten storm, more grinding. Night 2, the odds went up. First night is 10%. After that it climbs. The red light came off me. The wounded youth nearly wept with relief. The whole basement exhaled. And Duanjiang, the ice queen of Ghost Mountain City, looked worried, ground her teeth for a second, and said something that genuinely surprised me. Yun, I'll go out with you tonight. I turned it down gently, and I want to be honest that it landed somewhere warm. I can manage on my own. Thank you for your kindness. Then Guotian started laughing at my bad luck. Yun, your luck isn't so good, and went red mid-sentence with the smile still on his face. With him beside you, said Duanjiang. Relaxing, you'll be absolutely safe tonight. Guotian recovered by unwrapping a fresh popsicle. The nights in Blood Fiend City are absolutely wonderful. We rode the ghost subway because he wanted to. Bright, half-empty carriage, dark blue faces, a tired middle-aged man riding home from a job he died at. Guotian tried to trade a licked popsicle to a small ghost boy for a bag of potato chips. Mom said not to eat food from strangers, the boy said, and shrank against a woman with her hair over her face and stains down her clothes, who turned her head and simply looked at us. Dung took a chip anyway. It vanished the instant he bit it. This is boring. From the roof of a 100-story building, we looked at a living city with office lights burning and people working late in them, and not one living person in the whole thing. Then a window blew out below us, and a dozen white lights ran into the street with more than 20 red ones after them. Scoring for a hunter is 3 points before dawn. 3 candidates. Guotian had 0, and so did I, and I was not worried about it, which he found unbearable, and he privately decided he'd cripple a few and hand them to me. The dozen white lights got caught. Then red beams came down out of the sky and lifted them out before the end, which is the saint doing his job. And one of the hunters looked up at our rooftop and drew a finger across his throat. Before Guotian could reply to that, an arrow cut a skyscraper in half. Half the night sky went gold. Only a giant's breathing technique makes that color, and only a giant halves a building with one shot. Then out of the wreckage came a brawny figure glowing the same pale gold, which meant a hunter had found a giant, and the giant was not going quietly. Guotian was rattled, and he was right to be. One initial stage giant can suppress dozens of high-level transcendents. It's 2 4th Revolution giants fighting. I looked at the 2 of them and read the color. Pale gold, both. Initial stage, both. Exactly where I stood. I had real respect for that, having recently spent 3 days in a basement finding out how much that critical value costs. What I did not do, and should have, was give myself credit for having reached it with skills still stuck at Ghost General grade. On rooftops across that district, people climbed out of hiding to watch. How could this be? This is only the first round. Giants are supposed to save themselves for round 2, where they lead their entire city. Fighting now burns resources and invites a third party to steal the kill. The woman with the fire-red longbow did not care. Her face never changed, and every arrow landed exactly where she sent it, and one of the watchers said that although she was a woman, she was hungrier for it than any man there. Underneath the 2 of them, police cars had arrived. Sirens, a ring of low-level ghosts surrounding 2 golden suns doing their jobs from 100 years ago. Guotian deflated completely. The gap between me and them is huge, and I flew straight at it. Yun, what are you doing? You'll be killed by the aftershocks. Here is why, and it is not bravery. My nightmare ghost realm proficiency had been crawling because a projected ghost dies in 1 hit. Skill proficiency is really your degree of understanding of a skill, and something that cannot resist you teaches you nothing at all, so project a 4th Revolution giant instead. I tested it from a distance, and the realm produced copies of both of them at half power, which is still enormously above a ghost soldier, and I fought the copies, and the bar moved at least 10 times faster. The flaw was range. Distance makes a weak projection. Getting closer would make better copies. Making them use their real techniques on me would make better ones still. So I went to pick a fight for the training data. That district was already a ruin. Towers down, ground split, cars swallowed, sirens howling uselessly under the wreckage. Watchers in the dark saw one man in a white robe strolling into a battlefield that kills high-level transcendence. Does he have a death wish? A golden blade went past my ear and halved the building behind me, and my face did not move. Then I looked up and smiled. How about I join you too? Kid, you're asking for it, said the brawny one. And the woman with the bow laughed softly. Come on if you dare. Which suited me exactly. I took one step and let the breathing technique roll, and the light came off me, and there were 3 golden suns over that district instead of 2. Another 4th revolution giant? My God, what's going on tonight? One after another. Are they all crazy? This isn't even the second round. And on a rooftop a mile back, Guo Tian nearly went off the edge. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Dung of all people understood what he was looking at, and it is worth spelling out. Every single high-level transcendent in my city has a great family behind him. Guo Tian included. Duanjiang included. That is not a coincidence, it is the mechanism. Either a family raises you or a family recruits you, and if you refuse both, you grow so slowly without resources that you miss the golden window and the talent goes in the bin. I had refused both without ever being asked, so even an unaffiliated high-level transcendent is nearly unheard of. A 4th revolution giant is impossible, a giant out of the common people, unknown to any aristocratic family. Dung sat down on the roof and ate a popsicle with his hands visibly shaking. I wonder if the city lord's mansion has noticed this. On another roof, Duanjiang's group felt the shockwave from miles out, and she stood watching 3 golden suns with something raw in her face. It's a pity we don't have enough resources. Otherwise, I could have entered this realm too. She has the talent. Her family will not spend on her, because spending on an illegitimate daughter would embarrass them in public. She bit her lip. I must get into Fengdu University. It is the only door out of being called what that room called her. The archer assumed I had come to steal her kill and shot at me, which was ideal. I took it on the Gentian Divine Bell and then attacked her instead of the prey because I needed her to escalate. The brawny one tried to leave and got shot at by both of us. What are you 2 lunatics trying to do? Then an arrow cracked my bell. That had never happened, not once, from anybody, at any tier. It is the fault of LV3, and at LV4, 100 of her would not manage it. A second bell dropped into place seamlessly before the pieces had finished falling, which visibly enraged her because from the outside my defense is a bottomless shell. Her secret came out under pressure, and it is the most impressive thing I saw in that entire exam. 108 distinct archery techniques, and I copied every one of them at LV4, welded together by sheer comprehension into a single fusion skill. That is how she touched the giant threshold. I stood in a burning street and was genuinely awed for the first time in a year. This woman has integrated 108 archery techniques into one. It was like a door opening in a wall I hadn't known was a wall. I had been at the bottom of a well looking up at a circle of sky and calling it the sky. So I turned on the brawny one to see what he had and refused to dodge anything because you only learn a swordsmanship by taking it. Dung unloaded 32 sword techniques and then fused all 32 and broke my bell in a single strike. Another one. And there it was, the answer to a question that had been bothering me since a basement in Ghost Mountain City. A full 4th rank mythic set is standard equipment. Even for high-level transcendence, gear is not what makes a giant. Fusion skill is, and until that night I had never once heard of one, which is exactly why my destruction level skills, powerful as they are, had left me sitting at initial stage. I'm definitely going to Fengdu University. Working alone only widens that gap. The more it learns, the stronger it gets, and I had been learning from nobody for 2 months. Meanwhile, from the outside, I was holding 2 initial stage giants at once without a disadvantage because they can only crack my bell with a fusion skill and need seconds to build one, and every single ordinary strike of mine already carries fusion-grade power. What kind of freak is this white-robed youth? Eventually, the 2 of them stopped fighting each other and came at me together. Guo Tian's popsicle melted down his wrist without him noticing. My God, what a freak! On the far rooftop, Duanjiang's group had gone slightly delirious. This is a level 4 ghost sect guard? The gap between us is just too big. She slapped them out of it. Their ultimate enemies are all strong people of the same realm. What are you worried about? Then someone counted the 2-on-1 and announced the newcomer would die tonight, and Guo Tian panicked for reasons that had nothing to do with me. Zieyun, you can't die. With a giant on the team, my city's odds in round 2 went to 80%, and the hope that had appeared 40 minutes ago was about to be deleted in front of him. Ji-yun, if it really comes down to it, let's run. Elsewhere in the dark, strangers were laughing. What an interesting night, witnessing the fall of a 4th revolution giant. One technical note because it mattered, the cheap breathing technique I bought from the Federal Mall adds about 10% the longer you hold it, and at my scale 10% is a lot of 10%. By then, I had copied all 108 archery techniques and all 32 sword techniques, fusion skills included, straight into the realm. It's time to end this. My eyes filmed over gray, and my outline went soft, as though I had stepped sideways into the space between real space, and the sound of iron chains rolled out across that entire city and put the hair up on the arms of everyone who heard it. Black chains came out of the void beside the brawny figure and had him before he could turn. Dung could not break them. They laughed at him while he tried. Then they dragged him into a black rift, and both of us were gone from that street in front of an audience of thousands. That was a 4th revolution giant, and he was dragged away in public without a chance to struggle. If the giants are like this, what about the rest of us? Inside, in cracked space with lava coming up through the ground, he turned in a full circle. Where is this? Nightmare Ghost Realm. You're the first guest. Dung burned his potential for 30% and briefly approached mid-level giant and threw fusion skills that broke my bell every single time, and I want to be fair to him, he fought extremely well. Inside that realm, I am a god. Realm Lord bonus of 40,000%, multiplied through the Vajra subduing demon sword at 60,000, 100,000%, a number I had never touched, and as I built the strike, the pale gold around me darkened and went pure. Dung forgot to attack. Mid-level giant? Impossible. Dung had fused 32 techniques to scrape initial stage. Dung estimated 72 would be needed for mid, and he knew he would never get there, and he said the quiet part on his way out. Perhaps only by going to Chengdu University and having a mentor with 7 turns or more can one have any hope. One sword. No, I don't want to die. And then something enormous reached into my own world. I was a god inside a space I had made out of myself, and I felt a gaze come through the sky of it from outside. That's enough. Space froze. My sword light went out like a candle in a draft. A red beam took the broken giant out through a wall of my private universe. Strong or not, in front of an 8th rank ghost saint, I am an insect. Dung tore open a space built out of my own will to reach in, the way you would open an envelope. Outside, in the dark star sky, the reincarnation saint opened his eyes and smiled. Interesting little fellow. Dung actually possesses the ability to create his own space. Looks like this generation is full of talent. An attendant beside him observed that a good many space professions at Chengdu University cannot do that, and that the school has a standing precedent of specially recruiting for it. Outside in the ruins, the archer had already left the moment things went wrong. A rift opened and one person came out of it. Could it be that they've perished? Were they killed by the white-robed youth? Guotian sagged. I had what I came for, which was proficiency, and I left as white lightning before anybody could track a direction and reappeared next to him on the roof. No, boss, he said. For someone to reach that level out of the common world, what else could he be but an idol? Score, me 1 point, needing 3, and him 0. We went to work. At dawn, Duan Zhang's group came down from the rooftops, thrilled just to have been there, and she stayed up on the ledge a while longer, worrying about somebody. The day came in molten. Lava through the buildings, cracked ground, black smoke standing up in columns. The wounded youth, whose name turned out to be Brother Hao, had healed about 80%. Guotian and I walked back in without a scratch on either of us, and Brother Hao, who had nearly died for his 3 points, looked at me with undisguised jealousy. His luck is truly unparalleled, with Guotian protecting him all night, and Guotian could not stop giggling. All day, in a damp basement, every time somebody in that room brought up the 3 giants who fought in the sky over Bloodfiend City, he got louder. Duan Zhang frowned at him. Something's wrong. Nobody was going to tell a high-level transcendent to be quiet, so they all just sat there. Inside the realm, I did an honest audit. The Nightmare Ghost Realm plus the Vajra sword gets me to mid-level giant, but only if the Ghost Rope lands, and the Ghost Rope is a 10% skill. Outside, I am initial stage. That mid-level giant is ultimately just a trick. So I projected the brawny swordsman and the woman with the fire-red longbow, complete with all 140 of their techniques and both fusion skills, and set them on myself, at least 20 times the old rate. Night 3, the last draw. Whoever gets past it clears round 1. Somebody kindly reassured Brother Hao that having been chosen once, he was unlikely to be chosen again. The red light landed on Brother Hao. His face went the color of liver. The friend who had comforted him managed about 4 words of it and gave up. Dung glared at the room, took 1 breath, and walked out with a certain tragic grandeur. Everybody else exhaled because they had made it. Groups found our basement twice that night and were scared off by 2 auras without a blow being struck. Meanwhile, I ground until dawn, dying to my own projections on a few occasions, until the bar filled. Vajra subduing demon sword, level 4. I swung once and both projections were annihilated without resisting. The same 2 people who had fought me to a standstill in the street 12 hours earlier, and it was not just the size of it. The changes inside that one strike were more profound than the fusion skill built out of 108 archery techniques. Next to it, 32 sword techniques look like a child's drawing. Attack up 180,000%. Against ghosts, 240,000. LV3 was 60,000. The 4th rank upgrade tripled it. For scale, the Nightmare Realm trick had barely reached 100,000, and that was enough to touch mid-level giant. The sword alone was now 180. I ran the breathing technique to check. Pale gold went to pure gold, which is mid-level giant with no realm and no tricks. And it kept going, brightening into a small sun in a basement, and then a trace of pale red appeared inside the gold. High-level giant. For reference, at supreme rank, the gold goes entirely to red. There will be high-level giants among 10 million candidates, but not many, and I intended to be one of them. Only true freaks get there, and the puzzle stayed open. If 108 technique fusion barely buys initial stage, how does anybody reach supreme rank? My best guess was the supreme Daoyin skill, at a rank I did not have yet. Dawn of day 4 ended round 1. Brother Hao never came back. Guo Tian greeted me as boss, loudly, and the man next to us picked at his own ear. Duan Jing was quietly worried because she had inside information, and it was this. My city had no giant and about a dozen high-level transcendents, and round 2 was going to be hell difficulty. Her one piece of good news was that our basement sat right beside my city's designated rally point, so we would skip the deadliest part, which is the journey. I asked her how Fengdu actually chooses. Points are only the floor, she told me, and I made her repeat it. What matters is demonstrated potential, because in round 2, Fengdu activates its divine artifact, the Eye of Reincarnation, and it was about to record everything I did, so coasting quietly to the end gets you a pass and a rejection letter. You have to go all out where the eye can see you. That eye is said to watch 3,000 great worlds at once, and it is the greatest treasure Fengdu University owns. The extreme weather lifted for the first time in 3 days. Then the air started whistling. First occasionally, then like a swarm of bees, and then tens of millions of candidates took flight at once across a ruined city, all of them racing for their own city's rally point. From a rooftop, it was genuinely beautiful for about 90 seconds. Then the overlimit hunters started picking off travelers, the way predators work a migration, because once the cities assemble tens of thousands strong behind a giant, nobody gets to farm anybody. Most people put their heads down and ran. One mid-level overlimit dived at our roof, laughed at Duan Zheng's beginner overlimit aura, retargeted her, and then Guo Tian's aura locked onto him and he left at a speed I admired. By luck, no other city had chosen our district, so nothing collided. Figures started dropping into the zone, all my city, some of them openly weeping at the sight of familiar faces after being ambushed 3 or 4 times on the road. 20,000, which is 20% of the 90,000 who left home. Deng Xuan came in filthy and bleeding, having lost half his group, including Wang Fei, run through the chest. The saint had lifted him out alive, and his exam was over, which is its own kind of ending. Deng and Zhang Rui found each other and hugged in the dirt. They asked after Duan Jiang, and then wondered aloud who my city's 4th revolution giant was going to be this time, because it never once occurred to them that there might not be one. Then my brother staggered in alone, pale and bleeding, having watched every single one of the 10+ people he traveled with get eliminated. Deng wept with relief. Then he looked straight up at the sky because he knew exactly who was watching at home. No one can stop me. I will definitely get into Fengdu University and bring glory to the Chen family. Back in my city, the tea house owner came running in with news, which is that the city lord's mansion had bought the broadcast rights and opened a dedicated city channel with the evening news anchors commentating. The room went up like a stadium. The feed found the rally point, 70,000 of their own children standing in ruins. Parents came off their chairs pointing at the screen and shouting names. At the Chen villa, the relatives shoved each other aside, hunting for Gao Bo, while my adoptive father lounged and told them there was no rush. With Xiao Ming's realm, passing the first round will be no problem at all. The uncle found him. Pale, badly hurt, sitting cross-legged in the dirt. Chen Ma's eyes filled. My adoptive father roared with laughter and took the credit, and the relatives buried him in flattery because none of them wanted to be the one who had failed to be nice to a future benefactor. Deng had never felt so carefree in his entire life. Those relatives used to walk past him in the street. Then the one uncle who understood the exam sobered the room. The second round is about to begin. Whether Ghost Mountain City gets through depends on its high-end combat capabilities. They scoffed at him. 90,000 people, what's to fear? So he explained that other cities field the same or hundreds of thousands, and that one individual can be worth tens of thousands of them, and that a fourth revolution giant can delete a city's whole contingent, and that it happens every single exam. Deng was describing me to my family, and none of them knew it. Gao Fulin waved it away. Ghost Mountain City has never lagged behind. Those powerful families can at least produce one giant. On screen, my city started unmasking, and I watched it from a ruin with my eyes shut. A giant trailing 10,000 bolts of lightning walked into frame. Lin Guang of the Lin family, whom his own family had publicly written off as untalented for years, while secretly raising him into a high-level transcendent. The Lin family really knows how to hide a prodigy. Then a black-robed youth came out of pure darkness, pale as paper, undetectable even while visible. Gao Bo of the Gao family, and in one bar across town, the rich kids who used to push him around choked on their drinks. In half an hour, more than 10 high-level transcendents assembled, and far more overlimits. Duan Jiang fretted about her brother until Guo Tian called it. That show-off Duan Hong will definitely make his appearance last. A light sword the size of a mountain flew in and buried itself in the ground, and Duan Hong stood on the hilt of it, tall and refined with sword-blade eyebrows. Deng is one of the very few Shangguans who was ever kind to his illegitimate sister, and she reached beginner overlimit with his help, and I want that on the record before anything else about him. My own private note that afternoon was about Guo Tian, who is among the smartest scions of a powerful family I have ever met, with resources and vision and brains, and who will grow into a remarkable man if he doesn't die young. I had also still never seen him use a single technique. The tea house waited for the grand finale. Without a giant to hold the line, your formation breaks the moment it's touched. The finale did not come, and the room turned strange. In the city lord's mansion, the officials sat in silence. Guoan couldn't find his own grandson on screen, and Duan Xiao enjoyed pointing that out. Then Hua Tingxiao tapped the table. The fact that the fourth revolution giant doesn't exist can't be hidden forever. If we're going to lose face, we'll all lose face together. Deng told the information administration to stop suppressing it. The anchor smiled and said the fatal sentence, which was that all of the powerful figures of my city had now gathered. The tea house worked it out in about 4 seconds, and then went up. An old man stood and explained why it was worse than they thought. A city without a giant does not merely lose fights, it becomes the preferred hunting ground. Would you fight a hard battle against a city that has a giant and pay a heavy price, or would you look for an easier opponent? This time my city will only be prey. Then he left, rather than watch his hometown's children go one at a time. This old man wants to live a few more years, my heart can't take it. A third of the room walked out behind him, and the owner stood in the doorway asking them to stay, saying that perhaps things could still turn around. At the Chen Villa, nobody was laughing. Zhenli, is there any chance things can be turned around? It's going to be tough. From now on, it really depends on Xiaoming's luck. The basement group ran for the rally point. I stayed where I was. I can clear round 2 on my own without hurrying, and nobody in that city was going to pick a fight with a high-level giant. Guo Tian stayed too, and I found out later why, and it says more about him than anything else in this story. Deng understood that whether Ghost Mountain City survived depended entirely on whether I chose to fight, and he refused to guilt me into it, on the grounds that I had grown up entirely on my own, and had never received a single favor from that city in my life. Even if you stand by, nobody can say anything. Duan Jiang left last and stopped at the door to offer protection to a boy she believed needed it. You can find me at the assembly point. Once the great battle begins, stay by my side and I can guarantee your safety. Thank you. Cold outside, warm inside. I revised my opinion of the school beauty considerably that week. My actual plan for round 2 was that it lasts 10 full days, and I intended to spend all 10 of them pushing skills towards supreme rank. For me, the melee was an interlude. The real fight was somewhere else. Guo Tian's heart sank when he worked that out, and then he had an idea, which was that if my city wanted this man, Ghost Mountain City could come and ask him properly. At the very least, we need a group of high-level people from my city to come and invite him. We have to make a show of respect. At the rally point, 80,000 people stood around in a heavy mood while the high-level transcendents went into a building to decide policy. Zheng Gang was in that crowd, relaxed, because he is second rebirth and came for the experience, with a military academy as his fallback. Then Guo Tian arrived very publicly, and a dozen overlimit-level Guo family prodigies rushed over and bowed. Young master, those youths were adopted and raised for exactly one purpose, and it is not passing the exam. It is making sure Guo Tian reaches the final round and dying to delay anyone who might stop that. Deng left them outside and went in grinning. I bet these guys will have some really interesting expressions when they find out. Inside were Lin Guang with his lightning, Duan Hong with his sword, Gao Bo surfacing out of a dark corner, Mei Ruo of the ancient moon tower in ancient robes, and a dozen more. I'm here to persuade someone to help me save Ghost Mountain City. Lin Guang laughed at him. Does Ghost Mountain City need saving? Do you think we dozen high-level transcendents are just toys? Dung really is a level 4 powerhouse. And he's from my Ghost Mountain City. Silence, then fury, because they are the sons of my city's great families and a giant cannot exist without them knowing. So he told them the whole story of a boy from Yuling community and they refused to believe it because a giant growing out of the common people is not much likelier than a lottery win. So he put his house on the table. Why would I, the legitimate son of the Guo family, need to lie to you? Does the Guo family have no dignity? Among those people, invoking the family is the same as swearing on it, and the room went completely silent. I never expected, said Gao Bo softly, that such a prodigy could appear among the common people. His plan was simple. All of them go together, invite him properly, and 80,000 candidates walk through round 2. The shock wore off. Nobody moved. Guotian, have you lost your mind? Said Lin Guang. You want us to invite a commoner? Don't forget, we are from powerful and influential families, the ruling class of this world. Dung's just an ordinary citizen. Does he think he deserves our invitation? To them, a giant is a hired thug with an unusually good resume. As long as you pay them, plenty of powerful people will come running. And one of them added the line that I think about sometimes. Dung should seize this opportunity and volunteer to serve us. Guotian turned to Duan Hong, who is the decent one, and Duan Hong sighed and said it as kindly as it can be said. Qian, we are the same kind of people. Xie Yun and we are not from the same circle, not now, and never will be. The reason they were all so calm turned out to be that Lin Guang had already cut a deal to merge my city into Fenglei City, which has an initial stage giant, 200,000 people, 30-plus high-level transcendents, foolproof, and the credit would be Lin Guang's. Guotian saw what it actually was in about 1 second and told me later with his ears still red, not cooperation, dependency. 80,000 of my city's candidates spending 10 days at Fenglei City's mercy, and if Fenglei told them to go east, not one of them would dare go west. Gentlemen, you should handle this matter of living under someone else's roof yourselves. I, Guotian, have no habit of being a servant. Farewell. Lin Guang called after him that if Mi was willing, he could come and assist the giant of Fenglei City and that they would remember his contribution. Dung walked out to his dozen prodigies. Follow me, lest I become a lackey for Fenglei City along with these guys. Then Lin Guang came out and announced the alliance to 80,000 people, stressing that Fenglei has a giant so nobody needs to worry, and the crowd split cleanly between relief and humiliation. Isn't this about having to be mindful of Fenglei City's opinion? My brother had no such difficulty. These people are really something. It's good enough that we can get through the second round. So what if we have to deal with Fenglei City's attitude? Alone in a building, I hit LV2 on the Supreme Daoyin skill. Dharma attack 93,100%, defense 65,000, against ghosts 135,000, and the cooldown halved, 24 hours to 12. That is the highest potential thing I own. At LV3, it may pass the Vajra sword, and at that point, Supreme rank stops being a rumor. I also ground the Gentian Divine Bell, which has no cooldown and which levels fastest when it gets broken and recast, and which even 2 projected initial stage giants were struggling to break. One limit discovered along the way. The Nightmare Ghost Realm cannot project me. Then I felt somebody coming. Guotian came back with his dozen overlimit prodigies and a warning to all of them not to be rude, and then greeted a man sitting on a broken floor with a cheerful boss, which nearly put his own bodyguards on the ground. They were all extremely curious what the head of the Guo family would say when he found out. I heard about the refusal and was not remotely offended. Powerful families are used to being high and mighty. Expecting them to lower themselves would have been a strange thing to expect. The Guo prodigies learned what I was, and then that I had built it alone with no family behind me, and their faces went through several countries. Guotian sat down next to me and put his hands behind his head. Boss, those guys want to be Fenglei City's grandsons. I can't do something like that. This time, I've decided to stick with you. Then the rally point erupted, because my city was leaving without me. 80,000 people lifted off like a black cloud behind a dozen high-level transcendents and flew away to become the smaller half of somebody else's 200,000. Deng Xuan swallowed it. There's no other way. We'll just have to swallow our anger from now on. Somewhere in that cloud, Duan Jiang reached her brother and reported on the first round and mentioned that she had run into Guotian, and Duan Hong asked immediately, is there a person named Xie with Guotian? She could not work out how her utterly ordinary classmate had her brother's attention and started to explain. This Xie, he said. You'd better avoid contact with him in the future. Deng did not explain, because among the high-level transcendents of Ghost Mountain City, my name had become a subject nobody wanted to be caught discussing. The sky emptied. The ruins went quiet. We're the only ones left, said Guotian. And I went back into the realm because supreme rank was around a corner and I could see the corner. 3 days of war. Cities of 80 and 90,000 collided head-on while I sat in a ruin doing homework. 200,000 people in a single melee. High-level transcendence came down into crowds. Giants descended and deleted whole formations with one move, and only another giant could put a hand up. Every station in my province broke its own ratings records. The streets were literally empty. People watched through the night with red eyes, because if you miss it, you wait 3 years. At 3 in the morning, in a packed tea house, the news came through that Pingliang City had been wiped out. 110,000 candidates, gone because their giant lost. A man who had bet on them slid off his chair. Then somebody suggested checking on my city and discovered that every screen in the building had been quietly switched to a different city. I won't look. Look for yourself. They've all been treated like servants. I'm not looking. It's just too humiliating. One man drank himself unconscious and the owner did not stop him because the owner had watched his own son sent out ahead of Fenglei City's line as cannon fodder with laughing behind him, and he could not finish the sentence about it. In the bars, the young men were hoarse. Gaobo, a high-level transcendent, is working as somebody's assistant. How shameful. Does one really have to become someone's dog? Somebody put a bottle through a television. Somebody else stood on a table and shouted that he'd rather take the exam himself and die fighting than watch another minute of this. In the city lord's mansion, Hua Tingxiao said the thing that hurt most. I didn't expect these kids to come up with such a plan. We were too young. Every official in that room had thought of the alliance idea years before I was born. Every one of them had rejected it because decades of watching had taught them what it costs. They would rather every candidate be eliminated fighting than have one of us live at another city's mercy, and I wanted on record that I agree with them. Guo An used the opportunity to thank the Lin family for their fine nephew and to mention that his own grandson had walked out of that meeting. When that idiot Lin Guang comes back, said the Lin patriarch, I'll skin him alive. 200,000 people in one ruin, in 2 moods, and I was not in either of them. Fenglei City's 100,000 sat around confident. My city's tens of thousands huddled at the edges with their spines removed. Thousands of my city's candidates at a time got ordered out on patrol. Refusing meant elimination on the spot, over limits included, and the dozen high-level transcendents watched it happen and said nothing because of the one man standing at the center of Fenglei City. In just 3 days, said Zheng Gang, red-eyed, over 10,000 of our test takers have been sent out and eliminated. I'd rather not go to Fengdu University than not fight to the death, said Zhang Rui, and it caught, and it went around that camp like a fire in a dry field. If my parents saw me like this, they would probably kill me. A Fenglei candidate came over to order them out on patrol and looked down at them while he did it, with a few hundred of his friends standing behind him hoping for an excuse. Why should we protect a bunch of spineless cowards? And Lin Guang himself flew down and told his own people to go and patrol and stop causing trouble. Duanzhang flew to her brother and came back with one sentence. It's too late to leave now. Fenglei City will hunt him down like prey. Because the alliance was the only thing standing between 100,000 people and 80,000 free points. In a quiet building on the other side of the city, the Guo prodigies were bored and begging to be let out. Then Guo Tian's ears twitched and the sky went dark because tens of thousands of candidates from a city larger than ours were passing directly overhead. Young lord, we should avoid this place. Under a minute to move. Deng shook me 3 times. I was several days into the realm and did not surface. Too late. And then he decided. Forget it, we won't run. We'll stay here and guard this place. His dozen adopted killers nodded with real killing intent because they were raised for exactly this and they had orders, and the orders were to die getting him out. A high-level transcendent spotted a dozen figures from miles off. A mere dozen ants. Send someone to wipe them out. Don't let them delay our journey. A dozen ordinary experts came over grinning and were annihilated instantly by a dozen over-limit level Guo family prodigies, gone in red beams before any of them could shout. The whole black cloud stopped and turned around. A high-level transcendent came out and drowned the district in a sea of fire that turned buildings into running iron, and Guo Tian took off his black-rimmed glasses. His eyes went ink black, and every light in that district died, and then eyes started opening throughout the void. Hundreds of them, all around us. Instant annihilation. Eye of the netherworld. Every eye blinked at once, the void cracked, and a high-level transcendent came apart like a dropped mirror and was only saved because a saint was watching. One move. 100,000 people stopped moving because the popsicle kid had just deleted one of their best in front of all of them. His dozen laughed up at the sky with no fear whatsoever, and I have thought since that if the 80,000 candidates of Ghost Mountain City had seen that, they would have been ashamed of the week they were having. Then more than 20 high-level transcendents struck together. Dung shattered the combined attack, and his chest caved in, and the glasses crumbled in his fist, and he stood there coughing and laughing with red teeth because he had held 20-plus high-level transcendents alone to buy me 40 seconds, and even old Guo An would have given him a thumbs up for it. Then the clouds opened for their giant, Wei Jiang. High-level transcendents lowered their heads when he came through. Guo Tian had no answer for a giant. Nobody at his tier does. It is not a gap, it's a cliff. And a voice behind him said, "Who are you calling an ant?" Dung turned around and he told me afterward that my clothes appeared to be glowing, which I think was the concussion. Boss. His eyes went red and his nose stung and he said it was nothing, just a minor injury. Leave it to me, you guys take him back. Then to a city. Leave. I said it gently because I meant it as advice. That fight taught me nothing. Their giant was initial stage, which is the grade of thing I keep in a basement for practice. The sky ignored me. Is he still asleep? I said it once more. Wei Jiang put a palm down at me the way you'd flatten an insect, already thinking about the next city on his route. I sighed. Then I let a golden sword light out, so large and so fast that it made no sound. And it went through Wei Jiang and through the tens of thousands standing behind him and kept going until it broke out of the sky on the far side of the city. No! His arms went to ash while he was still refusing it, and tens of thousands of candidates came apart at the level of the cell, aware only of a gold light and then of nothing. Beyond the sky, the reincarnation saint rubbed his forehead. It's that little rascal again. Dung opened the reincarnation eye in his brow and poured red light down over a battlefield, and pulling back tens of thousands of people whose cells had been ground to dust cost him serious effort, which he noted with some irritation. Twice now, for one boy, and then the detail that actually interested him. Dung seems to have gotten stronger again. Last time he was an initial stage giant, now he's a high-level giant. Dung had never in his life seen anyone improve in the middle of the federal examination. Half that black cloud was simply gone, like a strip of cloth wiped off a window. The survivors slapped their own faces. High-level giant, said one of their transcendents, shaking. Out of tens of millions of candidates, it would be generous to say there are 100. One of my swords took their leader and tens of thousands of their people. Guo Tian understood the stakes better than I did at that moment, and I only learned it later. High-level giants are the only candidates who reach the final round, which is called the King's Tournament. My city has produced exactly one mid-level giant in its entire history, and he never made the final, and the city has carried that regret for decades. If I made the King's Tournament, the whole Federation would hear the name of Ghost Mountain City, and every person in it would be telling that story for the rest of their lives. The survivors fled like rats, cursing the odds that had sent them, of everywhere in Bloodfiend City, into that one building. I let them go, deliberately, because there are professors at Fengdu University watching through an eye, and I did not want my file to say bloodthirsty. The Guo prodigies looked at me with something I found uncomfortable, and privately cursed Ghost Mountain City's high-level transcendents as idiots because they had this available and chose to be somebody's servants instead. Isn't it more comfortable to win lying down? Word went out that a high-level giant was holding that building, and the district became a forbidden zone for dozens of miles. Cities rerouted around us. Then the courtship started. Dozens of giants came to my door in 2 days, including several mid-level and one high-level, all offering alliance and fortunes payable after the exam, because a high-level giant reaches the final round, and moving one between cities is worth almost any price. Guo Tian turned away every single one of them at the door, and admitted afterward that some of the offers had tempted him personally, and that he had been afraid I might accept, since I am a commoner with no family and nothing at all tying me to Ghost Mountain City. I never met one of them. I was grinding. His standing order to his men was that even if they died, none of those men were getting into the building to see me. Then Duan Jiang came in bleeding, barely able to hold a line in the air. She landed in front of a dozen Fourth Revolution giants sitting outside a nondescript ruin, which is a sight a person could go a lifetime without, since a whole city counts itself lucky to have one. They assumed she was some city's envoy, and were annoyed at being sent a weak injured overlimit, and then noticed how beautiful she was, and privately kicked themselves for not having thought of that approach. I want to see Zi Yun. Refused. It's extremely urgent. Let me in, or it will be too late. The Guo prodigies did the arithmetic and let her through, because they are from my city too. The dozen giants outside snorted, and then began to feel uneasy. Here is what had happened to my city. Fenglai City dropped the pretense entirely. 80,000 people became property, thrown ahead of every attack and humiliated at leisure. Duan Hong and a handful of high-level transcendents tried to break out. It went badly. With no hope left, he took a crippling hit to throw his sister clear and told her that our city still had one hope, and that she should find me and kneel if that was what it took, which is the part she did not want to repeat to my face and repeated anyway. She thought he had lost his mind until he told her flatly that I was a fourth-rank giant and that every high-level transcendent in the city already knew it. Walking through that empty building, she could not make it fit. She had always assumed she was the strongest of her classmates. Then one of the Guo prodigies explained why a dozen giants were camped on the doorstep. Ours is a high-level giant. And she stopped walking. Guo Tian invented an errand and left us alone on the roof, delighted with himself, having decided that a sister-in-law's involvement makes all the difference. His own face had gone dark at what Fenglai City had done, which he described as worse than killing them. And his judgment on the high-level transcendents who wouldn't stoop to invite me and were now begging was that he was embarrassed on their behalf. She delivered her brother's message. Ignore us if you like. Pull the 80,000 innocent candidates out of that pit, and millions of people in my city are watching it happen. Then she started to kneel, and something invisible lifted her so that she couldn't. What are you doing? Because I was never going to refuse. Saving them cost me about a finger's worth of effort. 2 lifetimes have left me without the energy to be that petty. And I have to live in that city afterward. As for those high-level transcendents, they simply weren't worth my attention. She burst into tears, relief and grievance, and 3 days of it all at once, and I wiped the corner of her eye with my thumb without thinking about it, and she went completely still, and then extremely red, and I found out much later that no man had ever touched her face before. Guo Tian chose that exact moment to reappear in the doorway grinning. Hey, those guys got lucky. We left past a dozen giants who had waited 2 days for nothing. Meanwhile, Duan Hong, Mei Ruo, and Gao Bo stood back to back while 10-plus Fenglai City high-level transcendents played with them. Everyone else who had tried to break out was already gone. Mei Ruo was coughing, one shoulder pierced, her 2 binding ribbons failing. Duan Hong's chest was caved in from taking a warhammer flat on in order to launch his sister out of the circle, and only a mythic breastplate had kept him in the world. I don't need him to save me, said Gao Bo, who was proud. What time is it? Still stubborn as a mule. Duan Hong did not have the breath for it. We made the decision. They were just innocent victims. I asked him for help not to save us, but to pull 80,000 examinees out. The Fenglai men laughed at the idea of reinforcements. Then a call came in that the giants wanted everyone back because the alliance war was about to start. Make your move. This major test, said Duan Hong, has ultimately failed. They struck, and a golden bell came down over the 3 of them, and 10-plus high-level transcendents could not open it. There is an unimaginable being saving us, said Mei Ruo. They spotted a dozen figures walking the air with a white robe at the front and shouted at me to mind my own business. A dozen miniature Vajra subduing demon swords came out around me, the LV4 form, and spun and fired. Every one of those high-level transcendents took one through the forehead in the same instant. Where did this giant come from? Fenglai City's own best 4th-rank expert could not have instant-killed 10 of them, and everybody there knew it. Duanzhang reached her brother. Guo Tian nearly ruptured something, holding in a laugh at the condition of the 3 men who had refused to invite me, because the more arrogant you were then, the worse this looks now. Then Duan Hong lifted his robe and went down on one knee in front of everybody. Brother Shi, we were wrong before. Hong apologizes to you. His sister stared, because nobody on earth knows better than she does how proud that man is. Making him kneel is harder than killing him. Mei Ruo bowed in the old ancient moon tower style with no trace of prejudice in it at all, and thanked me, and invited me to visit her sect, and I liked her immediately, and Gao Bo, scarlet to the ears, forced it out. I owe you a favor, and I will repay it with my life. I, Gao Bo, mean what I say. Then he vanished into a shadow. The Southeast District is where cities converge and tens of thousands are eliminated every minute, and 3 days had flattened the whole region. The survivors had merged into alliances of a dozen-plus cities each. Fenglai City had joined one and held its southwest flank and put my city's 80,000 at the front of every attack, losing thousands of them a day. The Fenglai men guarding them were not even quiet about the plan. We'll eliminate them all when the second round is almost over and convert them into our points. How could we possibly let them advance? They were being kept alive because people will keep obeying as long as there is the slightest hope. Zhang Rui heard that and crushed a handful of gravel to powder. Deng Shen had a scar across his throat where somebody had nearly finished him and was being sent back out every half hour with Fenglai watching from behind, and Zheng Gang, the weakest of them, quietly decided to get himself eliminated in the next fight, not because of the wounds, because he was afraid that if this continued his backbone would actually come out. Lin Guang came back from the front and slapped the survivors senseless for being useless. No wonder Ghost Mountain City is no good. It's because of a bunch of useless trash like you. If you were even slightly useful, Fenglei City wouldn't have thought we were worthless, blaming them for the outcome of his own plan. One man laughed until he was crying. This is what a powerful family is like? Even when the facts are right in front of you, you still twist them for the sake of face? Lin Guang eliminated him where he stood. At home, an old man threw a teapot at a wall and shouted that it was shameless. A man drank his cup with tears running into it and said that Lin Guang had dragged the whole city into an abyss. My hometown had gone through anger and injustice and heartbreak and helplessness and arrived at numbness, and then the tea house emptied. In the bars, the party lights were off and the house lights were on and nobody could drink. The families turned on each other. Guoan needled the Lin patriarch. Duan Chao, for once not joining in, named the actual damage. This will undoubtedly exacerbate the antagonism between ordinary people and powerful families like ours, and noted quietly that most of the family's transcendents were in it with Lin Guang. Hua Tingxiao watched them argue and said nothing because he had already given up. There's no hope for promotion. What a disaster. A visiting official can always be moved to another small town. In the Chen living room, the relatives consoled my adoptive father with a very thin layer of sympathy over something else entirely, which was that now he wouldn't be so smug with them. We came into the southeast under gray dust. A great battle is taking place every day, said Duan Hong. Even many giant-level cities have fallen. Mei Ruo filled in the shape of it. The surviving cities had formed alliances of hundreds of thousands each, and when two alliances collide, it is nearly 1 million people at once, and even giants die in that. The current quiet was the calm before it, every alliance pulling its edges in for one strike, which is when I finally understood what Fengdu University actually does. It does not hold an examination. It runs a war and picks whoever is still standing, and I had walked into mine without reading anything. Guo Tian unwrapped a popsicle with his eyes shining. Interesting, so interesting. Then the sandstorm came, and under it, bugles. It's the war horn sounded by a special profession, said Deng Xuan. They carry an ability that stacks combat power and fervor across an entire army. Jiang Rui got there first. The alliance war was starting, and my city would go into the grinder first. Lin Guang appeared over his own people, roaring at them to get up, you bunch of trash, because Fenglei City was pressuring him, and he complied instantly, herding 80,000 of my city's people to the front as a shield, with several other Ghost Mountain City high-level transcendents helping him do it. I want to be precise about that, because I was not there, and I have never let myself forget that I was not there. Midnight. Every station in the province pointed its cameras at that plane. Ratings hit numbers nobody had ever recorded. The tea houses filled back up. Out of the yellow storm walked one figure, and then hundreds of thousands behind him. Then another alliance from the northwest. Then the south, then the north and the southeast. Within a few minutes, there were nearly 2 million people on that ground, with more over limits than anyone could count, and giants sitting above their alliances like weather. Then a fourth-rank expert got ambushed by 10 fourth-rank experts at once and eliminated before he could turn around, and the whole thing went up without a signal. Horns went frantic, eyes went red, over limits started falling like rain. Even a giant has to fear tens of thousands of people arriving at once because enough ants genuinely can kill an elephant, and a giant without real defense simply evaporates. The television hosts lost their voices and stopped commentating. There was nothing to say about it. In the tea house, every screen was quietly avoiding one particular part of the battlefield until a father stood up and demanded the channel because his son was in there. When it switched, he nearly went down. Tens of thousands of candidates from my city were being driven forward onto open ground like livestock, killed by the men behind them if they gave half a pace. You all move forward. No one is allowed to retreat. 100,000 Fenglei candidates advancing in step behind them, shouting, herding. The father started sobbing. A teapot broke. Then an old man slammed his cane on the floor. Change the channel. I want to see footage of the Ghost Mountain City test takers. They must see this, especially the young people. Let them see it clearly, and remember it clearly, because if they don't work hard, this will be their fate in the next federal examination. And every household in my city changed the channel. Teenagers on sofas who will sit the next exam watch their own city driven across a plain with their fists closed hard enough to bleed. In the city lord's mansion, nobody said anything at all, even. The enemy alliances stopped and stared and started asking each other what the point of this was. It was just an exam. Some of my city's own transcendents began to panic about how this would look at home, and Lin Guang answered them with the sentence that is the whole of him. They're just a bunch of ants. Aren't they just serving our powerful families? Sacrificing them so that I can pass this round is all worth it. Profits come before everything else. What's dignity worth anyway? Then one candidate in that herd turned around and screamed a curse at Lin Guang and his ancestors and threw himself at Fenglei City alone. Lin Guang vaporized him. And that one death woke the entire herd up. Is this still me? When did I become so cowardly? It's just a big exam. Rather than this, I'd rather die. And tens of thousands of candidates from my city stopped being cattle and charged, clear-eyed, wanting nothing out of it but one breath of air that belonged to them. You're all insane, said Lin Guang, who genuinely did not understand. In the tea house, the old man stood up with tears on his face. Good children. All good children. We arrived at the edge of it. A dozen people at the edge of 2 million. The war has begun, said Mei Ruo. We're too late. Duan Hong closed his eyes and a small sword appeared at his brow, hunting for my own city. They're still alive. Follow me. And at the center of Fenglei City, their giant, having watched his cattle stop obeying, gave the order to convert the stock into points. Suppress. Leave no one alive. Tens of thousands of Fenglei candidates fired at once into a single sea of light, wide enough to take every charging candidate from my city in it. At home, people shut their eyes. It's over, an official said, and let his breath out. A mountain-sized golden sword intercepted the sea of light and shattered, and behind the pieces stood Duan Hong, who had burned his potential to block it and was now open down the front. Deng's still alive? Then they spotted Mei Ruo, then Guo Tian. Somebody poured cold water on it. 3 high-level transcendents changed nothing, and then somebody noticed the detail. Mei Ruo, Guo Tian, and the other high-level transcendents all seemed to be following this white-robed youth. Standing behind him, in the mansion, Guo An came out of his chair calling his grandson's name, and Hua Tingxiao pointed at the screen. Who is this person? How come Guo Tian and his group are following behind him? His secretary could not identify me because I was not on the city lord's mansion register of strong candidates at all. In my own villa, Bo Ru went up off the sofa like a rabbit. Grandpa, it's brother Shi Yun. Deng's on the screen too. In the Chen living room, the relatives were sitting with their eyes shut. Then Auntie San said, Huh? Isn't that little Yun? Everybody rubbed their eyes. The child's father, said my adoptive mother, in a voice that had come loose. That's Hao Yun. Hao Yun also took the federal examination. Deng didn't look for a job. Brother-in-law, wasn't Yun supposed to be looking for a job? Why is he taking the federal examination? They all recognized me. Every one of them had held me when I was small, and my adoptive father stood up off his own sofa and watched the adopted son he had told to go and earn money walking on air across a battlefield with a train of over-limit-level experts behind him. How is this possible? Lin Guang gloated at the 3 who had come back. You came back just for these ants? How adorably stupid. And Fenglei City's giant said nothing at all and put down a palm carrying 72 fused palm techniques, which is the fusion skill that made him what he is, a mountain of wind and thunder coming down on us. Every screen in my city looked away. Guo An shut his eyes. Hua Tingxiao stood up to leave the room. Only Guo Tian chuckled. I stepped out and put one finger up. The palm shattered like dropped crystal, and the backlash went out as a storm that took both armies off their feet. My city's people scattered. Fenglei City's 100,000-man formation broken open and thrown. And when the dust cleared, there was one man standing in the middle of it with his robes snapping. In the tea house, a man kept pouring tea onto the floor without noticing. Another chewed sunflower shells. A cane fell over and woke half the room. Deng shattered Fenglei City's 4th-tier giant's attack with a single finger. Then the camera cut to a close-up of my face, and in a bar across town, several young men climbed on each other to get at the screen, and a rich kid shouted everybody down. Deng's handsome. The young women in that bar nodded very hard and did not say what they were thinking. In the mansion, everybody was on their feet, and Guo An was demanding to know whose hidden card this was, since blocking a giant means being one, and the man had arrived alongside his grandson. Then the door came open, and the secretary ran in missing a shoe. We found him. His name is Zi Yun. Deng's a candidate from our Ghost Mountain city. Deng's from a humble background, an adopted son of a family surnamed Chen. A room full of men who run a city sat there and understood that a dragon had been hiding in their own 90,000 and not one of them had noticed. Tian probably already knew all along, right? Said Guo An. Down in the crowd, my brother was staring up at a back he had followed to school every morning of his childhood. Others might not know that figure. Deng had eaten with it, walked with it, and challenged it 1,000 times. Am I dreaming? Deng could not wake up. Deng Xuan's glasses hit the ground. Zheng Gang squinted and said the thing that nearly gave me away. Why does this look so familiar? Because the face was different, but the presence was not, and Deng Xuan and Jiang Rui had both stood behind that presence in the Yin City secret realm, and they knew exactly what it felt like from that side. It's him, the same person. Who are you? Said Fenglei City's giant. And I stopped concealing anything at all. Ghost Mountain City. Ziyun. Deng refused to believe it, on the perfectly reasonable grounds that if my city had a 4th-tier master, why on earth would Ghost Mountain City be in this condition? and Lin Guang and his block of high-level transcendence went gray because they suddenly understood what was about to become public. My city's own candidates were reeling. We had a giant. What was all of that for? And Guo Tian, correctly guessing that Lin Guang would try to spin it, amplified his voice and told the entire battlefield the whole story at once. The rage found its target the moment they understood the reason. Because he came from the common people. Duan Hong's face went dark too, and Mei Ruo's, because they had been in that room before they walked out of it. Lin Guang was still sneering. How strong can a fourth-tier powerhouse from the common people be? Deng's just a commoner. We'll crush him. The bars killed the lights again. The officials all stood. The stakes got named out loud in that tea house. Win, and 80,000 broken candidates get their spines back. Lose, and my city cannot lift its head for 3 years, and people from there will stop saying where they're from. And the expert opinion was grim, because a commoner giant, however miraculous, has no resources behind him and comes in a step below a family-forged one. There are precedents. The precedents all lost. If they were to face each other head-on, the outcome would most likely be death. Hua Tingxiao, who needed this more than anyone in the room. Just watch. Maybe a miracle will happen. 100,000 Fenglei candidates chanted at their war drums while Ghost Mountain City pinned everything it had on one man, and only Guo Tian's dozen sneered, having watched me erase half a city on a Tuesday. I walked up like a man crossing his own yard and threw one plain golden palm. Deng answered with 72 fuse techniques, and they went out like a soap bubble. The palm landed, chest in, out cold. I caught his collar and held him upside down in front of 100,000 of his own people. From my first step to that was under a second, and one of the commentators afterwards said it looked like a child misbehaving at home and being immediately disciplined by an adult. Both hosts stopped mid-sentence. The studio, the tea houses, the bars, and every household in my city went silent together. Then Hua Tingxiao said it with his eyes like light bulbs. A mid-level giant, which flipped my city from having no giant at all to having me, and which he correctly identified as a windfall that had hit him directly on the head. The room did not want to believe it, and I understand why. My city has produced exactly one mid-level giant since it was founded, forged by a family that spent everything it had, and she still never reached the final round, and those men had carried that for over a decade before I walked into their afternoon. Initial stage takes dozens of techniques fused. Mid-level is 100 times harder and cannot be bought with resources at all. It needs raw talent. Guoan sat back down grinning. That little rascal Tian probably already knew. Turns out he brought back a true god. Lin Guang ran for it, hoping to slip into round 3. One flicked sword took his legs off and dropped him out of the sky. Duan Hong collected him. Duan Hong, what are you doing? We both belong to prominent families. Even powerful families have their bottom line. And he threw what was left of Lin Guang into the crowd of candidates from my city and let them have it. Guo Tian watched that with open professional admiration because on live television, the whole city vents through Lin Guang, and the class hatred he had spent 10 days building gets halved at the cost of exactly one Lin Guang, a clever fellow. It's a pity this kid isn't going to become a city lord. Asked what he expected for himself, he did not hesitate. At the very least, I'd be an inspector or a member of the federal parliament for a term. Mei Ruo rolled her eyes so hard I heard it. I crushed the Fenglei giant into a red beam. Then a golden bell appeared between heaven and earth, grew until it was the size of a mountain, and came down over 100,000 Fenglei candidates. They could not break it. I stepped onto the top of it, and it rang once. One sound wave inside an enclosed space, and every last one of them went out together, and their elimination beams went up like tens of thousands of red meteors, visible from every corner of that battlefield. Ghost Mountain City's survivors did not cheer so much as make a noise I have not heard before or since. Mechanically, what had happened is that the Gentian Divine Bell had just hit level 4 and gained a sonic attack at mid-level giant power, tested that morning on my 2 projections, who are giants and who became dust, and its defense had gone somewhere I could not personally break, which is to say my own level 4 Vajra sword could not open my own bell. High-level giant in offense and in defense at the same time. Most high-level giants manage one of those. For dozens of miles, the war stopped and stayed stopped because everybody had watched it and nobody wanted to test a man they had graded as at least mid-level. Ghost Mountain City's survivors gathered around me without a word, high-level transcendence included, and from that hour, they followed me. At home, an old man in the tea house put the brake on the celebration. Mid-level giants are not invincible. They can be hunted down just like everyone else. The southeast district around me held dozens of mid-level giants and 7 high-level ones, and I had counted all of them. I had spotted them days earlier and said nothing to anyone. 7 figures at 7 points of the battlefield, each running the breathing technique, each a golden sun with a thread of eerie red in it, each with a crowd of experts gathered around, watching a war for entertainment because nothing in it could reach them. Then the intelligence reached the mansion, and it was bad. The 7 were forcing mid-level giants to submit to them, and several who had refused were already eliminated. Because round 3 is not city against city, it is factions. Fengdu elects faction leaders. Then everyone else freely picks a leader to follow. A faction can run from hundreds of thousands to a full million, all of them obeying one man, and I had spent the entire round in a basement building my reputation with nobody, and high-level giants are the ones who get elected. So the 7 were pre-recruiting their elites, and every mid-level giant who refused was a round 3 enemy worth killing now, which meant I had certainly been noticed and recruiters were coming, and if I refused I would go the way of the others and Ghost Mountain City with me. I hope this kid can prioritize the bigger picture and not act impulsively, an official said to a screen. Duan Hong warned me about the 7. What's there to be afraid of? Said Guo Tian. Our boss isn't inferior to them. Deng and Duan Hong both knew what I actually was. Duan Hong had learned it from his sister and had nearly dislocated his jaw. Mei Ruo made the practical point. Everyone else believes mid-level, so fools will keep arriving. So I ran the breathing technique in the open, on purpose, because the most direct way to stop being invited to fights is to show a battlefield of 2 million people exactly what you are. Gold came off me like a tide going out. One mid-level giant sneered at the arrogance. Another, who had a reputation for having hunted one of his own tier, decided to add me to his record. And then every mid-level giant in visual range had their pupils shrink at once, because a thread of pale red had appeared inside the gold. Impossible. A high-level giant? The killing intent evaporated out of the man who had been sizing me up. Deng was not crazy enough for that. The Southeast District did not have 7 high-level giants. It had 8, and the 8th had been sitting in a ruin doing homework for 10 days. The 7 turned their attention on me, equally surprised, and there were 8 red-tinged suns burning over that district, and the whole region felt it. How could such a prodigy appear in my Ghost Mountain City? Said Duan Hong. It's unbelievable. Guo Tian decided on the spot to follow me for the rest of his life. Mei Ruo, who is ethereal and composed and about as approachable as a temple, later admitted that this was the first time in her life she had fallen for a man, which I did not find out until much later and did not handle well. My city's candidates stood up shaking because the man protecting them was standing at the apex of the entire district, and my brother stopped being able to feel his hands because the dream kept going deeper, and his older brother had reached a place that did not even leave him the right to look up at it. In the mansion, somebody went under the conference table. Hi, high-level giant, said Hua Tingxiao, rubbing his eyes. Am I dreaming? My city has never produced one, not once since its founding. A city of a few million producing a high-level giant is harder than winning a lottery. Those come out of cities of 100 million and up. I waited openly to see whether the 7 would come. They stayed silent. At that level, every exchange is lethal, and any one of them might be a faction leader in 3 days, and none of them wanted to spend a limb on a question that would answer itself. The silence was the acknowledgement. The war restarted everywhere except around us, where nobody would come within miles, and inside that quiet, exhausted candidates lay down on a battlefield and went to sleep snoring next to a war. Back home, people slept for the first time in days. The tea houses did record business. In one bar, a rich kid bought out the entire night and raised a glass. To Xie Yun, to Xie Head. Head. Exactly one household in my city had lost its appetite, and it was not mine. I spent the rest of round 2 well. Gentian Divine Bell to level 4, and the Supreme Dao Yin skill climbing toward level 3, 96%, then 97. Its LV2 had already tripled its own numbers from 31,000% to 91, which is more exaggerated than the Vajra sword at LV3. If LV3 beats the LV4 sword, that is supreme rank. 2 side notes. 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder was still at LV3 and had quietly become the weakest thing I own. And the Nightmare Ghost Realm's own proficiency kept rising by itself with no input from me at all, which I did not have time to investigate and should have. 12 hours later, I called out the Dharma form, a 30-meter Huantian Xuanhuo Divine General with a lava sword the size of a ridgeline, and had my 2 long-suffering sparring partners burn their potential and suicide into it to farm the last 3%. It filled with about a second of the form left. Supreme Dao Yin skill, level 3. Dharma attack, 270,000%. Dharma defense, the same. Against ghosts, 320,000. Cooldown, 0. Unlimited. The LV4. Vajra swords 180,000 had made me a high-level giant. This was half again beyond that. I wonder if 270,000 is enough for supreme rank. There is not one supreme rank in millions of people across the entire eastern region. I resonated the breathing technique with it. High-level giant arrived instantly and without effort because the number is far past that band, and then the red started eating the gold. 15%, 35, 68. 89, and with every single percent the aura multiplied, and at 89, not even arrived, I could have casually suppressed all 7 high-level giants in that district. 93, 7 left, 5, 3. The Divine General's image standing outside my body while I forced it. 2, 1. My body shook, and the last of the gold went out, and I became a red sun in a fragile little world, heavy enough that the spatial barriers of the nightmare ghost realm started coming apart around me. Supreme rank. I cannot even measure myself. You only learn that against a true peer, and there wasn't one. And the Supreme Daoyan skills cooldown was gone entirely, which meant no ceiling on how often I could stand at my own peak. Also, level 3 is not the top, level 4 is. How strong would a person have to be to reach level 4? The last days of round 2 were carnage. Giants falling became normal. My city's candidates worked out how absurdly lucky they were. In the mansion, the officials relaxed and immediately found a new thing to worry about, which is whether I would be chosen as a faction leader, since it is likely for a high-level giant but not guaranteed, and if I wasn't chosen, I would have to join somebody else's faction and take orders. Hua Tingxiao found that a bit too restrictive, by which he meant unbearable. Round 2 ended. The southeast district was unrecognizable rubble under a dark sky, with far fewer people standing on it, and all of them elites, and all of them visibly wrecked. My city's group sat looking at it and arrived somewhere true. Luck is also part of strength. Candidates far stronger than any of them were gone. Zheng Gong made the point that reaching round 3 lying down does not guarantee Fengdu University, but it does buy more chances to be seen, whereas the eliminated, however talented, showed nothing to the eye at all. Half an hour to the selection of the faction leaders, said Zhang Rui. Deng Xuan's plan was that if I wasn't chosen, they'd all follow me into somebody else's faction anyway, because it is never as comfortable living under someone else's roof as it is working for your own tycoon. And the happy version, if I was chosen, initial stage and even mid-level giants would have to serve under them. One of them mentioned sadly that they hadn't seen me in days. They had come to visit and been turned away at the door by the high-level transcendence. Xie Yun is under immense pressure right now, said Deng Xuan, like carrying a mountain on his shoulders. I was in a basement of my own making, killing the same 2 people over and over, but the sentiment was appreciated. The whole district went quiet and looked up. It's time to choose a leader for the faction, said Guo Tian. Mei Rua stood with her hands twisted together, praying. Then red beams came out of the clouds and went to points all over Bloodfiend City, each one carrying a crimson token, and whoever catches one is a faction leader. Beam after beam went past, and none of them came anywhere near us. Tens of thousands of people watched the last few streak away, and one man shouted that he would gladly give up 10 years of his life for a single one. And when there were only a handful left, one of them hesitated in the air, turned, and came at us with a sonic boom. I put out my hand and caught it, palm-sized. Fengdu on the front, over a ghost tower with souls pressed under it like the underworld in miniature. Faction order on the back, which made me a faction leader, holding the fate of a very large number of people I had never met. This move by Fengdu University seems to be cultivating something. The city celebrated for about 4 minutes before Duanqiao killed it. Being chosen as the leader of your faction is just the first step. The crucial part is the selection process that follows. Because in round 3, candidates pick their faction freely. Popular leaders fill to the cap of 1 million. Unpopular ones can end up standing in a field alone. And my city has no experience of this whatsoever, having never in its history produced a faction leader. Then Guo An named the mechanic that makes headcount decisive, the faction breathing technique created by Fengdu University. Everyone in a faction resonates on one frequency and funnels their energy into the leader, who releases it in a single strike. The more people, the greater the power. So, does that mean Si Yun might have failed in the 3rd round? The technique came into my head through the token, and it is a genuinely remarkable piece of work. My own breathing technique resonates one man with himself. This one synchronizes hundreds of thousands of people onto a single frequency and pours all of it into one body. Its purpose is not subtle, and I did not enjoy working it out. It is built for war, and it exists to make the Federation's trillions of low-realm cultivators matter on a battlefield instead of being swept off it as debris. Which raises a question I did not enjoy. What is it for? What kind of thing did Fengdu University need this for? I handed distribution to Duan Hong, since the exam version is a simplified one and easy to learn. And then all we could do was stand in a ruin and wait to see whether anybody at all would come. Self-selection runs 3 days, and for 3 days, Bloodfiend City is a migration. People abandon their own cities and pick a leader the way you pick a stock. Choose right and the returns are enormous. Choose wrong and you are eliminated on schedule, and nobody in that city had any reason on earth to choose me. Reputation is the whole of that market, and I had none of it because I had spent my entire round 2 in a basement talking to nobody. Day 1 ended with a few hundred people standing around us, scattered, not looking at each other. In the tea house, somebody asked whether they were going to have to shave their heads, and the room went silent, and then blamed a bald man at the next table for the bad luck until he nearly cried. The comparison was ugly. Each of the other 7 high-level giants had hundreds of thousands, with initial stage and mid-level giants signing on. We had not attracted a single overlimit. Duan Hong diagnosed it exactly. I had appeared too late and stayed too quiet, while the 7 built their names early in round 2, and now it was a loop. The more people a faction has, the more powerful it looks. So the more people join, so anyone mildly interested in us takes one look at our numbers and keeps walking. Boss, why don't you go find someone to fight and boost your reputation? I didn't open my eyes. Also, Mei Ruo pointed out, fighting is forbidden during selection. The only group that came was 1,000-odd people, mostly 3rd tier, furious with the 1/4 rank man who had talked them into crossing over from the Southwest District into ours, where no faction takes outsiders. There's still another faction in the Southeast District, he told them. You mean the faction nobody chose? That is how Fang Liang joined me, and he kept looking at the white-robed leader with an expression of dawning familiarity for the next 3 days. Final count. My faction, 100,000. The other 7, over 700,000 each, thick with giants. They mocked us openly. It doesn't even have as many people as a single city. Let's just disband on the spot. Duan Hong could not understand a man who sat through all of it motionless as though none of it mattered. Then, instead of the purge everyone expected, an invitation arrived from the 7 giants. Guo Tian dropped his popsicle. They wanted an alliance against a supreme rank faction. Am I seeing things? There's a supreme rank in this federal examination? And it's not just one, said Mei Ruo, and her voice was not steady. There are 4. In past years, one was rare. Duan Hong read it correctly. Every high-level giant on that side of the city was frightened enough to stop fighting each other, because with a supreme rank alive, none of them has a chance at anything. The alliance was cross-district, the Southeast joining the Southwest to remove one supreme rank. If this alliance fails, said Guo Tian, none of us gets to play anymore. It'll just be the 4 peaks fighting it out. Refusing would have made us the first thing purged. Joining bought us 3 days of safety from the 7. I agreed, and not for either of those reasons. I wanted to see what a supreme rank actually is. The whole Southeast District lifted off toward the Central District, 7 black clouds and 1 small one, and none of us had ever seen the thing we were flying at. The Central District is normally the worst ground in Bloodfiend City. It was silent because 4 supreme ranks hold it, and each of them has 1 million followers. Our 100,000 were shunted to the edge and ignored, present mainly to make the numbers look better. Then the Southwest arrived, and they were visibly stronger. More than a dozen factions, everyone led by a high-level giant. Combined, 20-plus high-level giants and mid-level and initial stage giants past counting, and a supreme commander, already chosen. One giant objected to taking orders from a Southwest woman, and somebody gave him the number, which is that her red glow sits at 87% with only 13% gold left, while these high-level giants run about 10. Nobody argued after that. Nobody wanted the job either, because the commander fights the supreme rank at the front. Their plan for me, discussed within my hearing, because I didn't matter. He's still somewhat useful. At the very least, he'll be qualified cannon fodder. They had fully intended to eliminate me at the start of round 3. The supreme rank emergency is the only reason they hadn't. Then I saw the commander, a woman in deep red wearing a white jade fox mask, Zhang Hong, who had concealed her cultivation completely in the Yin City secret realm, and who now read to me as terrifying and not far off supreme rank herself. Fang Liang saw her too and looked ill because she had fought him for the #1 spot in the 3rd realm and had evidently been playing. Deng also finally confirmed with Deng Xuan's group who their leader was, and said the thing all of us were thinking about each other. They're all hiding so well. What are they up to? 2 districts stretched to the horizon behind war drums, and morale was excellent, and Zhang Hong killed it in 1 sentence. Don't be careless. The combat power of supreme rank is beyond your imagination. Then the Central District came out, 1 million and more, including high-level giants who had voluntarily surrendered their own faction leader status to follow a supreme rank, having decided that following the strongest man is simply correct. They looked at 2 entire districts as ants. You think you can take down my peak faction by joining forces? How naive. Where is Guo Hao? Said Zhang Hong. And a voice answered, not loudly, and every one of several million people heard it perfectly. Red dress, we meet again. 1 million people parted with their heads down, and out walked a thin young man in a long blue robe with sharp eyebrows, looking like a scholar who had been indoors too long, and coughing. A great many people found that anticlimactic. The 2 of them clearly knew each other, and what they said next went over the heads of everyone on that field, including mine. Red Robe, why won't you give up? Your fusion body has failed. You are no match for us. Your Zhang family has no chance this time. Guo Hao, she said through her teeth. I must get into the Emperor's tomb. You can't get in. Only one of the four of us will be chosen to enter the Emperor's tomb. She said that all four of them were in trouble and might not reach the final round, and he coughed into a white handkerchief and smiled at her. Just because of these ants? 2 districts took that badly, having millions of people, 20-plus high-level giants, and a technique specifically designed to pool all of it. I watched him with genuine curiosity because how anybody reaches supreme rank is a question that got harder rather than easier after I got there. Across the province, every screen was on the first supreme rank battle in living memory. Zhang Hong stepped out and came up 87% red. Then the faction breathing technique engaged, and 700,000 people resonated onto her exact frequency, and their energy came off them like sparks off a grinder and poured into her as a sea of light. Guo Hao, let me see just how strong you really are. Every other leader on both sides did the same, 20-plus seas of light. His own faction volunteered as one, and Guo Hao put his handkerchief in his sleeve. I alone am enough. His own million went quiet. Deng walked out toward 2 districts by himself, and Zhang Hong came at him carrying 700,000 people in one palm, enough to punch through the city. Deng shook his head and answered with a silent palm that brushed her cheek. Her sea of light collapsed, and her white jade fox mask broke. And what was under it was a face I will not attempt to describe, and eyes with nothing in them but disbelief. She lost. With 700,000 people and 87% to a light palm. I won't kill you if I see the Zhang family's face. Then he went to deal with everyone else. Attack together. Deng can't stop so many of us by himself. Every faction leader from both districts rode a sea of light at one man, and millions of people and an entire province stood up to watch it. Deng strolled through it like a garden. The first leader's sea of light broke under a palm, and the man was gone before he could make a sound. Go home obediently. Then he moved like something in a bad dream, and each time he appeared, a faction leader stopped existing, and he punched through seas of light being used defensively, and he coughed between them. His only complaint was addressed to the stars. It's really not nice to have Saint Reincarnation protecting me. Then somebody screamed the word, and every surviving leader broke at once. Millions of people watched 2 entire districts, and the faction breathing technique failed to inconvenience one man. A freak. This is a freak. With their leaders running, millions became loose sand, because the larger the army, the worse the rout. 3 of the 7 high-level giants of the southeast were already gone. The other 4 abandoned their followers and ran. And Guo Hao was specifically hunting leaders on the sound logic that gathering them up again later would be a nuisance, and anybody he decided to hunt did not get away. Boss, let's run, said Guo Tian, who had gone green. Guo Hao's goal is to hunt down all the high-level giants, said Duan Hong. You are among his targets. I did not move. In the mansion, Hua Tingxiao was on his feet, asking the screen when, if not now. And on a battlefield where millions of people were going backward like a tide, one camp stood still. Our 100,000 were nearly in tears because their leader would not budge, which meant they could not either, and strangers streaming past looked at them like idiots. Then Zhang Rui started shouting. Why worry about so much? Even if we die this time, we all hold on. Don't back down an inch. Stick with Xie Yun. And it caught. Xie Yun, Zheng Gang bellowed, the weakest man in that camp. Lead us in battle. Because why run? Fight a supreme rank, and even losing is a story you tell for the rest of your life. Duan Hong walked forward and took his place behind me on the grounds that there was no point running now. Guo Tian planted himself on the other side, visibly annoyed at having been upstaged, and Mei Ruo said quietly that they might as well consider this the final battle, since at least she could stay where she was. The rest came because in round 2 my arrival had pulled them out of a pit. People fleeing past us noticed something they could not name. You guys are insane. And in the City Lord's mansion, the officials went silent because they recognized what they were looking at. They had it once, briefly, a long time ago, and it went out and never came back. 100,000 people shouted together and ran the faction breathing technique, and their resonance came in so clean that the sea of light off 100,000 carried the weight of 1,000,000, and then it began to take on physical form. People at home who understood that technique dropped their cups, because a solidified light sea is what an Iron Legion produces after a century on real battlefields. The Federation's elite of its elite, the thing they build armies around. It had just happened in a school exam, in a camp nobody had joined. In the dark sky above the city, the reincarnation saint smiled. An interesting bunch of little fellows. And Guo Hao's eyes lit up, and he stopped chasing fleeing leaders and turned and walked toward us. Even his own million went quiet and looked at my 100,000 with something like respect and sneered at everybody else on the field. A bunch of idiots. They're not worth a single hair on the heads of those 100,000. The sea of light came into me, and it was gentle, which I had not expected. It felt like being handed something. I did not need one drop of it. I took all of it anyway because I was not going to disappoint them, and I turned around and smiled at them first. Then I faced him. Back home, the mansion had already written it off as a mantis stopping a chariot, and the tea houses had moved on to the eulogy. Sheng did his best. It's still a shame. My city ultimately didn't get anyone into the final round. You, said Guo Hao, are very good. Then, curious, aren't you afraid of me? Why be afraid? Guo Tian broke into a cold sweat behind me. Guo Hao laughed. No wonder you were able to cultivate such a fearless faction. And then he made the offer that nobody in the history of that family has ever refused. If you can get into Fengdu University, come and rely on me. I'll guarantee you a life of wealth and honor. Every person within earshot envied me. Even Zhang Hong, bleeding, wanted me to take it because a favor from an emperor realm family arrives once in a lifetime if it arrives at all. I'm used to being idle, I said. And I always like to be alone. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Then go die. And the palm that had been deleting high-level giants for the last 20 minutes came at my chest. There was no red. A hand came up and caught it, and held it, and did not move. For one beat, nothing happened at all. Then a white shockwave went out and erased every ruin for miles and stripped the yellow sand out of the sky and blew 100,000 people backward off their feet, and they would have been dust if I hadn't been holding it off them. When the air cleared, there were two figures standing palm to palm, one blue robe, one white. One of us was calm. The other one's pupils had shrunk to points. It blocked it? Across Nanming province, in a great many rooms I have never seen, people arrived at the same conclusion in the same second. Including a white-haired old man who rose out of his chair in front of an old television with black-suited men standing behind him, and a graceful lady who stopped moving entirely. I did not know either of their faces then. I know both of them now. There is exactly one way to catch a supreme rank's palm, and I had just used it in front of my whole province. Boss, said Guo Tian in a very small voice. Supreme rank. Millions of people who had been running stopped and turned around. The 4 surviving high-level giants of the Southeast District worked out that a supreme rank had been sitting in a ruin next to them for 3 days while they discussed, within my hearing, using me as cannon fodder. The whole region beat its chest over it. They had mocked the 100,000-man faction and told it to disband on the spot, and they had been the joke the entire time. How did he do that? Said Zhang Hong, bleeding, staring. Knowing exactly what it costs made it worse for her, not better. Guo Hao was stunned for a different reason, and it took me a while to understand it. Deng knows there are only 4 supreme ranks in Nanming province, and he knows precisely how those 4 got there. Who are you? Which family are you from? Then he stopped pretending and ran his own breathing technique and came up a full crimson sun, and everything before that had been him playing. I gave him the identical crimson back. Just an ordinary person. We traded palms as equals, each one turning the ground to powder without a sound, and the border of the central district came apart while several million people got out of the way. Only supreme rank stopped supreme rank, and I was the only one in that district who knew I was one, and somewhere in the middle of it, I learned the thing that mattered most out of that whole exam. Our supreme ranks are not the same thing. Mine is built out of my own skills, one book at a time. His comes from something else living inside him, something that lifts every strike he makes to that grade automatically, and when it surfaced, the light in that district went strange. The path those supreme ranks took is completely different from mine. Deng disengaged first. Kid, now's not the time. See you in the final round of the King's tournament. I let him go, because I could feel that whatever is in him is currently sealed, and because a man whose true strength I cannot read is not a man I chase into the dark. The surviving high-level giants went gray, waiting for me to turn on them next. I ignored all of them and left. I had gone in for 2 things. To see a supreme rank, and to get a clean imprint of Guo Hao for the Nightmare Ghost Realm, because my 2 long-suffering giants had stopped being able to teach me anything. My 100,000 mobbed me on the way back, shouting a word I did not much like, and from that day they walked past high-level giants without lowering their eyes. The next morning, Blood Fiend City was grim, because 5 supreme ranks in one exam is not a federal examination, it is an accident, and the giants said so loudly. Then the 4 in the central district announced they were sitting out round 3 entirely, leaving the faction war to the giants. Everyone looked at the 5th. I announced the same. Round 3 then proceeded normally, which is to say viciously, around a camp nobody dared enter. The format, for anyone who needs it from me, 4 rounds. After round 3 comes the King's tournament, and only some survivors are chosen. The chosen go into the void battlefield, and the last one standing is the provincial champion of Nanming province, and I had grown up watching that title go to somebody else's hometown every 3 years. Everybody else goes home and waits for Fengdu's letters, awarded on points and potential. My classmates were content. Their points were far above average, they would finish round 3 alive, and they knew perfectly well they would not be chosen because the chosen are high-level giants at minimum. Back home, the pride was enormous and had exactly one crack in it. Ziyun may be facing a combined attack from 4 supreme ranks. Hua Tingxiao instructed his secretary to send lavish gifts to me in the city lord's mansion's name, on the grounds that my admission was a foregone conclusion and my ceiling was unknown, and a mere city lord would not outrank me for long. His secretary corrected him on 2 points, that the Chen family and I were not on good terms, and that I owned a villa, and that all of the major families had already sent gifts there. Why didn't you say so sooner? They had moved faster than the government, which tells you who actually runs my city. Zheng Hong came to see me with her mask repaired. Have we met somewhere before? I told her about the Yin City secret realm, and she gaped and then pouted about how well I'd hidden it, which from her was rich. Then she asked the real question. Where did you get this precious body? Precious body? She stopped. You don't know? Then how did you break through to supreme rank? So I said nothing at all and let her explain it to me, which is a technique I recommend. A treasure body, she told me, is the fruit that condenses after the fall of a 9-revolution ghost emperor. A dying emperor can compress his entire life's cultivation into a Dao fruit, and whoever fuses with that fruit, even an ordinary person like me, becomes a freak overnight. They are effectively priceless because behind every precious body is an emperor. Guo Hao and the other 3 had each fused one. Their families are emperor realm families that have produced ghost emperors and left fruits behind for their descendants, which is a sentence I had to have explained to me twice, except that all 4 of them fused damaged fruits because most emperors fail to condense a complete one, which is why Guo Hao coughs at me, why his skin carries hairline cracks, why he had spent years in constant severe pain that never once stopped, while I stood across from him thinking he looked sickly for a legend. All 4 of them are the same, and that is why all 4 are determined to be provincial champion, because every provincial champion gets one chance to enter the emperor's tomb, and I had walked into their exam holding the only thing any of them wanted. Inside it lies a complete treasure body fruit, no backlash, no pain, and combat power beyond a flawed one by an amount she declined to estimate for me, which told me more than a number would have. My destination, the Emperor's Tomb, is the burial place of countless emperors, and the key to it is held by Fengdu University alone, and nobody has ever taken it from them, which told me exactly where I was going next. She left without learning a single thing about me, which made her the 3rd person that month to leave a conversation with me, owing me nothing and being owed a favor. Her parting warning was that in the King's Tournament, Guo Hao and the other 3 would likely team up to remove me first. I neither confirmed nor denied. Round 3 ran 10 days of killing among everyone except 5 factions, and I spent all 10 in my realm pushing the Supreme Daoyin skill from 55-3 toward 55-4, which is the jump that matters, and I stopped sparring with the 2 giants entirely. I sparred with Guo Hao repeatedly. Deng never once complained. By the end, Blood Fiend City was nearly empty, and everyone still standing was either extremely lucky or genuinely ruthless. The tea houses at home were packed and proud. Ghost Mountain City finally has someone in the final round. They've broken the record. With one regret attached, in any other year, me would already have been provincial champion. In the mansion, the officials sheepishly admitted to each other that they had all personally been to that villa with gifts, and Guo An gloated that his grandson was closest to me, which was undeniable, and which made the rest of them grind their teeth. Then I opened my eyes, and the red coming out of them was deep enough that it went dark and swallowed the light around it, and Guo Tian and Duan Hong and Mei Ruo all shivered at the same moment. Supreme Daoyin Skill, LV4. The red beams picked the finalists, me, and to considerable surprise, Guo Tian, whose potential Fengdu had apparently been watching all along, and Duan Hong. Both of them were delighted mostly because it meant front row seats. Then the reincarnation saint dropped a black sphere that swelled into a floating black cage, drinking the light out of the sky around it. The Void Battlefield, a saint's divine artifact with perfectly stable space inside it. As I went up, 100,000 people stopped me. Peek! Peek, watch out. They knew what was waiting in there. I stood in the air for a second, because they genuinely meant it, and that is not a feeling I have had much practice with, and it left me slightly stupid. Then I smiled at them and went in without looking back. Somewhere in that crowd, Gao Bo watched me go, with a face I could not read from that distance, and did not try to. The whole of my city took the day off. People fought with their bosses over it rather than miss it, because one of the 5 was theirs and they might not see another in their lifetime. Inside the cage it was dark and quiet and filling up with wary finalists, and every eye in it went to the white robe. This is what it feels like to be a big star, said Guo Tian, basking. Wherever I looked, people looked at the floor. Why haven't those 4 arrived yet? Then, a few kilometers north, Guo Hao stepped out of the dark in crimson and blocked my northern side, coughing into a handkerchief that had stopped being white. Brother C, we meet again. Neither of us was going to hold back this time. Zhang Hong appeared at my elbow grinning. I'm here to help you fight. I was just worried about you. I tried to shoo her off. She stuck. Then Guo Hao called the others out. West, Bara, blonde and blue-eyed in dragon armor with an oversized lance, riding a western dragon the size of a mountain and wrapped in flame, which Guo Hao snapped at like a dog. East, Huang Wuchang, hunched, carrying a black coffin that leaked something wrong into the air. Ghost King Palace, which is a Federation-wide behemoth. What's in the box? I asked. The corpse of a 5th-rank Ghost King, said Zhang Hong cheerfully. South, Mei Shuixian of Shuixian Palace, riding a green ocean of vines and flowers, her skin visibly cracking open and being repaired by her own life energy over and over while she stood there. 4 supreme ranks on 4 sides. Zhang Hong offered to hold one, which would have meant burning years off her life. Guo Tian offered. Duan Hong offered. I swept all 3 of them away with one hand. Let's get started and eliminate this accident first, said Bara, which is what I was to them. The exam was supposed to be 4 people competing for 1 entry into the Emperor's tomb, and I was the variable. Huang Wuchang's coffin cracked open and black energy poured into his mouth and nose and straightened his back. Everyone else in the void battlefield backed away to the walls to watch and learn. At home, a little girl asked her mother whether the big brother would win and got told yes, of course, definitely, and the underground bookmakers opened a market purely on how many seconds I would last, with almost nobody taking the long end. It would be good if he could last 30 seconds, an official said in the mansion. A minute would be his limit. Hun Tian Dharma form. At LV4, the Huantian Xuanhuo Divine General stands over 40 meters, wrapped in divine flame, beast-faced armor, gold ribbons off the shoulders, holding a lava longsword that drips molten rock into the air and leaves it burning. The dark in that cage got darker, and the space around us started to boil. Across a province, people made noises at their televisions. And in the sky outside, the reincarnation saint frowned because he could see a trace of genuine divine power in that Dharma form. How could this be? Just how many more cards does he have up his sleeve, said Duan Hong. Huang Wuchang called my Dharma form fancy and over the top, drank more of his coffin, and unlocked 1 seal on his treasure body with an audible sound, and the other 3 watched him with confidence, because a fraction of an emperor's fruit ought to be plenty for me. His mountain-sized black hand came down. The lava greatsword erased it and kept coming. How could this be? Dung cracked 2 more seals in a panic and got blasted across the arena anyway, coffin spinning off, body very nearly opening up, held together only by the corpse energy stitching him back as fast as he came apart. The other 3 stopped moving because I had come within an inch of one-shotting a supreme rank. Let's attack together. Guo Hao's golden serpent sword, which defeats defenses by drilling a single point through anything. Bara's lance and dragon breath. Mei Shuixian's vines to pin the Dharma form. Huang Wuchang throwing the coffin itself. The 40-meter form swept all 4 of them, and every strike of it lands like a mountain being set down. The black coffin came apart. The green ocean wrapped my lava sword and burned to ash from one tremor, and the lava ran back down the vines to where they came from. Bara's spear shadow was erased and his dragon nearly lost its head. And Guo Hao, whose sword beats any defense in the world, discovered the flaw in his own gift while I watched, which is that my Dharma form does not defend, it only attacks, so he closed and got hit by a mountain, and closed again, and got hit by a mountain, until he had run out of handkerchiefs entirely. The bookmakers who had sold 30 seconds and 1 minute lost fortunes and started planning to leave town. This? Said Hua Tingxiao to nobody. Then Guo Hao's eyes went red, and he started unlocking every seal he had. Guo Hao, are you crazy? Said Mei Shuixian. For a damaged treasure body, full release means a year of recovery if you are lucky, and detonation if you are not. Are you going to hand over your chance to enter the Emperor's tomb to this person? This is our only chance to change our fate. If you're unwilling, then fight alongside me to the death. All 3 followed him, and I want to be fair to them here, because I understood why. They are sick of being torn apart day and night. Sealed by my reading, they were initial stage peak. Unsealed, all 4 came up intermediate peak in front of me, and their skins split open everywhere, faces included, shattering and mending and shattering again like porcelain being reassembled while I watched. The high-level giants watching from the walls physically recoiled because at full power, those 4 stopped looking like people. A damaged fruit leaks power like a wall full of holes, Zhang Hong said at my shoulder, to nobody in particular. The seals are the only thing holding it in, and even sealed, it costs them that every hour, because a Dao fruit is the essence of an emperor's entire life. The verdict came in from every direction at once, including the mansion, including Guo Tian, and all of it was the same word: give up. Nobody wanted a provincial champion anymore. They wanted me out of that cage. Outside Bloodfiend City, on a warship full of eliminated candidates from my city, Gao Bo was chanting it at a screen like a man in a fever. Give up, and a little girl in a living room with her fingers in her mouth said, but I think Big Brother won't give up. Intermediate peak, huh? I said. That's more like it. Because I had not stretched yet, and only I knew that. I stepped forward and let the breathing technique roll, and my red caught them at intermediate peak, and then it kept going. Black started appearing inside the red. A black deep enough that it ate the light around it, and the void battlefield's perfectly stabilized space began to ripple, which is not a thing a saint's artifact is supposed to do. Impossible. High-level peak. Guo Hao smiled at me with a very tired mouth. Does this really mean we have to risk our lives? Because I was a mountain standing between 4 people and the only thing any of them wanted, and I had just put out the last light they had. I'm tired. These past years have been worse than death. Then he asked the question that had been eating him since the day I caught his palm. I'm very curious about how you reached the advanced peak. Because my body is intact, no cracks, which meant either a complete Dao fruit, which does not exist outside a tomb, or something nobody has a name for. I said nothing. Everyone is entitled to a secret, so he burned his Dao fruit rather than lose to me. Not spent. Burned. It forces you to high-level peak, and it ends with the fruit detonating, and that is a death that even the reincarnation saint cannot reach into and undo. Huang Wuchang did it next. That's enough. I've had enough. Then Mei Shuixian, then Bara. 4 high-level peaks, all 4 of them burning their own lives down to do it, standing at 4 points around me. Why bother with all this? I said. Nobody answered. Forget it. Let's end it here. And then the whole cage filled with the sound of iron chains. Black chains came out of the void beside all 4 of them at once, and took them, and pulled them into a dark space, and I went in after them. From the outside, 5 people simply stopped existing. Some of the high-level giants in that cage did not even see it happen. When none of us came back, the survivors looked at each other and then started fighting again, because with the 5 gone, the provincial champion was suddenly available to anybody. I do not know how long that took. I was busy. What happened inside is that 4 men who had set fire to their own lives came at me at once in a place I had built out of myself, and it was the hardest fight I have ever had, and at some point in it I coughed and there was red on my sleeve. That had never happened before, not once since the night I read the word D rank off a panel in a rented room. But it was my realm, and the Nightmare Ghost realm had quietly upgraded itself to LV2 at some point while I wasn't looking, which is the thing I had noticed weeks earlier and been too busy to investigate. Its amplification carried me somewhere for about 4 seconds. The gold was long gone. The red went too. I sat in the middle of my own broken little world as a black sun, drinking every light near me, and the 4 of them came apart. The saint walked in through the wall of a space made out of my own will, looked up at me, and shook his head. This kid is really something. Then he named it, and it is a word almost nobody alive knows. Extreme Realm. There is a level above Supreme Rank, and I had reached it without knowing its name. My Supreme Rank glows red. High-level peak shows a trace of black. And when the red is entirely gone and what is left is pure black, that is what I had just been sitting in. The black was also cracking my own body open while I sat there, and he did not seem worried about that at all, because a man who enters the 5th rank having touched Extreme Realm builds a foundation nobody can shake afterward, and my foundation was the one thing about me he cared about. Every emperor stepped into Extreme Realm first, he told me, and then he told me to sit still. Then he opened the eye in his forehead and turned what I had left of them back into 4 men, which cost him visibly because a Dao fruit detonating carries Emperor-level force, and reversing my afternoon drained something out of him that he will not get back quickly. They lived. They stayed unconscious. Their damaged fruits are damaged forever, and I did not put a hand on any of them again. Dung carried all 4 of them out himself and left me sitting in my own wreckage. My own conclusion, once I could think again. My extreme realm only works inside my own nightmare ghost realm. Outside it, I am high-level peak and nothing more, and I would rather nobody work that out. And the ghost rope cannot always drag people in. The last high-level giant standing in the void battlefield was having a wonderful time. Dung had it all mapped out, the province lord shaking his hand, great families throwing daughters at him, the provincial champion title, which he described to himself as the key that unlocks the door to the world's power structure. Dung was making some noises about it. I stepped out of a rift behind him and coughed politely to make him stop. Across an entire province, tea houses came off the floor because a white robe had reappeared and 4 supreme ranks had not. Could it be that Xie Yun eliminated them? In the mansion, Hua Tingxiao did the arithmetic and had to sit down. Am I dreaming? On a warship outside the city, Guo Tian was jumping up and down and waving at a screen, An entire cabin of eliminated candidates was making a noise you could feel through the hull, and my brother stood in the middle of it without moving. The giant turned around, saw a blood-stained white robe standing behind him, and every honor he had just imagined evaporated between one breath and the next. Z Peak, you're still alive? Do you want me to do it? No, no need. I can do it myself. And he eliminated himself, which I thought showed excellent judgment. Then it was just me, standing alone in a black cage in the dark, with several million people in one province watching one man. In a living room somewhere in my city, a little girl with her fingers in her mouth asked her mother whether the big brother had won. Her mother was crying too hard to answer properly. We won. We won, because a city of a few million had just taken the provincial champion of Nanming province out of thousands of cities, and from that day the name of that place travels wherever mine goes. Let me tell you where I was standing 11 weeks earlier. I was sitting on a bed with peeling paint in a room at the end of a hall, listening to my family toast somebody else through the wall, having been told at dinner to give up cultivation and go find a job so that my brother could have the resources. That is the whole of my distance. 11 weeks. Hua Tingxiao declared a 10-day citywide holiday, which I heard about later and found excessive. Within a day, the streets were full of photo albums with my face on them, me holding a giant upside down by the collar, me standing alone in front of a whole city, the blood on the white robe, which somebody had made the cover because of course they had. Ghost Mountain City put me on the building-sized screens and stopped in the street to look at it, and a great many magnates from all over the province came in person to see a city lord who was suddenly, for the first time in his career, extremely important. I was not there for any of it. The saint came for me before the arena had finished dissolving. Little one, come see me. Prepare to enter the emperor's tomb. Blood Fiend City came apart around me and went back to being a dark star sky, and I walked into it doing arithmetic in my head, because a complete great emperor Dao fruit is the thing 4 men had just burned their lives trying to reach, and I was being handed a door to it, and with one I would not need the nightmare ghost realm at all. The true extreme realm is the one you can step into whenever you like. The Emperor's tomb has a sky like red glass and a permanent twilight under it, and the ground is carpeted with bone that cracked under my boots for as long as I walked on it, which was most of a day. The whole place looks to me like the site of a war nobody survived. The power of law moves in that sky. There is an aura over everything that will rot a soul left standing in it too long, and I was told to keep moving. And there are graves to the horizon in every direction. The names on the markers have eroded. Some of the markers are gone, and I could not read one grave in 10. I stopped at one I could half read and worked out 4 characters of it and could not place them, and it bothered me because the saint had been very clear about who gets buried in there. Every plain unmarked mound I walked past in that field holds a 9 revolution ghost emperor. There are more of them than I could count. 2 questions arrived in my head at the same time, and I still do not have a comfortable answer to either of them. Who buried all of these? And who killed them? The proper name for the treasure body, I found out in there, is a great emperor Dao fruit, and the first tomb I opened was empty. The second belonged to somebody called the Eastern Martial God, and inside it hung a sphere of light with a fragment of a law divine chain in it. A law divine chain is what makes an emperor. Mastering one complete chain is the whole of it, and I had never once heard the phrase before that week. Saints spend their whole lives working toward one, and I was standing in a field of dead ones holding a broken piece of somebody's. That fragment was cracked. The same defect Guo Hao carried, the thing that had 4 people tearing themselves apart on live television 40 minutes earlier. I closed the tomb and walked away from a fortune, and I did not think about it twice. Half a day later, I found a perfect one. Complete chain, no cracks, exactly what 4 men had died for. It belonged to a calamity mage, which is an evolved necromancer, and my lightning is the natural predator of everything a necromancer is, and the saint's actual lesson had finally landed. The combat power is not the point. The point is that you study a dead emperor's chain until one day you comprehend your own. A Taoist who spends a century studying a necromancer's road is walking the wrong road with excellent equipment. 1 fruit per person. If I took a second, it would cost me my life, and the saint had said so to my face, twice, slowly. So I walked away from a perfect one too, and went deeper into a field of dead gods looking for the right one. Somewhere behind me, in a city taking a 10-day holiday it had voted itself, 2 men in black stood in a fold of space that nobody could see into, watching a screen with my face on it. They had checked on me twice that season and gone away relieved both times, because the thing they are actually waiting for inside me has not woken up yet. Once it does, I am innately 5th rank Ghost King, and I have never heard of any of this, and the family whose name I have been carrying my entire life has still never once come close enough to say hello. They will not come closer. There is something in this world that they are afraid of, and it is not the Mo family, and it is not a 5th rank Ghost King, and they did not name it out loud even to each other. So here is where it stands. I have 100,000 people who stood still on a battlefield because I did. I have a city that has decided I belong to it. I have 4 supreme ranks who owe me the worst week of their lives, and one of them coughing his way toward Fengdu University with an appointment to keep. I have a robe with blood on it that somebody put on a poster. And I have a name that came with instructions I was never given, attached to people who watch me from a distance and leave in a hurry. My name is on a list at Fengdu University, and it opens in the autumn. I intend to be the first one through the gate.